And the solution is what the GIS solution. So we do transfer the technology methodology to the whole this world. And this is an innovative solution for linking production, environment, marketing, and the consumers of special agriculture products. Go ahead. And then the keyword in this technology, one is geographical indications, environment sustainability, 4 keyword. And then need with a high quality. What does it mean high quality? We need the brand, quality, appearance, brand, morality, and the culture. So in that case, we get a better product, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life. Leave no one behind. So the key policy and the technologies is one is we need the multiple stakeholder teamwork. And then we need the link science, technology, engineering, and the standard management, and also culture. We need the open data, open science, and with knowledge, open knowledge, and then traceable. All the information can traceable. Okay, go ahead. So the key technology is big data, professional knowledge, Internet of Things, retrieval digital network, and the intelligence of the farmers, consumers, and the decision makers. So we link all this kind together. This is a good data, peer-reviewed data set, and the professional knowledge that's published in the peer-reviewed journal, and also link all these kind of things together. Right now, what the solution impact? In China, we have right now 19 cases in China, and then more than 600,000 farmers get the benefit. For example, in the small village, Landa village, in only 3 years, originally in the community income is 0. And the second year got 100,000. And the next year is more than 500,000. And then third years is more than 1 million. So the local farmers got benefit from this. This is the experience from China. Okay, next one. And then in China, in Asia and the Pacific, we work with FAO in Asia. That is in the Bangladesh, in the Bhutan, and also in the Papua New Guinea. And now we not only in Asia Pacific, but the world, including the Panama and the South Africa, and also other countries right now is working on that. So I think this is a good solution. We need to work together and then in the cooperation with the data open science, with data open data, and the knowledge and the link and the network together and the intelligence of GIS. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Liu. You saved the time. Okay. Let's move on the next speaker. It will be a presentation on the information governance for implementation of UN, all of society principle in disaster management. The speaker is Mr. Horst Kermer from, he's chair of RIMA, Germany. Now you have the floor. Horst, please.
Yeah, please allow me to share the screen.
You can.
She want to share screen.
Yeah.
Yes. Does it work?
You can share.
Can you see this?
No. Not yet.
No, I was unable to share a screen here. I don't have the sign on my screen, on my Zoom.
Give him the right to share.
Hi, Horst, you can share the screen on your side.
Or is he?
Sorry, I don't see. I don't see that. I don't see that line that says share screen. I don't see it.
Oh. Is his presentation fell here? Maybe Horst, maybe
can you check at the bottom, Horst? The bottom of your screen? The tabs at the bottom of your screen. It will be green.
Oh.
Not up.
I apologize.
Okay.
Knowledge management. Knowledge
Okay.
management.
Yeah.
Knowledge
So good
is
help.
very important. Thank you, Desi. Great contribution. Okay.
Okay, we see your screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. I'm very happy to be able to contribute to that workshop today. My aspect today is on information governance for the implementation of the United Nations All of Society principles in disaster management. Since about 25 years, I ran from environmental sustainability information into disaster aspects and information management in disaster. And today I want to share about that principle of all of society. I refer to the United Nations Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and this Sendai Framework has already indicates on whom to involve in disaster discussion. And here for us is of course always the question, what is the information management aspect of all this? So explicitly listed in the Sendai Framework is women, children and youth and so on, migrants, academia, business, media. So when I show you this, and if you have a contact into disaster management, you would see that the inclusion of indigenous people is starting, but for migrants, not in every country, migrants are enclosed in such discussion, and so on. So there is a lot to do, and we'll try, of course, to improve in work groups at UNDRR, the United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Organization, and others. The role of stakeholders is defined in that framework, especially to engage in the implementation of local, national, regional, and global plans and strategies, contribute to and support public awareness, a culture of prevention and education on disaster risk, and advocate for resilient communities and an inclusive and all of society disaster risk management. So that is not just an idea; it's a mandate from the Sendai framework to work in this. During my work with UNDRR and also nationally here and in Europe, I compiled a list of those stakeholders, which I call also pillars of existing pillars of societal resilience in all phases of disaster management. A lot of people focus on the core phase of rescue and first aid, but we have this whole circle of disaster management. And now I don't want to read all of these here, but for instance, Gonke would be interested maybe also in chambers of engineers. How are they involved? It's not only these blue light first aid organizations, but it's the Salvation Army, school services, medical care organizations, amateur radio associations. When all the transmission fails, when all the internet is down or some, you have to rely on amateur radio today, and so on. So to make that short, you can read all this for download of my presentation with the link I give in the end. For example, then all these groups, all these actors in disaster, normally should work together in so-called national platforms, which also the Sendai framework suggests to implement everywhere. National platforms for disaster risk reduction, and I just made a short copy of the one here of the Luxembourg government here in Europe. And this platform constitutes sustainable networks that aims to stimulate a regular exchange, sharing of information and data held by different ministerial departments and all those involved. just to give you some idea of what is also the question of how to work in these crises. The Swedish Civil Contingency Agency made a brochure just a few months ago, a new version which is titled "In Case of Crisis or War." And this addresses all of society. That in Sweden is translated into Arabiska. Well, this is the name of languages in Swedish language. So, so in English, Farsi, and when you know these, even in Ukrainian language, if you know some of these names, here are local languages, local ethnical groups throughout the big country of Sweden. I listed that here because of international aspects of all those people living in the country. These are not only Swedish people or in any other nation, it's the same. So, but this is a good example how to include for the information part also other languages in the country, local languages, native languages, indigenous languages, which is also a role there. In the case of what I think is one of the best examples and best documented examples for community development is the one from Scotland here, which deals with the whole circle of disaster management, from communication, inclusion, support, planning, working together, and the methods with an impact that we work together for our society safety and well-being. What are today my short, because of time, recommendations for action and target achievements? We should review progress regularly at the local level and contribute to national and regional progress reviews by sharing information with the national government. Develop a communication strategy, internal and external, to inform local authorities, the community, and different actors. All these, you see, when you see the complexity of the list of actors involved, then you see what is the real challenge, because we are far from addressing all these and communicate with all these in a standard way, to inform local authorities, community, and different actors about gaps, problems, and achievements. So it's not only about warnings. It's absolutely important, these warnings, but the whole process is about talking about gaps, on problems, and so on. Put in place communication mechanisms that allow local leaders and the community to provide input, suggestions, and comments. Other recommendations for action are something like recording of status and situation, evaluation of documentation of previous experiments, data management plans, and so on. So, also to be short, don't want to read all this, but I just say if you haven't a look at this, from management point of view, the question is, do we have all professions involved in this, not only actors, some single organization or something? Do we have all the professions on board that are especially working for society here? So I think there is a long way to be done to have that all of society principle ensured in so many technical and governance way. Very short in selected aspects of governance is you would need an office secretariat. It's a permanent process. So it's not a working group, it's not a project, please. Governance in disaster is something which needs permanent support of structures. That means you need steering committees, you need working committees, focus or working groups, drafting teams, technical drafting teams who make proposals for standards. As we did, Liu Chang especially certainly would know from former times when we did so in sustainable development, environmental information, in geographic information standards. You would need to sit together with colleagues from different organizations, from different professions, to sit together and draft standards, technical standards for meta-information, for processes and whatsoever. We are far from this in disaster management, by the way. Promote and document lighthouse realizations, feasibility studies based on these standards to be supposed, prototypes, best test beds where others can come with their data and say, no, let's see what your analysis tells about our data. Discuss and negotiate strategy at national Sendai platforms. That is what I mentioned already. Every nation should have one. Roadmaps for objectives, 2 years, 5 years, 20 years. This is typical management things. Do you look in your country? Do you see what is a 2 years plan? Do you know what is a 5 years plan, the 20 years plan? I think that is also something we could support. Now, I want to close my presentation to invite you to come to Switzerland in June. In Geneva is the 8th session of the Global Platform Disaster Risk Reduction of United Nations. And 1 month later, WISIS in July also allows a discussion on information society. My session proposal is on information society in times of risk. And those who are interested and maybe can consider to join for contributing to such session are invited to contact me. I thank you for your information, and you see the download link for my presentation to read and see the links with the documents, very interesting documents I recommend. And thank you for the opportunity to be with you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, host, and thank you for sharing very interesting information about the events to be held next year in Switzerland about WCC plus 20 years. I think we will have discussion during the panel part. So let's move to the next speaker, myself. So I will give you a brief introduction about enhancing partnership on big data for SDG. So as we know, digital tech like IoT, big data, artificial intelligence, this advanced technology has greatly changed our life, but they are also increasing challenges and risk ahead, not only on economic and society, but also on the environment we live. So when we talk about achieving SDG, we normally focus on the development of human society and economic development. But at the same time, the nature and the environmental are also concerned. So this morning, I would like to talk about importance of strengthening cooperation on tackling this environmental issue with support of big data. Please, go ahead. Oh, it works. Thank you. So as you can see from the screen, our world is facing myriad global changes. For example, the disaster, as the host mentioned, occurred every day around the world. Air pollution is definitely a very severe situation in South and East Asia. Frequent flooding happens not only in the rural area, but also I think we are experiencing more and more severe disaster in Southeast Asia, which big problem for the sustained agriculture and production. For also at the same time, the South America are experiencing severe deforestation, and meanwhile the extreme degradation of grassland on Central Asia, and also climate change worsens the severity of the wildfire worldwide. So it's too much. Okay. So as we all know, the big data can be a key tool for supporting and evaluating on the implementation on SDG. The new technology not only can provide the strong power to give us accurate information about the environmental and human activity, but also it can provide a lot of data which will be a source of knowledge, can be decision making for government, academia, and also private sector for them to take action to improve our daily life and industry development and every aspect of our Earth and human life. So as we all know, this SDG has 17 goals with 169 targets, and we also have more indicator. If I remember right, is more than 213. So how can use the new technology, for example, big data, IoT, to support the implementation of SDG? And also we need to evaluate the status and the progress of this implementation. So we need to improve the link between the observation, computing, analysis, and also the knowledge discovery. As Minister Abdullah Swaha mentioned yesterday, there are also a lot of challenges and obstacles need us to overcome, as he addressed data divide, computer divide, and algorithm divide. So I think if we want to try to promote the application and of big data, we need to think about how to make the new technology to play more important roles during this process. So I think there are a lot of features of big data we need to improve as a new infrastructure to align the objective of benefiting everyone. For example, the technical reliability and the stability. So we need to build reliable infrastructure all over the world at local level, national level, and regional level, as the host mentioned. Also, the equity and the diversity, as our workshop title mentioned, this is also to help the gap between the different different community, different country. The other things we need to think about is responsibility and accountability, which will help to promote application and service by implementing data openness, integration, and analysis. And also, the data security is also a very important issue for us to think about, because it will integrate all kinds of data source by extract information and produce knowledge for decision making. So there are a lot of things we need to think about it. So that's why we need to enhance our multi-stakeholder cooperation mechanism, which will accelerate and enhance the process of big data in our society and life. So the organizations can play more important roles in this process. For example, for research community and the commercial sector, they can work together for building the analysis platform to facilitating the computing service and maybe big data computing platform. Okay. So there are also application model and policy aspects the stakeholder can work together to go forward. Here I have some case because personally I'm from the technical community. So as you know, the satellites are playing more and more important roles for monitoring the natural resource, environmental. So, but they are different capacity on Earth observation and data accumulation different country at different levels. So we try to build a data hub by reduce the data divide from this kind of framework. So you can see some organizations are working on the data integration, some working on the algorithm optimization, and also we have a private sector like Amazon and other company which will provide computing facility. So we can strongly support different applications with this flexible framework by multi-stakeholder cooperation mechanism. And there are other cases. There are cases called the Knowledge Hub. It will provide more opportunity for us to cooperating together from data to information for decision making. So the algorithm can be collected and optimized for the further information extraction. So in this case, we created a knowledge graph for more than 450 remote satellites, and which will be very important knowledge base for information for kinds of application. There are some cases about using big data for environmental monitoring and rapid response. So I would like to spend too much time on speaking. Explain it. Maybe you can see with the support of this big data, we can monitor and accessing global change by deriving key variables from satellite. We also can realize real-time disaster monitoring by with the support of high technology. Okay, so a short summary. The first one, big data finds new knowledge, create new value, and improve new capability, and think it has great potential as a new emerging technology and data resource. And also, big data and AI not only have intensive application in responding to environmental issues, but also it can be a very powerful tool by reducing the digital divide, as we listened from yesterday forum. And the third one, big data governance and collaborative action will improve the ability of society to cope with the various public safety and health challenges. And most important, it will improve the quality of economic and social life for achieving SDG. So I think that's all from my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Okay, let's move to the next speaker. Now we welcome Professor Ricardo Robles Fiallo from Mexico to give us a presentation. His topic is Closing the Digital Divide, Challenge and Opportunity in Mexico and Latin Americas. You have floor, please.
Thank you very much. I will see if that works. Oh, okay, perfect. So, good morning, everyone. I am Ricardo Israel Robles Pelayo, professor at the University EBC campus Tlalnepantla. And thank you again for the invitation to the IGF 2024 here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. On this occasion, participating in the workshop benefit everyone for digital tech equality and inclusively. I will discuss closing the digital divide challenge and opportunities in Mexico and Latin America. Okay, perfect. As we will know, we are living in a transformative era in which technology has become the driving force behind social, economic, and cultural change. In Mexico and Latin America, information and communication technologies have opened enormous possibilities to reducing inequalities and improving quality of life. However, this technological revolution highlights significant challenge, unequal access, digital exclusion, and widening economic and social gaps. Today, I want to share a profound reflection on how to close the digital divide in our region, analyzing its impact to key sectors such as education, health, labor justice, and business development, while proposing transparent and sustainable solutions to address this challenge. Before finding solutions to benefit everyone for digital technology with equality and inclusion, we must observe the number of people who have first-hand access to the internet. As we observed in yesterday's opening session, many people worldwide don't have internet access. As we can see in the graph, leaving aside the number of people who live in each of the Latin America countries, internet access has grown significantly in Latin America, now serving as an essential social and economic participation tool. However, this reality is ordinary. Despite progress, more than 240 million Latin Americans still need to learn to use the internet, whether due to higher costs, lack of infrastructure, and insufficient technological skills. Internet access remains a luxury in many rural communities, reinforcing social and economic exclusion. Internet connectivity is not just a technical matter, but a fundamental right that enables access to information, job opportunities, healthcare service, and quality education. In globalized world, technological disconnection equates to exclusion. For this reason, we need initiatives that ensure universal, affordable, and high-quality connectivity for everyone, regardless of geographic location or socioeconomic status. In Mexico, protecting personal data, the right to the access to telecommunications, and transparency are rights regulated in our Constitution and secondary laws. However, we are currently experiencing political changes and constitutional reforms that threaten the application of those mentioned technological digital rights, which are considered as human rights in Mexican Constitution. The digital divide is not solely a technological problem, but a manifestation of pre-existing economic and social inequalities. In Mexico, this divide disproportionately affects indigenous community, low-income households, rural areas, while digital devices and internet connectivity are becoming more common in urban areas. These tools remain out of reach for most or marginalized regions. It is essential to highlight the that information and communication technologies can become a driving force for economic development. However, their limited adoption and marginalized context perpetuates conditions of poverty and exclusion. Ambitious and well-designed public policies are needed to ensure access to these technologies and their effective use to generate opportunities in these communities. Education is one of the areas where ICTs can have the most significant impact, especially in Latin America, where educational equity remains a challenge. Incorporation technological tools in classroom modernize teaching and opens new opportunity for students otherwise excluded for quality education. However, their implementation still needs to be improved. In Mexico, students still need access to essential devices such as computers in most rural schools, and teachers must receive the necessary training to use ICTs effectively. In addition, government digital education programs often requires more transparent evaluation, which limits their impact. To harness the potential of ICTs in education, we must focus on strengthening teacher training, investing in technological infrastructure, and ensuring that digital tools are accessible for all students. Health is another sector where technology can make a crucial difference. In Mexico, advanced tools such as the Da Vinci robot used for high-precision surgeries represent the future of medicine. However, their availability is limited for a few hospitals in Mexico, leaving millions needing access to this innovation. This unfair centralization underscores our healthcare system's profound geographic and economic inequalities. To close this gap, we must democratize access to medical technology, ensuring that advancement reach regional hospitals and marginalized areas. To achieve the above, invest in infrastructure, medical personnel training, and policies prioritizing equity in access to health services are required. Technological change to transform labor markets driven by advances in artificial intelligence and robotics. According to the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, up to the 62% of jobs in Latin America are at the risk of automation, mainly affecting workers in less qualified sectors. This action can generate employment and while labor equalities, benefiting to those advanced skills and marginalize others. And just to try to finish as soon as possible, digital transformation also reaches the justice system, which tools such as electronic portals, artificial intelligence, this innovation can improve efficiency and transparency, but also raise ethical challenge, ensuring that access to digital justice is universal and automated decisions are understandable of our parties are crucial. Unfortunately, in Mexico, a judicial reform is implemented that would involve economic, material, and human resources, slowing down the advance of technological systems and resources that are being filled in other parts of the world. In conclusion, there are some aspects that we must consider. Guarantee universal access to the internet in rural and marginalized areas where the government and the private sector can invest in technological infrastructure. Create educational programs to teach technological skills to students from early age based on inclusive digital training for teachers. Prioritize teacher training and create inclusive digital content to encourage educational innovation. Provide tax incentives, financing, and technological training to support SMEs with the appropriate technological tool, and train workers in a digital and human skill, gradually implementing collaborative technological tools, and foster a culture continuous learning to ensure the adaptation job. decentralize advanced medical technology to benefit all regions, and implement regulation to ensure transparency and equity in using artificial technology. And just to finish, just want to continue the thought that yesterday, to whether we can bridge the digital divide and build a more inclusive and equitable future for people worldwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Thanks for sharing your deep analysis and also solution proposed for a better inclusion. Now we will have next speaker, Professor Desi Salamenta from UC University of Witwatersrand, and also her colleague Lazarus from the University of Pretoria. And the topic is centering social justice, cohesion in digital technology accessibility equally and inclusively. Now, Desi, you have floor, please.
Okay, I'm trying to put it on play mode. Just a second, story.
Desi has a similar problem. You have to help yourself. You are expert. We believe you.
Yes, I can share, but I'm trying to minimize. Okay. Good morning, colleagues from South Africa, and we're happy that we are joining you from far. So we are focusing on the two aspects. Whilst I just want to put it on slideshow. My screen is too big here, so I can't put it on slideshow, but my colleague will come shortly. So we'll be focusing on centering social justice or social cohesion in digital technology accessibility, equality, and inclusivity. And this is linking to what we are discussing this morning when we look at information society at times of risk. Also, like what Professor Ju has highlighted, facilitating access at all levels, and also what Ricardo just highlighted regarding the unequal access. And we are looking at this from the Global South perspective. And if we look at social integration and inclusion, I want to highlight how the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in South Africa, where the libraries, for example, report to this ministry, look at social cohesion. And this is how it's defined by the ministry: the degree of social integration and inclusion in communities and society at large, and the extent to which mutual solidarity finds expression itself among individuals and communities. And this leads us to how do we look at social cohesion or social justice in the South African perspective, because this also impacts the Global South. And like Professor Ju has highlighted the SDGs on our side there, as you can see there. So for us, when we look at social cohesion, we have 4 elements here. We are looking at libraries that stimulate social cohesion by fostering inclusivity, and that's what we are discussing today when it relates to technologies. Libraries advance in social cohesion by supporting the Sustainable Development Goals, also nurturing social cohesion through education, and this was highlighted also by Professor Ju and Professor Ricardo, libraries facilitating social cohesion through information technology. And this is what we are focusing on today. So social integration intervention to attain SDGs in South Africa, it's quite key on how we want to address these things. When we look at social and economic disparities, and I'm glad that my colleague, Professor Ricardo, highlighted how on the issues around widening social and economic exclusion. Now, I want to touch base on what are policy documents, for example, that are relating to this, for example, in South Africa. The intention of reducing socio-economic disparities, i.e. poverty and so forth, are also stated as part of the Reconstruction and Development Program of 1994, which further is reaffirmed by the National Development Plan of 2012. And these documents emphasize the following: no political democracy can survive and flourish if the mass of the people remains in poverty and so forth. Then I want to move to the next slide. What is the context then of social cohesion? The context of social cohesion looks at poverty, inequality, and social exclusion, which have also received the global attention in the post-2015 development agenda. And this is the Africa agenda. And for more than 2 decades, South Africa has sought to address poverty and inequality in a wide range of initiatives. And the National Development Plan of 2030 predated the Sustainable Development Goals, yet it is largely aligned with the goals of addressing poverty, inequality, and exclusion. And the context of social cohesion, again, as we can see that it also links into what I'm saying around policy legislation documents around redress and skewed distribution of social and economic opportunities. And when we move to social cohesion interventions, it looks at protection that aims to ensure a basic level of well-being to enable people to live with dignity, and that governments tend to introduce social cohesion policies to meet social, economic, and political objectives. And I want to highlight that social cohesion, like Professor Zhu highlighted earlier in one of the slides there, Kaniki and Omilio are indicating that it is wide in many African countries, encompassing a range of social protection and interventions and societal safety nets. And I just want to quickly jump because of the time. As part of the interventions, the African Union has made the promotion of social protection and cohesion as its defining principle, and it's quite important with what we are talking about today on information society at times of risk and how do we deal with that. But now, the thrust of our talk is to focus more on how do we deal with these technological access issues, and we focus for us, myself and my colleague Lazarus, and we're looking at democratizing digital technologies. What are the challenges if digital technology accessibility is left unchallenged? The role of African research in the global knowledge economy is impacted. We're grappling with what open scholarship on open science and research agendas mean in different areas and context. Researchers in low and middle income countries are vulnerable, as we have heard also from Professor Ricardo regarding the pressures on publishing and also the issues around predator publishing. Also, the global knowledge environment and local needs and impacts are not addressed properly, and undervaluing institutional repositories, which are also the conduit to accessing information, and these are part of the technologies that we need. Sustainable open access publishing in Africa, and funding challenges for education and research growth, because this also impacts, if infrastructure is not up to par, then it impacts all this. And the other element, when we look at democratizing digital technologies, the challenges that will impact on this is widening digital technology, and my colleagues have highlighted to that, sustainable national and regional infrastructures, valuing indigenous knowledge and local languages are also important when you talk about access that links to digital technologies. Also promoting inclusivity and diversity of voices, Misinformation in public policy is also key, and opening research to the broader community and allowing for greater cultural and linguistic diversity to support local and regional knowledge production. And my colleague Lazarus will jump in on the technologies regarding digital scholarship transformation.
Okay, thank you, Desi. Okay, welcome, Lazarus, for joining us. You can
thank you, Prof.
go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. So in the university, what we are trying to do is to broaden the digital scholarship transformation and underpin our strategy to enhance providing solutions for the digital divide. So as you can see, my first slide is actually going to illustrate how we define digital scholarship in higher education. So in this slide, you will notice this is the first planetarium of its size built in Africa, the new digital dome, which is hosted here at the University of Witwatersrand, and it is there to to give our clients the in-depth understanding of the natural world, as well as the whatever lives in the sky. And this is a phenomenal dome that we are going to enhance as a university to ensure that we provide students, both within the universities and in primary schools and secondary, to have to imagine what the world looks like from this environment. And
Lazarus, sorry to
yes,
disturb you. If you need to play next one, just tell me, okay? Because I'm controlling the slide
okay.
playing on site, okay?
Okay,
thank
next
you.
slide, 15.
It's a bit slow, sorry.
Okay, slide 15.
Yes.
Yes, so linking digital humanities to digital scholarship. This is what we are doing at the intersection of humanities and digital technology. Providing digital humanities, scholars usually engages with humanities topics through digital collaboration, creating digital projects and using digital tools to fuel research. And as such, this could mean utilizing materials and resources that were born digital, and we also digitize them for existing material objects like print books and artworks. This could also mean exploring computational technologies such as algorithms, code or data, text mining, tools to understand how large collection and information will all intersect. Also, digital scholarship, we also assume this will visualize timeless maps and data organization tools to visualize and analyze and interpret text and data in innovative ways. Next, please. And on the digital scholarship in South Africa and higher education, these are some of the things to democratize digital scholarship. We need resources. We also need people who can give the instruction, and how then people engage and with all this to ensure that we have a simple and complex environment, connect researchers to communities, and empower scholarship and action. Next slide, please. So at Digital Humanities, at WITS Libraries, we have our museums, which we are also ensuring that we provide digital solutions, and also enhancing the library digital scholarship services through the archives and other things that we can digitize in our collections, artifacts, new tools, and also providing the optical character recognition for the digitized collections, so that researchers can have vast amounts of textual data they can use. However, these advances are not limited to just text. We are also providing sound, images, and video that have been subjected to these new forms of research. Next slide, please. So you will see with our advancement on historical papers, we have the richest archive of research papers in South Africa. And so our our agenda here is to digitize some of these collections, provided copyright will permit us, so that most of the archived material can then be accessible to our clients, and also sensitive archives from the apartheid era. We can also provide digital solutions to them so that they can transform and be accessible to other people outside the university. And so this includes combining STEM with digital scholarship and digital humanities through our makerspace, which brings humanities together with other and promote cross-disciplinary collaboration, thus helping students and researchers to move beyond the historical division between the sciences and the humanities. Next slide, please.
Lazarus, because we still have to leave some time for panel discussion, could you please finish your presentation in 3 minutes?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So most of these things that we are going to digitize are in our museums, and also already we have digitized the last slides, which speaks on Wits Rock Art Research Institute. These are African rock art that presides around most of the African countries which were collected, and we have digitized them to ensure that they have a wider audience. So thank you, sir. Yes, I'm at the end of the presentation.
Yes. Is it?
Yes. So
yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So you see, these are African potteries that were created in a long time ago, which we are also digitizing and providing the 3D dimension to ensure that researchers can utilize and analyze them and write something about them. Next slide. Yes, so this is the Rock Art Research Institute, as I mentioned before, which we have digitized. Most of these materials came from different African countries. From these are images that you will find on our mountains and caves, which we are providing here as a digital archive at WITS. I think this should be the last slide.
I think so.
Thank you.
Okay. Very impressive presentation from Desi and Lazarus. Thank you for your presentation. Now we have our last invited speaker on-site presentation from the Tamana Mastery Mu. She is from St. John's University, New York, and her topic is meaningful access and affordable internet for women. She will stay on the stage to give our presentation.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So I'm from Bangladesh, but this time I came from New York because I'm a PhD fellow at St. John's University, New York. So I'm presenting my slides in front of you because you know that Bangladesh and China are very friendship country, and this time I represent the Asian women. That's why I'm here to present these slides. My topic is meaningful access and affordable internet for women. So we know that women are a bit behind using internet. So I have selected that topic to let you know that was the barrier for the women to use internet. And this is the Internet Governance Forum. And I believe this is very relevant for all of us to know the problems and the barriers which hinders women participation, especially in the South Asian country. Connectivity. I would like to focus on the meaningful connectivity, that what is called meaningful, because all of you know that we can use internet anywhere or everywhere, but is that using are meaningful, or it is is meaningless? So a first connection 4G now is 5G is available also, and an appropriate device, regular internet use, broadband connection at home and workplace. Those are the key points that we need to ensure for the women. And since we are very limited time, we are having very limited time, that's why I'm just changing the slide very quickly. So the next slide, please. So now the thing is that what is the situation of our country, like progress, challenges, opportunities, and way forward. And we have meaningful connectivity when we can use the internet every day using an appropriate device with enough data and fast connection. The FAA, all of you know, that publish a report that reveals one of the 10 people across 9 countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America have solid working access to internet. And this is very, very, very limited because it's just 1 in 10 people. And these issues for connectivity are involved how the action needed to provide affordable and meaningful access. And men were far more likely to engage in a range of online activities, including posting comments about political, social, and economic issues. And those are the data. Men are more likely to use internet. And yesterday when I was in the plenary session, I found that it was discussed that men are always using more internet than women. And this is the situation in not only in Asia and Africa, but also in Europe and America. Next, please. And this is the scenario in politics, in economics, in business, and everywhere. And without, we have to admit that without the full participation of women, it is impossible to progress as a whole for the society, because women are half and maybe the more than half of the society. So if women are bit behind using internet, the progress in all respect will be hindered. And this is the situation. We are having some data that 144 developing countries buy up to 18 billion USD. Meanwhile, 180 million women and girls would be able to generate more income, and nearly 500 million would improve their education level. So since I'm working in the Ministry of Education, I found that if women are women can afford the internet and they are getting the facility, full facility to using internet, the education sector will be developed like anything. So in education, the previous speaker has also focused on the using of internet in education, and this is a very important part that we need to change our education as digitalized system. And nowadays we are using AI, we are using ChatGPT, and we are using technological innovation in education. So in each and every sector, we need that kind of participation for women, either in business or in education or in commerce, in everywhere. Next, please. So the thing is that we found that barriers for meaningful connectivity and affordability and digital skills gap remain stubborn barriers to gender equitable access to and use of internet. Across the globe, fewer women than men use the internet, and research from Wave Foundation found that globally men are 21% more likely to be online than women. And those are the problem, like there are some barriers, that lack of digital skills, like the affordability, sometimes it becomes more like expensive for the women to afford, because women are, most of the women feeling that, I have already talked, that they have less income. So since they have less income, they cannot afford the internet, which is very expensive for them. So this is the things that women are, and there are some issues for privacy also, where some women are afraid of violating their privacy, or their any kind of online harassment. They are also aware of the social harassment. They are also aware of the online harassment and the vulnerability and safety security concern. Those are the things that interrupt the using of internet as a first, like the men. So next, please. This is the source for digital divide, and other barriers found to ensure meaningful access and affordable internet for women, unavailability of broadband access or less access to public internet center, insufficient income, and unable technological device, and cultural norms or social barriers. I have discussed this, and those are the gender-focused policy to address women. Those are the things that can highlight the use of women, use of internet by women, and less gender-focused policy to address women's ability to access and benefit from the internet. So the policy makers should be concerned about those things that we are facing nowadays. So what policy should be women friendly? The Ministry of Broadcast and the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting should also change their policy so that women can have the access full-fledgedly. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. We are at the very end of the things that we use internet in education. I've told that economic affairs, commerce, transportation, media communication, in production and medical sector, we have already discussed those. And the next, please. And the thing is that to ensure the equality, no equality, no internet and no equality is just similar. So if we want to ensure the equality, we have to ensure the internet for the women. So this is just a vice versa situation. If women are far behind than men in any kind of development, the internet should be assured for the women to develop equally. Next, please. So this is the data from online population, internet use, gender gap, and mobile broadband penetration. Those are the data I have found from some Alliance for Affordable Internet, Meaningful Connectivity, Unlocking the Full Power of Internet Access. So these are the data all the data focus that women are less likely using internet than men. Next, please. But those are very, the situation, it is like a village situation. Nowadays, the situation is changing in Bangladesh, that assuring gender-sensitive environment, and the government of Bangladesh is very much aware for the technological development all over the country, even in the village. So nowadays, the village women are using mobile phone, like smartphone and internet. They can talk with the friends and family, like video calls, chat, and everything. So they are becoming changing. So this is the situation we are found that from ICT source, that women empowerment is before, it's very much changing the situation. Next, please. And key to achieving international standard of communication by using internet. Since we are here for Internet Governance Forum, we need to change the situation as a global village. We need to change the situation for women using internet. So this is a global community, and now we are here to promise to give the internet for all the citizens all over the global village. So this is the promise, and we think that in future, the next IGF or the next, and we will able to ensure internet for women also, as we can ensure internet for men. And this is my presentation, and thank you very much for your kindness to give me the privilege here to present my slides. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Tamara. Thank you for sharing your insight, idea about meaningful access and affordable internet for women. So we still have a few minutes for the discussion. Maybe our on-site speaker or online speaker can share your viewpoints in very compact words. Okay, host, do you have some word to say?
Thank you very much. I'm just. Can you read the chat? I'm just preparing a remark on my session proposal in Wishes. I'm just writing it. Can I please complete and come back later? Just a minute.
Okay. do not circulate with us after you're finishing, okay? It's a very good proposal, I believe. Okay. Professor Liu?
Yeah, I think this is a very good session in a different aspect and different regions. Yeah, and I think we have a common understanding for our common future. One is we need to work together, right? Yeah. So and also for disaster, for the GIS, for the woman, and for the law, we need the first thing we need to work together, right? So yeah, so I think that's so we can thinking about the next step, how we can work together, right? Yeah, and then the second one is now we go to the intelligence area. So we need to think about how to migrate to benefit the data and the internet and to the society, to everybody, leave no one behind, right? So this we need action. So what action we should do? So we need to discuss about that, right? So I would like to transfer to Ricardo.
Thank you very much. So I think since yesterday, as the opening session, we have a common issues to do about education, about the economic issues, and to share all the knowledge around the world. And in this forum, I think is a good place to do it. So I think that is very usual that consider that in around the world we have to work together, as Mrs. Lu says, and we can share this space to do it as well. So thank you very much for the invitation again, and let's work together to reach that goal. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, Daisy? You have some word for us?
Yes, I think what's important with today's discussions from the different presentations that we all converge with what we are trying to put forward on access and in the use of or the availability of infrastructure, and also the issues around data to address societal issues. And that's why I see the convergence that even though our presentations were different, however, they were coming together to address issues of access that links to the SDGs, issues of access that addresses societal impact, and how do we want to see all the societies being able to access information and the use of data in that aspect. Lazarus, you can come in. Thanks.
Lazarus, can you hear us?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Chair. I think from my side is the role that we need to play in terms of, particularly in the African context, is to digitize some of the materials that should be provided as information resources to a wider audience. And I think majority of Africa as a continent, be it universities or public institutions, they do have a lot of rare materials that still needs to be streamlined for access on a digital platforms. And therefore, the internet then will provide that link to everybody having access to these collections. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Lazarus. Now, Tamara, you have some words to say? Maybe use the mic. Okay. Yeah, some short words about our workshop before Costa speaking. Okay, you can go ahead if you have some words to say.
Thank you very much. We need to ensure women active participation and leadership in our country as well as all the South Asian country, and we already have ensured the participation of women mostly in the European countries, and now in Poland IGF, I have attended 2021 in Poland UN IGF as an UN fellow. So that time that was a promise that women voice should be heard from everywhere. So when the women are eligible to speak out, they can ensure their own right. So my last word is that women should speak out, women voice should be heard, and women are the part of the world, and they are the active participant everywhere. So we cannot ensure our development without women participation. So this is the last word for me, that we need to ensure internet for women and as well as men everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. Host, you still have some words? 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, to be short, I put a note in the chat with links that you may be possible to see. I will, of course, keep you informed. The question is that I have a long time, and I see the situation in disaster risk reduction, and I see the problem really from full scale, and we can do very positive things. The question also is, just to see the importance of the thing, is now is the time that slowly starts preparation of the follow-up United Nations program on risk reduction, which must be some program from 2030 to 2045, the next 15 years, you see. That is, and in preparation of this, we have to argue for rewording, improving the wording of United Nations instruments, in this case where I work with UNDRR, with the disaster risk reduction things, and other colleagues here, certainly in sustainable development and whatsoever, also could contribute to wording the next program. So that is what I see the general positive aspect in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, host. As the final or last speaker for our workshop, I think we do had an intensive and informative workshop covering key issue about digital tech for benefiting everyone. Unfortunately, due to time, we have to make a concluding remark. So, firstly, many thanks to all the speakers. We have such a great opportunity to communicate and exchange regarding diverse aspects. Within 1.5 hours, we talk about add some value on sustained agriculture with support to digital tech, information governance on disaster management, the principal practice recommendation at different level, local, regional, national, and so on. So also I talk quite a lot about big data as a powerful tool for reducing digital divide, algorithm, data, computing. And also there is very important for internet connectivity to foster opportunity for rural and indigenous people through education. We talk about the importance of democratizing digital technology, digital scholarship, and digital humanities. And Tamara gave us very insightful understanding about meaningful connectivity and equality. So thanks to all for your participation in workshop 49. For the way forward, everyone will and should be benefit from digital tech, and its implication relies on the joint effort from all the stakeholders today on site and all the stakeholders in our information society for future actions. Lastly, please follow the activity of CCIT and contact us if you have any suggestion on future cooperation. So our workshop ends here. Thank you all for your active participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are organizing a training workshop in Bangladesh next February.
Oh, great.
Yes.
So you have to email me. You email me, please.
Yes, yes. I will send you the agenda. We have maybe have a quick.
And
We have
if you have
a
any
cooperation with
program
local.
in China, you can also email me. I will join in
Sure.
China for presenting something. Doctor.
International
Oh,
Tribal Shop
so great, Asian. Yeah, Dhaka.
South Asia.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I wish I would be there.
I will send
but,
to you
Yeah.
if you
But
can.
I'm not sure. She is also going in Dhaka? The lady? Yeah.
We may not. I haven't invited her.
Okay, but maybe I will be in New York at that time in February because my second.
Oh, so we can move to the stage to take a group photo, okay? Well done. Thank you.
So you can invite me in your country as well. I will come from New York directly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tomorrow we can
Yeah,
have a
take a
group photo.
picture. Okay.
Hello, 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 hello. This is a check. Oh, it does work. Is the transcription working? Is the transcription for workshop room 5 working? Then we could put in the title, Digital for Development, UN in Action.
This is for you. Special reserve.
Same thing. Yeah. Thank you. How are you?
How are you, Papa?
Yeah, good.
How's your health?
Fine now. It's
All
okay.
good?
I'm feeling much better now. I am here today.
I'm so glad you for UNDP.
Oh, cool.
Keep one for Rob also.
This is just my folder for you to reserve. You can give it back.
All the top secret stuff coming.
Yeah.
No, it's just flyers. You can take them.
It's a red folder. It's a red folder.
Secrets in the next folder.
So, dear, is it working? Yes. I see Torbjörn online, so we're ready to start. Nice to see you, Torbjörn. A warm welcome to all of you here present in the room. For this, you need to put on your. How it works, you will need to put on your earphones for us to hear each other, and I can hear myself. So you need to go on channel 1. You need to switch on, and then channel 1.
Now we hear you. Okay.
Good. So we have a specific technical setup here, Torbjörn, as you can see. So a warm welcome to all of you here in the room and all those following online to this session on the UN Digital for Development, UN in Action. and this will be a really exciting session, and I'm happy and thankful to my co-chair, Gitanjali, who has done a lot of the preparatory work and invited all of you to join. And of course, also to UNDP and UNCTAD, and all the other participants and co-chairs of UNGAS. So I will briefly make introductions of the panel. Just say you can see Torbjørn Fredriksen, who heads the e-commerce and digital economy branch in UNCTAD, sorry, as remote participants, but we see you well. We have Gitanjali to my left, who is a strategy and policy coordinator from ITU, and most of you will know from WSIS. To my right, we have Samia Melham, who is the lead digital development specialist of the World Bank. Thanks for joining too. On my left, first Magda Sek, Chief of the Technology and Innovation Section from UNECA, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Thanks for joining too. And also Mr. Richard Frelek, Counselor, External Relations Division, World Intellectual Property Organizations, WIPO. Thank you. And last but not least, UNDP. Yuping Cheng, thank you for joining, and perhaps, I don't know if Robert will come too, but we are very delighted to have you with us. Then I don't know if Hélène Moulinier, she's important for our session. She will be joining online, but she's also part of this panel. She's the advisor on digital cooperation and the thematic lead for the IGF Action Coalition on innovation and technology from UN Women. She's particularly important for this session too. So we will showcase UN in action today. And as we move closer to the 20 years review of WSIS, we have, of course, the crucial task of driving forward the creation and the continued creation of a more equitable, inclusive, and knowledge-driven world, where technology really serves as a catalyst for human and social and societal development, and of course sustainable development. The initial WSIS vision of a people-centered and development-oriented and inclusive information and knowledge society stays very strong and continues to resonate, I think, with all of us and our work. And we have seen over time how this WSIS vision from 2003 and 2005, the Geneva and Tunis Summit, has actually evolved, has been addressing new challenges throughout the time. You know how in the text we didn't find a notion of mobile phones or any technologies, and I think that made it so lasting. And today, we saw then also in 2015 how we could address with WSIS action lines and the work the SDGs and how to link our WSIS work with the SDGs. And so today we will hear more about action line implementation and what we have achieved concretely over the last 20 years, but also about future action. And I'm delighted to see Hélène now online too, because this is important for our way forward too on our gender equality work across the United Nations. So an explicit welcome to you again, Hélène. So I think I will just hand over first for some sharing of highlights of achievements over the last 20 years. And perhaps I will ask Gitanjali to start us off with some of ITU's work in this domain you would like to highlight.
Thank you so much, Cedric, and to UNESCO for so ably chairing the UNGIS since you took over as the chair. And welcome to all physical and remote participants. Thank you for being here with us. Also to add to what Cedric said, the UNGIS is a very, it's exactly UN in action, and we have been contributing the digital aspects to various UN processes. We've been having side events, and we have been contributing joint statements to processes like the ECOSOC Partnership Forum, the SIDS, the LLDCs, IGF. We've been organizing side events every year. So it's a very active group of UN agencies that are members of the CEB, and an extended, of course, we have observers as well. And we've been very successful in driving the digital agenda within the UN agencies. So looking at ITU, of course, ITU is the UN's specialized agency on digital and ICTs. So we have our mandates from our governing bodies like the plenipotentiary, the council working groups, where we have several resolutions that mandate us by our membership. So not only governments, but sector members. We have academia, we have the technical community, and others who give us instructions on what we should be doing to implement the WSIS process. We are the lead facilitator for Action Line on ICT infrastructure, on capacity building C4, cybersecurity C5, and enabling policy environments Action Line on C6. So to enable all of this, we've had various partnerships with UN agencies and others, since WSIS is a multi-stakeholder process. The GIGA initiative with ITU and UNICEF, where our goal is to connect every school worldwide to the internet, addressing the digital divide in education. The Equals Global Partnership Program that we are doing with UN Women, GSMA, ITC, etc., to promote gender equality. I'm pretty sure Helen will talk about it a bit more. The Connect to Recover that we did during COVID, post-COVID disruptions to enhance ICT infrastructure resilience post-COVID. And digital skilling, which is a very important aspect of ITU's work. We have several programs with UNDP on digital skilling, and DPI. We've started a lot of good work around that. I'm pretty sure Yuping will also mention it. The Broadband Commission that we co-chair with UNESCO. We've been advocating universal broadband access to support economic and social growth through that. Child online protection, another aspect of cybersecurity, Action Line C5, with ITU, with the governments, Interpol, private sector, where we are developing tools, guidelines, and strategies. Also, again, training women, girls, children on the the dark side of the internet, knowing that what could be harmful for them as well. Again, very important point, which probably Dinesh should also speak about, is the partnership on measuring ICT for development. A very important but kind of hidden aspect of our work, where statisticians in our organizations are kind of measuring the achievements that we've had in these various action lines and the goals that WSIS had set. Some of the key successes that we feel as the UN system, two main ones have been the WSIS Forum that we jointly organize with ITU, UNESCO, UNDP, UNCTAD, and more than 40 UN agencies. All of you are involved. It's a platform for all UN agencies and stakeholders to get together to advance our digital for development agenda. The next one is from the 7th to 11th of July in Geneva. So please mark it on your calendars. And we're going to do it again in alignment with AI for Good. So the WSIS Forum participants will also have access to AI for Good. And the IGF. IGF has been one of the successes of the WSIS process. Many of you have been contributing to the WSIS stock-taking database, the repository. We have more than 13,000 plus initiatives in the stock-taking database. So please do have a look, because they are aligned with the WSIS action lines and SDGs. So if you're looking for case studies, projects on the ground, you're more than welcome to please have a look at those. Of course, other examples of collaboration, Be Healthy, Be Mobile, that we do with WHO, the smart village, smart islands that we are doing with local governments and the private sector. Again, digital skills for jobs campaign with ILO. So, Cedric, 20 years is a lot to kind of summarize, but these are like some of the real main things, partner to connect, which many of you are involved in, and the regional level. So, the regional implementation has been crucial for ITU, working with the regional commissions, the ITU regional offices, UNDP, and various other partners. So we can continue our contributions, but this is kind of what I could summarize.
Yes, I know and understand. It's very difficult to really summarize in a few minutes only all the work your organization has been doing. Magda, as Gitanjali has just mentioned, UNECA, perhaps you want to take on and continue to highlight a few of your achievements.
Thank you very much, Cedric. And UNECA is pleased to participate at this event. As you know, we start with this since more than almost 20 years, and we have seen a lot of progress in the African continent. In 2005, our access to internet penetration was 2.6%, and today we are at 38%. When you go to the mobile penetration, it was almost 8% in 2005, and today we have more than 60% at the continental level. This is a good progressive of the WISIS implementation at the continental level, and ECA work with all countries to support them in the implementation on the WISIS action line in collaboration with several partners, here ITU, UNCTAD, and as a partner. We can highlight some key achievements during the 20 years. First, it is we work together with African Union to have this African AU Digital Transformation Strategy 2020-2030. It will be the blueprint for Africa on digital economy. We already work with AUC to develop this African Union data governance framework. It is a one key achievement on the continental level. Also, we can talk about this artificial intelligence AI strategy we adopted last year, key achievement in the continent. And also, we supported more than 40 countries to develop their national strategy at the continental level during these 20 years in line with the WISIS implementation. On digital ID, very important for the continent because we are a continent with more than almost 500 million without any legal form of identity. And we work closely with several partners to develop the digital ID at the continental level, World Bank and others. And have you seen now, a lot of digital ID have developed at the continental level. Also, on policy cybersecurity, it is a big issue of the continent. Despite this 10% loss in the GDP for cybersecurity, we already work with African Union to develop this Malabo Convention on cybersecurity. And recently, to complete the framework on cybersecurity in the continent, ECA has developed a guideline framework for cybersecurity. It is some key strategic element we have developed at the continental level. Of course, in the C5, C3, all we need to build the capacity of our member state. And ECA has established an African Center of Excellence on Artificial Intelligence in Congo-Brazzaville, as well as we are establishing now a STEAM Center in Rwanda and a Center of Cybersecurity in Togo. It is to support the digital skills in the continent. We work also closely with ITU and UNICEF in the GIGA project. And also we have we didn't forget the digital skills for young generation, why we have initiated in collaboration with ITU and UN Women this initiative called African Girl Coding Camp. And now we have trained almost more than 40,000 girls across the continent with 284 projects developing. We also we guide gathering lot of initiative at the regional level to to take into consideration the priority of Africa in the global GDC. We organize several roundtables across the member state to take into to explain better the GDC to the member state and also to get their view and point and priority for the GDC adopted 2 months ago. And now we are supporting African country to implement the GDC in line with the WISIS action line. As you know, what in 2005, almost the key issue was integrated in the WISIS. And we have seen during these 20 years two key challenges for the continent. One, it is for all the world, the AI issue as well as the data issue. And there is something we need to contextualize in the WISIS Plus 20. And we are going to have our WISIS Plan 20 event next year in May in Benin. And also we are going to have African IGF in Tanzania in May. And we think all this outcome will be reported during the WISIS Plus 20 and the global IGF. We welcome also, we are member of all this UN engage this partnership for measurement of ICT. There are a lot we can say. We have a lot of progress with the support. We work with UNDESA on the e-government survey. I think there are a lot of been accomplished in the continent in the implementation of the WISIS action line. We thank you all partners supporting ECA on this task. Thank you.
Thank you, Magda. This is really most impressive, and I know this is just the surface, of all the great work you have been doing. And I wanted to keep it a little bit interactive like that and do a natural link, but I will now go back to the formally correct thing to first our Angus co-chairs. So I will give the floor to UNDP, followed then by UNCTAD. And then UNDESA, World Bank, WIPO, and I don't know if Delfina from UNU wants to say something too. We'll keep it smooth from there. So Yuping, over to you as our co-vice chair.
I have to say, Cedric, we were actually okay with interactive, but I also appreciate the ability to speak. I'll try and keep it short because I think there's so much amazing work that all of us UN agencies are doing together. So it'd be really great to hear from everyone and then have a chance to also hear from others participating in the room who might want to ask some questions to the UN agencies. I just want to pick up a little bit where Marta left off, that we're really looking towards GDC implementation and how WISIS needs to play a critical role in this, because over the last 20 years, indeed, we've been doing so much amazing work as agencies together collaboratively, really looking at what it means to be implementing this both at the regional level and at the country level as well. So going forward, it really has to be that the WISIS action lines and the way we push forward in a multi-stakeholder fashion through the WISIS process is the cornerstone of how we implement the GDC. Indeed, yesterday, UNDP was proud to host an open forum with our colleagues from ITU and UNDESA, Southern Voice and Internet Society, on how global digital cooperation really must be implemented at the country level. And so today's theme of today's meeting, Digital for Development, really cuts to the heart of what UNDP is doing. We are the UN's development arm. We are in over 170 countries and territories around the world. We are now currently supporting 120 plus countries in harnessing digital to achieve the SDGs. So really, this is a cornerstone of how we approach development, that digital is indeed an enabler and accelerant of the achievement of the SDGs. And in order for us to realize our mandates across the system and to deliver on all these very important things that our partner countries have entrusted us to do, we really need to harness the potential of digital technologies. So for instance, the Chief Digital Office, from where I sit, has already been with over 50 to 60 countries conducting digital readiness assessments, working on digital public infrastructure, really fulfilling the ambition that was laid out in the WISIS action lines, where UNDP sits as the co-facilitator for C4 on capacity building and C6 on the enabling environment. I think Gitanjali also touched on a lot of the work that we're doing with the ITU. We're doing, for instance, the High Impact Digital Public Infrastructure Initiative that was a key outcome of last year's SDG Summit. We also have the SDG Digital, which actually is a hallmark of the entire system coming together, where we present a lot of the work that various UN agencies are doing in a collaborative fashion to really think about how SDGs can be, as I've said before, enabled and accelerated by the use of digital technologies. We also work together with the ITU on skills and capacity building through an open source ecosystem enabler that is supported by the European Commission that's looking at countries such as Trinidad and Tobago and thinking about how we can harness open source through the development of an open source program office in these developing countries, such that we together can actually co-create a more interoperable open source system that achieves digital transformation. I could list a lot more of the collaborations that we're doing with the other UN agencies. It would take a lot of time. I just want to specifically call out the important area of artificial intelligence, where I think other colleagues will also raise this as something that we really need to look forward to in the update of the WSIS plus 20 review and the action line. So I think this area of artificial intelligence will be something that is cornerstone to the way the United Nations develops and uses digital technologies. And indeed, it's something that we've all been working on together. With UNESCO, for instance, the UNDP is doing artificial intelligence assessments, with the ITU working on AI skills capacity building. And so these areas will be critical. The other area that I want to very quickly mention is environmental sustainability, where again, I think this is something where there is that potential to make sure that the references in the GDC are also reflected in how WSIS carries this forward. Particularly important, for instance, from the UNDP is the fact that we co-chair the Coalition on Digital Environmental Sustainability with the ITU and UNEP, as well as the International Science Council, the German Environment Ministry, and other NGOs. So this really is a multi-stakeholder coalition that looks at the issue of digital environmental sustainability and thinks about how we collectively can really push forward this global effort towards ensuring that this is part of how we deliver on making sure digital is an empowering force for people as well as planet as well. So I just want to end there. I know I've gone over quite a lot. There's also a lot more that I've not gone over, and I look forward to questions from other colleagues in the room.
Thank you so much, Yu Ping. This is really impressive, and for highlighting so many areas where we really work well together across the UN on key topics. I hand over now to Torbjørn, who is unmuted, I see, and ready to go. Torbjørn, over to you.
Thank you very much, Cedric. I hope you can hear me. Good morning to all of you from Geneva. I wish I could also be present with you in Riyadh. This time it was not possible, I'm afraid. Let me start by thanking UNESCO as Angi's chair and ITU also for having organized this session during the IGF. I think the world is really digitalizing faster than ever before, affecting more and more aspects of life. While this is creating many new opportunities, it's also clear that it's raising many new challenges. This is clear not least in the context of e-commerce and the digital economy, which is the part of digital for development that UNCTAD is particularly concerned with. From the perspective of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, all of us need to explore every possibility for making use of digital technologies to contribute towards improving progress, because unfortunately we are currently not on track to achieve the SDGs. In the area of digital economy and digital trade, which are at the heart of e-business, we are observing widening digital and data divides, growing market concentration, and an expanding environmental footprint from digitalization. The super fast evolution of the digital economy, where AI and other data-driven applications are increasingly important, is making it ever harder for countries at low levels of digital readiness to keep up, and harder still to catch up. This increases now the risks of wider inequalities. And if we truly endeavor to achieve an inclusive and sustainable digital economy, we need to do better. And this can only be achieved through more effective collaboration, both domestically and internationally, across stakeholders, across policy areas, and across borders. We very much welcome that member states came together to agree on the Global Digital Compact last September, which provides additional impetus for us as UN entities to support collective efforts towards achieving the SDGs. In this journey, the UN Group on the Information Society represents a very valuable mechanism for ensuring that we make full use of the entire UN's networks and expertise. UNCTAD looks forward to another year of great importance for the perspective of digital for development. For example, under the auspices of the GDC, UNCTAD will play its part, especially in fostering a more inclusive digital economy, Objective 2, and fostering better data governance under Objective 4. We will continue to build on the E-Trade for All initiative that now has 35 member organizations, including many UN organizations. We also look forward to taking over the baton from UNESCO in 2025 as chair of ANGIS. It's not going to be easy. You're doing a great job. And in partnership with the International Trade Center and the Universal Postal Union, we will also keep facilitating the e-business action line in the context of the World Summit on the Information Society, the first 20 years of which will be assessed next year. Last but not least, next year UNCTAD will hold its next ministerial conference. We only have one every 4 years, and this time it will take place in Vietnam. And that will offer another opportunity to bring the digital dimension of development to the fore at the ministerial level. So with that, thanks a lot for your attention and good luck with the rest of the events in IGF.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Torbjörn. Can you tell us the dates for the ministerial conference in Vietnam?
I will tell you as soon as I can.
Okay, thank you. Just curious. Thank you so much. And of course, the digital economy aspect you're working with on in UNCTAD has become increasingly important from the beginnings of WSIS till today, and the work you're doing in this field too. Over to you, Andessa, now, please.
Thank you so much, Cedric. This is Deniz Susar from UNDESA. ANGES is very important for us as well to coordinate our internal work. UNDESA is the WSIS Action Line facilitator for C1, Promotion of ICT for Development, C7 E-Government, and C11 International Regional Cooperation. Sorry. Related to C1, we've been doing a lot of work in country, capacity building workshop. We just recently partnered with ECA in Southern Africa, and we have many other capacity building workshops on digital transformation on e-government is happening. Related to C7 e-government, we recently launched the United Nations e-government survey 2024 in September during the GA. The survey is looking at 193 UN member states e-government development, and also together with UNU eGov, who is sitting next to me with Delfina's team, we are expanding the survey's coverage into the cities. So we are bringing it at the local level, how we can measure e-government development at the local level, and we are also partnering with entities, either non-government or government, to apply our methodology in several countries. And related to C11, IGF, as you know, it's happening now. We are the institutional home for the IGF. And the next one will be taking place in 23-27 June in Norway. And finally, I just want to talk about WSIS Plus 20 overall review by the UNGA. We are expecting to be the secretariat for the WSIS Plus 20 overall review. We will need all the ANGES agencies, especially the core agencies' support in this process. We will not be able to undertake this important process without your support. We will make sure that all your inputs, contributions, all your WSIS Plus 20 reviews will be fully reflected. We are expecting that General Assembly will appoint co-facilitators latest by mid-January. Right now, they are just waiting for the ICT 4D resolution to be adopted by the GA. It's already adopted by the second committee. Once we do the modalities resolution, we are expecting to see a roadmap and make sure that the process is multi-stakeholder and we take all stakeholders' input transparently and fully in the process. Again, we rely on ANGES support on this, and I look at all the agencies here. And the view from here is what we heard right now, not to create any new structures, use existing WSIS mechanisms to implement the GDC, and we very much appreciate the GDC SDG matrix that's put together by ANGES, which we contributed. I think this is an excellent way of mapping how we can implement the GDC implementation. All our existing WSIS processes, IGF, is not perfect, but we should continue to work to improving it. For example, IGF had recently had a leadership panel appointed by the SG. We see it as an improvement to the IGF, and we expect to continue to leadership panel. If, as UN agencies, if there is anything jointly we should do to improve the WSIS process, we should be open to that. But again, we should be sensitive to resource constraints within the UN and shy away from creating new mechanisms. And this is the message that we will also reflect in the Riyadh IGF messages, which will go out on Thursday, which our team is compiling right now. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Denise, for this update. And I really appreciate also that everybody is trying to be short. For those online, we have here a room full of people, and we would like to interact with them too. It's a unique opportunity for us as Angus, and I really am happy about all the interest we have generated here. So we will do a rapid round and then also hand over to the participants who might have any questions to us, and we look forward to that too. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to shut the, and also, Hélène, we haven't done our round, but I just wanted to highlight it's good to be short. We can't speak about all the achievements of our organizations, impossible. But the update is very much appreciated now from the World Bank, and Samia, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Cedric, and thanks a lot to all the organizers and partners and host country. I'll be very brief. 3 minutes, okay? Okay, I could spend 3 days, 3 minutes. All right, we'll go for it. So when that whole process started some almost 20 years ago, we were talking about the next 6 billion. We are talking now about the next 2.6 billion. So kudos on all that have really taken that agenda, taken it forward, and taken it very seriously. I think this is one of the most solid stakeholder processes I have ever witnessed in my career. However, the road is full of new challenges. Whereas we talked a couple years ago, 2 decades ago, about mobile phones and telecom regulators. These were the new kids on the block we were training. We now have climate change, we have AI, we have data poverty everywhere, and we have a huge digital divide in data caused by all the challenges we know, and a huge divide in languages that are so needed for AI, for developing these large language models that we talk about. For us at the World Bank, it's been a story of growth. I would say if I want to leave you with one message, it's the World Bank is very serious about digital. Our president has been a big champion of it. When I started, we were a unit of 20 people with a bigger unit with water, with financial service, with transport. We have our own VPU now. Our project size used to be around 10 to 20 million. Our average project size, I give you Rwanda where I worked, 10 million to start. It's now we have projects of 100 million. So the message is really scaling up, both in people capabilities and in partnerships. We partner with all of you around the room. Is it enough? No, it's not. Sometimes we reinvent things. Sometimes we're not completely aligned from the very beginning. So that's something that we can definitely improve, reuse one another's research, facilities, etc. The way that we are looking at it very strategically now for the next couple of years with our new vice presidency is not only are we investing a lot more in digital public infrastructure, but we want to also invest in the human capital and that of policymakers, that of people, youth specifically, and have a lot more participatory approach in digital development, in digital transformation, as we call it now. So really, this is an ideal table to discuss all this. And I want to leave you with one point on the capabilities. The World Bank launched its academy program. We will have a digital academy with different chapters around the world. We just piloted a Tokyo chapter a couple weeks ago. We're looking at the Middle East regional chapter. We're looking at partnerings with new governments such as Saudi Arabia, South Korea, Japan, other governments that were not typically our traditional partners because of their keen interest and leadership in the agenda. And we really look forward to collaborating with all of you in the most impactful way. Thank you.
This is incredible. In 3 minutes only, 3 minutes, 15 seconds. You did an incredible job because the World Bank has, of course, numerous projects huge projects across the world. Now I hand over to WIPO, please.
Thanks very much, Cedric. Does it work? Yeah. Thanks very much, and good morning, everyone, and good afternoon for those joining online. Hello. Now it's going to work. So good morning, everyone again, and good afternoon, of course, for those who might be joining online. Thanks very much for the invitation. It's always great to be here together with our friends and family from the UN system and beyond, connected also through the UNGIS. For those who might not know, the World Intellectual Property Organization, in short, WIPO, is the UN agency that serves the world's innovators and creators. We are also the forum for addressing cutting-edge IP issues, and our IP data and information guide decision makers. And we, of course, have impact-driven projects and technical assistance to ensure IP benefits everyone everywhere. And digitization is also key to our development work. Firstly, because, of course, essentially all development work has to take into account ICTs. Digital is cross-cutting and it's an enabler. But secondly, of course, we also have a range of initiatives and that specifically focus on digitization and development, which contribute to VCs, GDC, and to the implementation of the SDGs. My work here is quite easily cut out for today because we just recently also submitted our report for VCs Plus 20 review, where we cover all the wide range of activities on digitization and development because time, and we also, of course, contributed to the matrix, which was mentioned as well. Because time is always short, let me just give you 3 examples of our action-oriented initiatives. First example, our Technology and Innovation Support Centers, in short, TISCs. These are typically located in patent offices, universities, research centers, and science and tech parks. And these TISCs enable researchers and inventors to get support in accessing and using technological information from more than 150 million published patent documents and scores of scientific and technical publications. In recent years, also, TISCs have been picking up new additional activities such as patent analytics, technology transfer, or commercialization. And currently, 93 countries have established national TISC networks. Second example, the Accessible Book Consortium, ABC in short, following the adoption of the Marrakesh Treaty, which makes the production and international transfer of specially adopted books for people with blindness or visual impairments easier, we launched a multi-stakeholder alliance comprised of organizations that represent people with print disabilities. And the goal here is to increase the number of books in accessible formats and to distribute these to people who need them around the world. What did we achieve? 138 participating authorities, most in developing and LDCs countries. More than 1 million titles in 80 languages are available for cross-border exchange, free of clearance formalities under the Marrakesh Treaty. Third example is supporting ICT applications in IP institutions. So we help national and regional IP offices to enhance their efficiency of their IP registrations and adopt their own digital transformation strategies. This includes, among others, improving their online services, integration into regional and international IP systems, and to enable that exchange of data and documents. And 91 IP institutions across the world are actively using one or more of our modules included in our digital WIPO IP Office suite. And we have many, many more, including, of course, with all our partners here gathered at the table. But just to mention, the Digital Market WIPO Green, our WIPO Academy work, training programs for women in STEM, or tools and IP checklists for game and app developers. And tomorrow you can actually, if those interested, you can join at 15:45. We are hosting an event on women in games and apps, where we will also be showcasing some of our activities in that area. Being here, of course, I have to mention that we also have a lot of work on AI. Through our WIPO conversation on frontier tech, we facilitate this open and inclusive discussion and knowledge building among all stakeholders to support well-informed policy choices on IP, including also on AI. Over the last 5 years, 9,000 people have participated, 100 from 172 countries. Last session took place in November and focused on IP and AI outputs. We also provide tools, also on IP and AI. I won't go into that right now, but you can find all that on our websites and in the reports. And I know the time is running out, so just finishing at WIPO, we always look forward to work supporting all countries and stakeholders and working together with all our partners from the UN system and beyond to help to ensure that each and every innovator and creator can thrive. And looking forward to working through also the UNGIS and hopefully also see you tomorrow. Thanks again for the invitation.
Thank you, Reizet. I hand directly over to Hélène. Sorry, I should have announced it before.
Thank you, Cedric. I hope you can hear me. I'll also try to be brief. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. On UN Women's side, to flag that I think what we want to report on is that probably the last 5 years there has been the years where we've seen the most conversation at the intersection of digital and gender happening. It was mentioned that the coalition and equals were really incubators for knowledge, for ideas, and that all these conversations have turned during that period into really concrete outcomes and commitment. The first of which was last year the CSW, the Commission on the Status of Women, and the agreed conclusion on technology and innovation. The first one on this topic that provided us really an important normative framework to build on. And this framework was really helpful last year when we are doing all, and this year the advocacy for better integrating gender in the GDC. Thanks to all this work, we really can see that the digital divide is now front and center in many of the discussion, and that there's I think, common agreement that the best way to bridge it is to really have an intersectional approach and reach the hardest to reach, which are very often the women living in rural areas, in marginalized group, in least developed countries and region. The challenge now ahead of us is to make sure that we don't work in silos on this topic, and I really believe that OASIS and UNGIS are a space and for collaboration on that. We did an event yesterday specifically on this topic, and many voices called indeed for an action line on gender as part of the ICIS review process. They also call for a digital track on the Beijing Plus 30 review, which is also happening this year. And actually, UN Women has identified digital gender gap as one of the important 6 cross-cutting topic and area of acceleration for the work to come this year on Beijing. And we also have, and it was mentioned here, the I think colossal task of implementing the GDC, and the stakes are high to make sure that gender is not diluted in this implementation or rendered invisible, but instead to really be mainstream and prioritized across all the chapter. And so for that, with ITU and hopefully with many members of the group as well, we want to make sure that we bring the conversation in all this work stream together, and that we have one cohesive action agenda that is amplified at CSW in March, at OASIS in July, and every other important moment that are going to come in 2025 and the years beyond. And again, what was said by many participants is that if we want to be impactful on this topic, we have to implement it together, to be forceful, and to have one line of action. And so I really hope that these are the collaboration we can create this year on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hélène. And can you hear me? Yes, okay. For those who don't know here, we have chosen to take gender equality as one of the cross-cutting themes this year, together with the environment and some capacity development for civil servants on AI and digital transformation. But this is certainly a topic which all of us are committed to, and I am personally also very keen to coordinate and work jointly there. Perhaps we can have another UNGA session online online with all the members dedicated to that theme only, to really see. We have already to plan for 26 till 29, our outputs, indicators, and so on. And so we are quite concrete planning ahead, and I would like to have a session perhaps to also see how we can coordinate our work in this specific topic. But thank you so much for trying to keep a short view on that. Now over, perhaps, I don't know, Delfina, would you like to say something, or yes?
I know the time is too short, but we will also be short. Just to say thank you very much for the invitation to be here. We started to join ANGIS since March this year, and it is really a pleasure and to see the value of this group. It is extremely important that we understand what is happening and who has been contributing to this issue of digital inside the system, so that we can align efforts and achieve all the value that we want. Very quickly, basically we have been, so this digital is our main business, so we just do that. We just look to the digital part and how governments are using digital to transform themselves and to achieve what they want, considering all the multiple aspects that have been already mentioned here. We have three main focus. We are very focused on policies and regulations at digital level, also at the innovation and emerging technologies, particularly AI, and also people at the center of all this digital transformation. And here we include many of the things that you have been also working that is related with human rights and all the aspects, participation, etc., etc. So we have been working with most of you. Let me share with you that we work a lot with countries, with government agencies spread all over the world. And we have been working also with many of you in our activities. With UNECA, for instance, we have we signed an MOU and we have initiated some collaborations. We are very proud of them. Namely, and it's very connected, what we have been talking about, collaboration and multi-stakeholders that we launched for different regions, also regions in Africa, that gather representatives from this area of digital governance in multiple countries. We have been also cooperating with UNDESA for some time now, since 2018, in what regards is WASI, with ITU, also UN Habitat, so with many of you, particularly also with UNDP. We have some joint projects in all these countries that we have been working. Regarding the main topics, yes, I need to close. Everything that you mentioned, AI indeed an important topic that we are also working on, data. But also more traditional aspects that are related with measurement, assessment, and monitoring. These are key aspects for countries to be able to achieve what they want. So thank you very much.
Thank you for trying to keep it short. When you're doing interviews, as an interviewer, you're never supposed to give away the mic, you know, so you can have different control. But here it's a different setup. Now, is there any UN institution I have overlooked? No. So, yeah, Rob, thank you for joining us. But we had an excellent intervention by Yuping, if it is okay. So thanks for joining us today too. Rob is the Chief Digital Officer of UNDP. He could spend 3 days speaking about UNDP's work, but we'll keep it short. For UNESCO, we have 6 action lines, and we have 8 minutes left. So I will just say we are covering education, sciences, ethics, access to information, culture, and media. And of course, we're trying to address key challenges which the world is seeing today. And they are sometimes even going across action lines. So in education, of course, we have the integration of technologies into education systems, across education systems, with pre- and in-service teacher trainings, and lately guidelines and trainings on how to use AI and how to deal with AI as a teacher, which is sometimes a challenging thing. But if we're speaking, for example, about disinformation, hate speech, and so on, another part in education is about media and information literacy. Dealing with the information overflow and learning to be able to look at information critically, but also to think before you click and send on, possibly disinformation is an important aspect of this work. And related to that, I just highlight one second thing and then mention a third. It is our guidelines on the regulation of online platforms, which is related to the media work, and it has been done by our section on freedom of expression, to be very clear. So it is not about censorship online at all. It is the freedom of expression people who dealt with it, and it was a process where over 1.5 years with different versions and 10,000, a little bit more than 10,000 inputs, and a big conference of 4,000 people, we developed these guidelines and are implementing them now with regulators and of course with private sector companies and so on, as an example of our media and business related work. Just as a last thing, on 4th and 5th June, we will have a conference in Paris on AI and digital transformation in the public sector, which will be part of our WSIS Plus 20 process. And I could speak longer about that. But we have here a unique opportunity again of having participants. So I wanted to just give a few minutes to those who want to take the floor and ask any of us any question. And now is the moment. Yes.
Also, we acknowledge the presence of our chair from South Africa of the Council Working Group on WSIS and SDG, and they also have the presidency of G20. So, Cynthia, we hope that you will also like to take the floor.
Cynthia?
Thank you very much, and I really I've enjoyed the talk in this session, and we appreciate to be here at South Africa, and really for us as South Africa taking over the G20 presidency, we are looking forward for the continuation of the great work that is done by the UN agencies in implementing the WSIS. But more than that, we are also looking forward for the WSIS, the IGF, to continue in the implementation of the GDC. And there are a number of activities that South Africa, as the G20 presidency, they have actually identified as key priorities, not only for South Africa, but for the African continent. Issues such as the digital public infrastructure, the issue of looking at capacity building around AI, but also the issue of the data protection and the privacy of data, and also the issue of the open source. So these are the key issues that South Africa is looking at, and we're looking forward to the support that we've received, not only as South Africa, but as Africa, as a continent, and other developing countries, to ensure that the implementation of the GDC, it is sufficiently done, and it's done by yourself. And we still rely on you in terms of doing all these key issues in relation to digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. And if I would have seen you in the audience, I would have highlighted our AI work because that is, I understand also, and you will have, of course, UNESCO's, and I'm sure also the other agencies' full support on the work streams you're there advancing on data governance, on AI, and where we have a lot to offer and to share with you too. Is there anybody else who would like to make a point or raise a question? Well, fantastic. Just to say then too, on data governance, we are working with the co-chair ITU, co-chair UNDP, co-chair African Union on a data governance toolkit, which we're also developing with many private sector companies and also governments and building on their experience. So that will be very useful for all of us. Should we take a photo before I have several times the minutes left, and we just take the last minute perhaps to go. Please stay online, and perhaps all the participants too come in front of the screen, and we take a photo if that's fine with you, with all of you. Is that good? Thank you. So while everybody goes to the screen, I continue just speaking a little bit, thanking all of the participants, thanking all the panelists, and we look forward to our continued cooperation. And we will have special sessions on environment. We will have special session on the gender equality aspect very soon in the next year. So thanks to all of you who joined online and those in the room for your keen interest and for your active participation. Thank you.
Yes. Test, test, test.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Moderator, right?
He's the moderator. Yeah, I'm just.
Oh, okay.
I'm just. Yeah, I look like I do everything.
Oh, yeah. Which one? You're the moderator?
Yeah, sure. Or can I just? No, I'll have this.
Up to
yeah.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Right.
And you have to get the headsets.
Oh yeah.
Because you have online speakers, just hear the online speakers.
Thank you. Ja, ik kan.
You channel one?
Yeah, great. Thanks. And Tim, what?
Have you got the VR headset as well?
Yeah. No, no, no. And Tim, what was your last name?
Scott.
Scott. Okay. Yeah.
Scotty.
Scotty. yeah. yeah. Ja.
Choo-choo.
Ben jij al ingelogd? Yeah, Doreen, you can make her co-host as well. Ja, maar hij dacht dat jij ook spreker was of zo. Maar geen... Ja, doet hij? Nice. Ja.
Zijn al mensen online?
Test. Can everybody in the room hear me? Great, thanks. We're all set. Good morning from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and also a great welcome to our online participants. My name is Auke Pals, working for KPMG and moderating this session, combating illegal content with a stakeholder approach. But I'm not doing that alone. We do have great speakers here in the room today and online. And that's for the greater good. While this is a quite sensitive topic and it's a complex challenge in the internet governance world, because we're going to discuss today who decides what's allowed online and how to prevent censorship and how to ensure openness and freedom of the internet while regulating content online. First of all, I would like to welcome our speakers. So in the room today, we do have Arda Gerkens from the Authority of Terrorism Content and Child Pornography Material. Welcome. Mozart Teroni from the Brazil regulator. Tim Scott from Roblox. Deepali Abraham from Meta. And online we're joined by Brian Symbolic, if I pronounce it all right, and he's a Chief Legal and Policy Officer at the Public Interest Registry.org. Welcome. First of all, Arda, can I give you the floor to give a short introduction about what the Authority of Online Terrorist Content and Child Pornography Material means?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that name. I didn't think of it, but it's awful. Anyway, so we're the new established regulator, and what we do is we execute the terrorist content online regulation from the European Commission and national regulation to combat child pornography material, indeed. And so we do basically everything, so from detection of this kind of material to sending out removal orders to anything of giving fines or the appeal that any hosting party or platform might do. So basically everything. And because we're a regulator, I think we also look at the landscape as such, because we can send out removal orders as many as we want, but we actually don't want the material to be on there. So we seek cooperation to find ways to diminish that kind of material online.
Thank you. And I think you do that by having good collaboration with platforms.
I hope so.
Yeah.
No, indeed. So we have a sector council. So that means that for the infrastructural parties in the Netherlands, we have regular talks with them to see how we can cooperate and also to know that we do the right thing technically. And also to debate with them whether things are possible or not. I think we talk about this later on. Can we block on DNS level or geo-blocking and stuff like that? And I have regular talks with the platforms to discuss with them what they are doing. But I don't speak with the platforms in a council, in a group, because they are competitors, so they will not speak their tongue when they're next to each other. So I speak with them privately, or not privately, but one-on-one.
But now in the room you're together with the platform. So Deepali, what are you doing regarding the content online?
So I work on the trust and safety team, and my job is primarily to help make sure that our users feel safe online. Our approach to safety is a multipolar approach. So our team looks at three things. One is, do we have the right policies in place to help keep our users safe, which includes policies for tackling illegal content, legal but harmful content, all those categories of content. Tools and features that are really important that users must have to exercise choice and control on the platform, whether it's reporting, whether it's tools like limit or restrict to customize your experience on our platforms. And the last is our team also works a lot on partnerships. When I started out at Meta a decade ago, we had maybe one or two safety partners that we worked with in India, for example. But today, globally, we have over a network of over 500 safety experts that we work with, and we use this expertise to actually help inform a lot of the work that we do on the trust and safety side.
Thank you very much. And Mozart, so from the Brazilian point of view, how do you or how are you involved in regulating content online?
Sure. First of all, thank you for the invitation. We are the telecoms regulator, so we don't deal directly with content. But as there's no regulator for content in Brazil, we kind of do what the courts order tell us to do regarding these issues. So what we can do is when we receive a court order, like it could be from the Supreme Court or Supreme Electoral Court, or maybe a lower court sometimes, we tell the telecoms operators to take down those websites. But we cannot do that on the DNS level, obviously, so they do it on an IP level on the networks. So that's more or less how we are trying to deal with that. We have also the NIC.br and CGI.br in Brazil, which are responsible for DNS and IP, but they are not government, they are not state-owned or nothing like this. So they also, I am a counselor there as well, so we also comply with court orders if they go to NIC.br for the DNS level as well. But mostly talking from the perspective of Anatel, we tell the telecom operators to comply with that court order and take those IPs off the grid. That's more or less what we're doing in Brazil nowadays.
Very, very interested. I'm also really curious to hear the others' opinion in the room about that. And let's move to Tim. How is Roblox involved in content online?
I'll use this one. Okay. Very similar to Meta, we take a fairly multi-stakeholder approach with this, and I think it actually goes to the heart of the point of this panel, this session. Safety and safety of our consumers, our users on the platform is right at the heart of what we do and always has been from our inception 20 years ago. But we approach that with this idea of partnerships. We provide the tools and the features for people to use. We implement the policies. We adapt those policies as situations change and as we develop these dialogues with regulators, with governments, etc. So rather than we've come up with something top-down and drawn a line under it, we're constantly in that dialogue and understanding where the threats and the risks are coming from so that we can continue to keep as safe as possible.
Thank you very much. And now let's move to Brian. Brian, welcome online. Brian, how from the point of the .org registry, how are you involved in this?
Yeah, hi, thank you very much, and thank you for having me, particularly remotely. So yes, as you mentioned, I work for Public Interest Registry. We are the registry operator for the .org top-level domain, as well as a few other mission-driven top-level domains like charity and foundation. As many of you know, dealing with content at the DNS level is difficult and is typically not the right place for it to be dealt with. We have a pretty robust anti-abuse program that focuses primarily on technical harms, things that within the ICANN world fall under the category of DNS abuse. And that's things like phishing, malware, botnets, things like that. However, we recognize that there are sometimes the scale of harms when you're dealing with online harms can be so great that if other actors aren't stepping in, that we are prepared to step in. So we have partnerships with, for example, the Internet Watch Foundation to deal with child sexual abuse materials online. We've been working with them for 5 years. And so we have a process in place where we work downstream with the registrars, with the registrants, with the hosting providers to try and get that content removed so that we don't have to suspend the domain name, because the DNS is a really blunt tool to deal with website content. If there's a piece of child sexual abuse material, one image on a file sharing site, we at the registry level, we can't remove that individual piece of content. The only thing we can do is suspend the entire domain name. And so while that might render that piece of content inaccessible via the domain name system, it also renders potentially the hundreds of thousands of legitimate or benign pieces of content inaccessible from the DNS. So it's not impossible, but you have to be very careful and very deliberate when you're dealing with online content abuses via the DNS.
Thank you very much. So we've heard some techniques on regulating and removing online content. So I would also encourage the room to participate in this discussion. So not only we as panel talking. So if you do have an intervention, stand up and move to one of the piles, and we'll give you a mic, so that we encourage all the interaction as well. So if there is any intervention right now from the audience, please let you know. And otherwise, I would like to give the floor to our panel to give a little overview also on regulations online, because there are quite some regulations dealing with online content, like DNS, Ofcom, the terrorism content online regulation. Who can tell me something about the regulation? Who can I give the floor?
I can tell you about my regulation. Yes. So the terrorist content online regulation is regulation basically giving us the possibility to, or giving every competent authority in all of Europe, in every country, there should be one, the authority to send out a removal order to any platform or service that is aiming at customers in Europe. So basically that's very swiftly. It could be in any language from the European Union, or maybe if you pay your services with euros, that's already a European connection. Once we give you the removal order, the material needs to be taken down within 1 hour. So 1 hour takedown time, no questions asked. Afterwards, you can debate that. If you don't take it down in 1 hour, we can fine you for that. So if you don't take it down at all, we can even fine you more. If you are, for instance, based in the Netherlands, and we have some companies in the Netherlands which are really interesting, for instance, Reddit and Snapchat, to name two. Discord is based in the Netherlands. They have their legal representative in the Netherlands. So if they have had terrorist content more than twice in a year, we can then tell them that we have a special interest in them. We'll debate, we'll go into talks with them to see how they can prevent material to be disseminated via their platform. So that's that's the European regulation. For the Dutch regulation, I think it's quite obvious that child sex abuse material is illegal in itself. So basically, we shouldn't even have to debate that. It's just a bit taken down. And other regulations that are coming up is, of course, the Digital Service Act. We have also e-evidence coming up. We have the video. I don't know that abbreviation. I think maybe.
We're talking about DSA.
Yeah.
We can give a little introduction about DSA.
I don't know, maybe it would be better for an European to talk about DSA, but what can I say about Brazil is that the European regulations as a whole are very inspiring for Brazil. So we have some piece of legislation being discussed, but we don't have still any bill approved by both houses. But what has been discussed in Congress now is pretty much inspired about the European experience. So DSA, DMA, how we can deal with that, but nothing yet proved good enough for our congressmen to approve that in a final stage. So maybe when we have something that's going to be inspired, as I said, by European legislation, but what can I say that I see in those bills proposed in Brazil is that we are trying to aim for undoubtful harmful content or illegal content. We're not giving a lot of room for us, for the regulations or whoever they are to have much of a judgment about that. So only what is really clear that is illegal or that is harmful is going to be removed a priori, I would say, more or less like this.
And also we have Ofcom, right, as a regulation.
This is working now. So exactly to that point, I guess in the UK we've got the Online Safety Act, which is making its way through implementation at the moment. The illegal harms codes have just been published. I think there's 2,500 pages of information and guidance, and that's not an exaggeration. So they're going through a quite forensic approach to this, which is I liken to a DDoS attack in terms of trying to keep up with it sometimes. But what they've done is there's clear illegal harms, but then there's also content that is harmful for children, which is a far more grey area and a lot more open to interpretation in terms of how you react to it. I guess the focus from our regulator in the UK is about what are the evidence base, but also what is the mitigating factors that you're doing on your platforms to keep users safe from harm. And that does give, again, to the opposite of what you're saying in Brazil, it gives quite a lot of scope to work with the regulators to sort of say, look, these are the risks that we see on our platforms, but these are the measures that we're taking, and this is the dialogue that we're entering into to sort of demonstrate that we're, coming up to scratch on what you're expecting. And I think it's been a really collaborative experience thus far, which hopefully should aim towards meeting a shared goal. Colleagues and I have just come from a meeting with the Digital Cooperation Organization, and again, to that sort of point about what is it that you want to achieve as a regulator or as a government, what do we want to achieve for our users, and what's that shared ground, how do we reach that? And I think rather than top-down legislation, let's ban X, and I don't mean the company, although let's ban X, Y, and Z. Let's have a dialogue about how we might sort of achieve that shared aim.
So Deepali?
Yeah, I thought that I could maybe give a little bit of overview on the issue of content takedown, how companies like us deal with it, because we have to do it at a global level. We want to make sure that the internet is not splintered in any way. In terms of a lot of our policies and takedown of content actually predates a lot of this legislation. So we have community standards that cover a wide variety of content, including content that is illegal, including content that may be harmful but not illegal. Child safety policies, for example, cover not just CSAM but go well beyond that to cover non-sexual child abuse, for example. So what we've done is we've always had an approach of removing this content, and we also have proactive technology that proactively removes it a lot of times even when somebody reports it to us. What we have to deal with at a very local level is each country's regulatory or legislative regime dealing with specific content. So we have geo-blocking policies, and those geo-blocking policies are designed essentially to deal with the laws of that particular country. So as a company, we're dealing with with the laws of Brazil, for example, or the laws of India relating to very specific content. Now, in each country, there is a very slight to broader gap between our community standards and our geo-blocking policies. So I think the challenge really is for us to make sure that there is a category of content that we don't allow on our platform, that we don't think should be on our platform, plus the additional content of what countries' regulations require, and to try and bridge the gap between those two by having dialogues with the regulator. And it's not necessarily that we agree all the time, but I think that these are really important discussions to be had, because content that is illegal in one country will be free speech in another country, and we've dealt with a lot of those situations. So the question for us is, what do we do with that piece of content?
Arda.
It's really interesting what you're saying, because you're basically saying we do a lot and still we find Facebook challenging the removal orders for terrorist content because they said this actually didn't happen from the Netherlands but from another country. Facebook stated that it's glorifying terroristic actions, which is not illegal for Facebook, but it is illegal under the European law. So I can still see, I find it sometimes difficult that we have these discussions because you make, for me, quite clear content, borderline content, because it's different in different jurisdictions. And I do understand that sometimes that can be challenging. If you look, for instance, in Europe, when it's white supremacy content or whether it's jihadistic content, that's quite clear, I think, to us. If it's somebody from Catalonia speaking on something, then it might be viewed differently, right? But to debate and to say that, we do a lot. I still think if you both, and I'm not just looking at Meta or at Roblox, but if the industry would do more, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. We wouldn't need regulation, because I do feel that there's one point where we need to step up and say, hey, listen, here's where we draw the line. And for me, it was quite surprising to find that Meta, even if there was a removal order sent by a competent authority, they didn't even comply with that legislation.
There's a gentleman. Do you hear me? Yeah? Okay. So there's a gentleman in the room as well. Want to reflect on that, so I'll walk over with the microphone. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name's Andrew Campling. Amongst other things, I'm a trustee for the Internet Watch Foundation, which is focused on the sort of removal of CSAM from the internet. Well, firstly, I say thank you to PIR for partnering with us and their efforts, entirely voluntary efforts, which are making a big impact. But to challenge, though, tech choices are often made by the platform operators, which, in my view, give them plausible deniability for not acting, to the point about not complying with domestic legislation. So, for example, switching on end-to-end encryption, which hides the existence of CSAM being distributed actively on the platforms. I'll pick on Meta because I happen to know the numbers, but this is equally true of other platforms. So Meta on Facebook, about 30 million or so instances of CSAM being found a year, and then they switched on end-to-end encryption on Facebook Messenger. So of course you can't see the content. It's implausible that it's gone away, but it's a way of avoiding having to do the moderation. So the terms of service that the platforms have are useful, but they're not actually enforced most of the time. So, for example, you don't have meaningful age verification, and surprise, children tell lies about how old they are. So again, I'll pick on Meta. Apologies for doing this twice, but the report and account shows billions of dollars of profit made from children who are too young to use the platform, and that's equally true of the other platforms that don't have appropriate age verification controls or even age estimation controls. So to get to the point, sort of regulation is absolutely necessary, but only if it's attached to significant consequences for the platforms and preferably for their senior execs. And the example I'll finish with, Telegram, was an outlier in this space. Until their CEO was arrested, they immediately joined the IWF and are now actually actively searching and removing CSAM from their public channels. So that shows that when the senior execs are in jeopardy, they will comply with local legislation, and maybe that's where we need to look for greater consequences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll give the floor to Dipali. Here you go.
That's fine. It's a meta panel. So in the transparency report that we had for this quarter, I think just off the top of my head, for CSAM particularly, I think we would have removed more than 7 million pieces of content. For bullying and harassment, also 7+ million pieces of content. For suicide and self-injury, more than 5 million pieces of content, and that's just this quarter. And we proactively remove most of this content before somebody even reports it to us. For CSAM, we probably report the highest volume of numbers to make every year, and I don't know what the number is this year, but I don't think that suggests that we don't do anything. I think that we do do a lot in terms of the content that we've removed. In terms of end-to-end encryption, again, I think the suggestion here is that end-to-end encryption means that there is no safety. We actually work to ensure that there are safety mitigations in place when there is end-to-end encryption. So from the safety side of things, we actually designed a prevent, detect, remove response to end-to-end encryption, which actually says, let's think about preventing these interactions in the first place, is one of the approaches, and that's why we've put in really strict messaging restrictions on Messenger, on Instagram, so that a young person is not able to be messaged by an adult or a teen who they're not connected with or who they don't follow. Also, end-to-end encrypted doesn't mean that your content can't be reported. It means your content can be reported, and then we can take certain action. We also in terms of public surfaces, we can also use our technology across the public surfaces on end-to-end encrypted services, and we do that as well, and we've reported content that we found. If the conversation is about is end-to-end encryption bad and should we not have end-to-end encryption, I think that there are a lot of people, I don't know if there are any privacy advocates who would disagree that that's a bad thing.
I'm curious if we do have them in the room. Do we have any in the room?
But I think that that's a different conversation, and I think that that's a debate that we've had in many countries, but I don't think in any country that they have decided to have a regulation that bans end-to-end encryption, because creating a backdoor for one means creating a backdoor for everybody, and I think that there are a lot of considerations when we need to take those decisions. But that's a separate discussion, and also a very important discussion. But just to my point, just because a service is end-to-end encrypted doesn't mean that we can't have safety mitigations. We can't see the content, but we can do a lot more.
Thank you very much. I also put a question on the screen. So I would encourage everyone in the room to participate and log in on the website menti.com using the code that's 7736669 to answer the question, in what way can we shape collaboration between regulators and industry without regulators losing their independency? And we also have some regulators in the room, so while we collect the responses, I'm also curious on the perspective of the regulator. Who can I give the floor?
I think I can talk a little bit as a regulator, but I would also like to share the experience in Brazil. As I said, we don't have a regulator for the DNS or IPs, but we have a multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder entity which deals with that, and the regulator is a member of the board in that entity, so we can interact every time with them and come to reasonable solutions together. In Brazil, the regulator, as in the UK, I know Ofcom a little bit better, we have panels that include civil society, consumers, private sector, other government branches, and etc. So they can constantly give feedback about what we're doing, and finally they can even challenge our decisions in court if they think it's appropriate. So that's a good kind of checks and balances to involve all society, all the sectors, and still keeping the regulator independent. So that's something that I would like to share.
Yes, I think I do find this very challenging, because indeed, as a regulator, you should keep your eye on the ball, right? So what we want to do in my organization is make sure that in the end the internet is cleansed of terrorist content and child sex abuse material online. But we also realize we cannot do this without collaboration with any party involved in this. That's because you will always have bad actors, always people who on purpose put this material out there. So it's a fight we need to fight together. But I do find it difficult. First of all, there's a lot of debate in my country on the possibility of geo-blocking or doing anything on DNS level. So you have to have a debate on that. And the other thing is that in the end, if I talk to the platforms, I mean, let's be honest, you're big companies, right? You're in here for profit, of course, with a nice tool maybe, but you're in here to make profit. So it's going to be also challenging not to be too much led by the information given by the companies. But on the other hand, I do think, for instance, if you look at the debate on end-to-end encryption, if you're not quite or very well informed by either stakeholder on the internet, then you might say things like breaking end-to-end encryption, which I think is really not good for the safety of children also online. So yeah, it's very hard to find a balance, but I do think it's very much needed as a regulator to do this closely together. So yeah, I would really be interested to see what the public has to say, what they see as a challenge for us as a regulator, but also maybe chances for us.
Yes, indeed. And we collected some responses. So I'm quite curious about the clarity of responsibilities within the ecosystem response. So who gave that answer in the room? No one in the room? Maybe online? Or any shy people? There.
Yes, thank you. In the Netherlands, we are working on a public-private partnership on this team on content moderation, and I think this is what we really need. So we need clarity of responsibilities because it's a complex ecosystem with lots of responsibilities. So we need to talk about where the responsibilities lie and how to actually check on these responsibilities and if they work out the way they should.
Thank you. Anyone want to reject on that? Thank you very much. And otherwise, I'll pick another one. Or that, yeah.
Hello, everyone. From the Brazilian Association of Service Providers. Is this working?
It is working.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I just want to reiterate that point on the clarity. I think for the case of Brazil as well, we have been dealing with a lot of issues from the lack of clarity in responsibilities because the regulators sometimes ask to do things it's outside of its control, and sometimes the ISPs have to do some DNS blocking or block services like X, and sometimes they do not have the capacity to do that in the speedy manner which the regulator would like. So we have this back and forth with well. So it's always a challenge, and clarity of responsibility, I think, would be the most important thing.
Thank you very much. And go ahead, Deepali.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think it's really important to have for companies like us to have a continuing dialogue with regulators, especially as they're in the process of legislating or more importantly passing rules. So for example, in Ofcom, I know that our teams have done a number of deep dives with the Ofcom team. We've met them a lot, and we've also consulted with them on a number of rules that they're thinking on passing. I think those dialogues are really important because companies like us can talk about the work that we are already doing and also understand the intention of what those rules are and ways we can get to the substance. Of the matter. So I think that sort of dialogue is really important, and I think that should definitely be encouraged.
Thank you.
Just to add a little about what Deepali just said, I agree with her. I think it's really important and it's good to the industry. But sometimes other sectors of society see that as a loss, some kind of loss and some kind of threat for the independence of the regulator. But I agree with her anyhow. But just to add a little bit about what Rian said about X, and maybe bring Brian to the discussion as well, because the X issue in Brazil was a very interesting one, because the court order came and it was about to take down for a certain time until they comply to the laws in Brazil about DNS, about the name of DNS that was outside of the Brazilian jurisdiction, outside of Brazilian sovereignty. It was not a .br domain. So we had to go through the ISPs and telecom operators networks to make it to comply with this court order. So it's a little bit trickier. It's harder to do. We cannot do that within our sovereignty. So I believe we should be talking internationally about that and maybe establish some agreements that we could share, at least with court orders known by each other and things like that. I know Brian can talk about .org, we can talk about .br, which we call, I don't know if everybody is familiar to that, but we call it CCTLD, a country code top-level domain. But if it's another country code, we cannot do much in Brazil. So I believe we have really to discuss that internationally like we're doing here now.
Yeah, thank you. And Brian, do you think that content moderation should be a joint effort?
Yeah, I think that I come at things from the sort of voluntary practice model more than the regulatory model, in that, again, we're sort of different, especially from a Meta or a Post, in that we don't have content. We're infrastructure, we point via the DNS. But that doesn't mean that there's not a role for us in that. And so the gentleman from the Internet Watch Foundation mentioned a sponsorship or a partnership, really, that, and I just put in the chat, that PIR put in place that any registry, be they CCTLD like .br or GTLD like .org, can take advantage of. And that is that we're a not-for-profit. PIR is a charity, which makes us slightly different from most GTLD registry operators. And so we're sponsoring this as part of our nonprofit mission so that any registry operator can work with the IWF, the Internet Watch Foundation, to receive notifications when child sexual abuse material is found in their TLDs. They can also take advantage of programs to block or prevent the registration of domain names that are known to be used for CSAM in other TLDs. So I think that there's a lot of room for sort of voluntary practices and collaboration between registries, between regulators, between organizations known as trusted notifiers. That's the term we use in the DNS space, where you work with an expert organization like an Internet Watch Foundation, because we as registries don't have the expertise or the tools or even the content to go out and look for and try and find CSAM. In fact, it's illegal for us to do so. So it's pretty essential that we work with organizations like the Internet Watch Foundation or like other trusted notifiers. We work with the Red Cross for identifying fraudulent fundraising sites. So working across between industry and NGOs is really, I think, there's a lot of room for improvement across platforms, across registries, across registrars, and that's something that we're obviously actively exploring.
And that also requires, I guess, shared resources. So I've seen a response from the audience on shared resources, known material hash databases. Who has given that answer? Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, well, basically I was thinking on answering this question, and I can imagine that technical resources that you can share in a safe way is maybe one of the easiest things to set up while keeping independency of your regulators. So that's why I answered that.
Yeah, no, that's clear. Arna, can I give you this?
Because I think that we have a problem here, and it's also, I see more remarks on sharing of information between public-private partnerships. I do know, for instance, that for the platforms, it's difficult to accept hash databases coming from a governmental organization, because that would basically indirectly mean that a government is telling them what to host and not to host on their platforms, right? So, and on the other hand, I do think we need to solve this problem, because in the coming years we will build up a lot of information or databases on either child sex abuse material or terrorist content. I would very much be interested in having the databases that you're having, because I'm pretty sure you have some, and I think you would be very interested in our databases too. So how can we solve this problem? Sorry, I'm putting this on.
I think that we're required as a US company, we're required to report to NCMEC, which is where these considerations come from. And we've actually worked with NCMEC in the past to try and address some of these issues, not this one specifically. So I'm just broaching that as an idea of something that maybe we can talk to NCMEC about. But one of the things that we've done is, as you know, we report to NCMEC, and NCMEC works with law enforcement offices across the globe. We've worked with countries to kind of develop something called a NCMEC downloader tool that actually helps to download this kind of content in a very safe way, because when you're sending across these reports, it's important that they be done in a secure and private way. We've also worked with the Tech Coalition, and the Tech Coalition is an alliance of tech companies to go beyond just the content. A Tech Coalition is an organization where participating companies can share signals about accounts and behavior. So this goes beyond content, because we know that predators don't stay on one platform, right? And I'm talking specifically about CSAM here. They'll move from platform to platform. So what Project Lantern does is it enables us to share those signals. Other participating companies can receive them and do investigations. So for example, in the pilot phase of Project Lantern, we received a number of links from Mega, which violated their child safety policies.
That's still not between governmental organizations. No.
Exactly, but what I'm trying to say is that there are ways available that we can address CSAM, and we can go beyond CSAM and address signals and behavior as well, and be able to address this issue at a holistic level. But in terms of specifically to your point, I don't know if you've had any discussions with NCMEC, but we're happy to.
But I also think that NCMEC cannot solve this problem, because this is what really hampers us if we want to work together, is that you cannot receive just information from governmental organizations with the question whether you want to take that content down. And I do acknowledge that the Project Lantern is a perfect project. It helps identify perpetrators on sending this material on your platforms. It's very good that you talk amongst each other. I'm very happy that you're doing that. But still, this really will hamper us to share information that's being spread so rapidly online, whilst we really want to stop that. And I think, if we would talk about, if we would look at what we're doing in terrorist content, where we have the incident response after the Christchurch shooting, we all know that what happened is that this shooting was disseminated online rapidly and in different kind of formats. It would be so great if we could also do such a thing for child sex abuse material, because if we look at the figures, and that's something that you know very well, we also know that a lot of these images are duplicates. It's not unique. So it's duplicates, it's some of them going viral, and we would like to cooperate to see how we can stop that. So as long as we cannot share this kind of information between each other, that's not very helpful for the kids.
And so also a remark from the room.
Hi, sorry, Andrew Company again. Just two brief comments. Firstly, just going back to the end-to-end encryption, one of the easy solutions, which doesn't break encryption, doesn't breach privacy, any of the platforms, if they chose to, could scan content that's being uploaded, I'm speaking specifically of image files, to see whether they contain known CSAM before encrypting and sending the messages. It doesn't break encryption, it doesn't break privacy. That would immediately impact on the scale of the problem, which, to quantify, we're looking at roughly 3 new victims of CSAM a second, which is over 300 million a year, which is a scary number. And then just a second very brief comment, it's worth bearing in mind that the tech industry as a whole is actively changing some of the underlying internet standards, again, arguably because of privacy, that will bypass many of the existing protections. So it will be quite hard in the future to stop access to, for example, Kiwi Farms type sites, because to know that you've got effective parental controls, because some of the changes to the internet standards will mean that parental controls don't work anymore. So I think that's, again, an area where maybe regulators need to challenge the behavior of some of the tech companies and really question whether their motivation is really being helpful, because it will break even some of the existing fairly weak enforcement mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also saw next to you, someone. No, you don't want to reject, but you did have an opinion. I saw that. No?
No, it's okay.
No, please.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Bauke. Roelof Meijer from SIDN. I'm still chewing on that question a bit because I would have understood if the question was in what way can we shape collaboration in order for it to be successful. But losing the independency, I think sometimes regulators claim that they cannot collaborate because otherwise they lose their independency. So they sometimes prefer you just do what we tell you to do. And I think then the industry often reacts with, okay, we will do exactly that at the latest possible moment. So I think second to we need clarity on responsibilities, I think it's very important also that we need clarity on the ultimate purpose of the collaboration. And I think also there sometimes it goes wrong. The regulator wants you to do what they tell you, and the industry just wants to spend as little money on the effort as possible and to make as much profit as possible. I think there is a very strong interdependency. Regulators can never be successful if they don't collaborate with the industry because they will have laws, but they will not prevent what they forbid. And in the end, industry is very dependent of regulators because they need a license to operate. And I think for quite some time they will think that they don't need that, but in the end they will. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on this.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Roelof. I saw someone in the room as well. Here you go. Please state your name and organization.
Mauricio Hernandez from Mexico. I just want to share with you, sorry for my cough, that part of our duties as industry, academy, and even regulators is to take and be aware about bad practices we can all incur in. From industry is very common, and you can try right now in one of providers of domains, trying to buy a domain with the word child and sex, and they are available. There are no limits, just pay. So I think this could be a good beginning, just an example of what we need to do as industry for creating guidelines or good practices, and in some countries like in my region, LATAM, regarding cookies, and some countries like Brazil and Chile that are now developing in their privacy laws, to create guidelines and good practices, not to give these options to customers, because this is one of the back doors that the lady has mentioned. They are open all worldwide for creating these areas of opportunity to illegal content, to upload illegal content. That's my comment.
Yeah, thank you. Brian, do you want to reflect on that?
Yeah, actually, I was about to raise my hand to do so, and so that's one of the programs that we have in place. It doesn't, for example, take like child sexual something, like work with that and block that term. What it does is the IWF has identified domain names that have been registered in TLDs that have been dedicated to child sexual abuse material. And let's just, for sake of an example, let's just say it's badcsamdomain dot something. The registry operator suspends that one. Badcsamdomain dot another TLD pops up, then that domain name has hopped. Once that domain has hopped twice, the IWF maintains a list. And now any registry can receive that list from the IWF, again, under this sponsorship with us, so that it can prevent registration of that term in their TLD. So it really helps to sort of protect the TLD from being abused, and it also helps to disrupt these commercial brands. Unfortunately, they're sort of brand recognition with known peddlers of CSAM. And so if badcsamdomain.org is suspended and it hops to badcsamdomain.example, then the consumers of that recognize that brand. And so it doesn't solve CSAM online, but it helps introduce friction and make it harder for the sort of bad guys to continue their brand online. But coming back to the earlier point of like, well, why don't you just block anything that says CSAM or whatever, we've actually explored with in other sort of discussions with regulators around opioids and narcotics online. And an interesting thing we ran into is that they wanted to block known terms for opioids or narcotics, and that was, we were interested in that. And then they provided us the list, and it included things like lemonade. They wanted anything with the word lemonade to be banned online, and not recognizing that there might be some really legitimate uses of the word lemonade. So it's something that there's, to the kind of core of the question, that there has to be a sort of good faith feedback loop between industry and regulators to ensure that whatever we want to give regulators the tools that they need to have good and educated regulation. And so having that feedback mechanism is key, because you don't want to inadvertently block, for example, any registration with the word lemonade in it. There's lots of generic terms that are street names for drugs, and that's bad, but those street names also have legitimate uses online, and you don't want to inadvertently, hamper speech online.
Mozart, I saw your hand as well.
Sure, I would just like to add two little pieces of information about those issues. In Brazil, we do have a regulation to avoid this kind of names in domain, and but recently it doesn't always work. So it has its flaws. And recently, in a judgment in the Supreme Court in Brazil, the justice asked if he could go online and register the domain name is deaftodemocracy.com.br, and it shouldn't be able to do that, but some guy saw because it was on TV, and he did it, and he registered that domain, and within our regulations we could suspend this domain in a few hours, but not everything always works. So without court order in this case. But and just to add about this independency thing about the regulator, I would like to say that one very recent piece of legislation that's been proposed in Brazil was talking about self-regulation of the industry, and that the industry could create an entity to self-regulate itself, and that entity would be overseen by the regulator. So there's a state regulator. So it's probably possibly a kind of a midway measure to deal with this lack of possibilities of the regulator to predict everything, and so the industry could be a little bit more comfortable.
Thank you very much. And to all, I've put a new question on the screen, so you can log on again at menti.com and answer the questions. And while you do that, I will give the floor to Brian to answer this question.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the question: what role can technical and infrastructure actors play in combating illegal material online? So I've sort of already covered the drawbacks or technical impediments to dealing with content online via the DNS. If you think of the domain name Craigslist, in the US, it's based on .org. In a lot of around the world, it's based on different country codes. But if someone uploads a piece of CSAM to Craigslist, it is the right solution for me as the registry to suspend Craigslist.org, rendering all those millions of pieces of legitimate content inaccessible? I think we'd all agree that the answer is no, but that doesn't mean we do nothing. So that's why I think it's incumbent on infrastructure actors to, when the scale of harms is so great, to have processes in place to work to notify downstream. Now, I do also want to draw the distinction. If you have a site that's dedicated to something like CSAM or threat to human safety, which we have come across, to me, there's no issue. Registry should step in right away and suspend that. These sort of principles are actually codified in a document that came out in 2019 called the Framework to Address Abuse. And this is a document that was originally 11 registries and registrars that signed on. Now it's more than 50 GTLD, CCTLD registries, and registrars. And it basically has two principles. The first is that registries and registrars must step in when faced with DNS abuse or technical abuses, those phishing, malware, botnets, et cetera, et cetera. But then it accepts the premise that generally speaking, content is best dealt with at the level in which it can be directly removed, the hosting provider level, the platform, et cetera, because of these issues of collateral damage. But in instances of CSAM, threats to human safety, human trafficking, and opioids and narcotics online, the registries and registrars should step in and do something to try and disrupt those sites, whether that's referring to the registrant and demanding that they remove the content, whether it's threatening suspension of the domain name. That those categories, when the scale of harms is so great, the burden sort of shifts, and I think that it does become appropriate for the registry or registrar to step in to do something to try and disrupt that content. Again, it doesn't always mean suspending the domain name because of the issues of collateral damage, but to try and do something, I think that it does become incumbent upon the registry and registrar to do something.
Thank you. Any reflections?
I think it's very interesting. If you look at the terrorist content online regulation, we can only send out removal orders to the party that on behalf of another actor has published the information. So basically that's 99% of the time that's platforms or social media, or and 1% of the time it might be a hosting company for a website. Whilst at the child sex abuse material legislation, we can actually go up in the line. So the problem that we encounter in the Netherlands is that we have some rogue hosters who apparently host a lot of this material, and they basically always say, yeah, there's nothing we can do about it because we have a managed hosting, we don't know who our customer is, we cannot reach them, so there's no way that we can act. And so this is something we're hopefully the legislation, which is quite new, so I don't know yet how affected it will be, but hopefully we will be able to somewhere down that line say, well, whether you know your customer or not, that should not be our problem, that's your problem. So you need to do something. If you cannot find your customer, I'm going to go to you because you are the one that is giving the possibility to the customer to host this kind of material. But it is something we are still struggling with, and therefore I'm also seeking collaboration with the infrastructural parties to see, in what way we can be effective enough without just taking down the whole of the internet or, 30 other websites while you just want to take down that one image. So it's still, for us difficult, and I'm really seeking cooperation here.
So I'm also curious about the questions that have been coming from the audience. So I'm curious, who made the comment about the Clinton administration approach? Is that online? No? No one? Or shy people? Then let's move on. Then I'm curious about what you've been writing down.
If you must know, I was rudely texting somebody. I wasn't writing down anything on that. But I'm Abhilash Naran from the University of Exeter in the UK. Much of what I wanted to say has been covered here, but I just wanted to go back to the earlier point, add a little thing to add on age assurance, which Andrew mentioned earlier, and what regulators can do. We did a study, a pan-European study, a couple of years ago for the European Commission, where we looked at the state of play of age assurance technologies in terms of how it helps children. And we found that the ground reality was there was hardly anything out there. And one of the reasons for that was the industry really did not know what standards to use, what to use really, and regulators really provided very little guidance, and that came up quite a lot. So one of the recommendations we made was, this is going back 2 years ago, Ofcom has done it recently in the UK, that regulators need to help the industry with issuing guidance, standards,
so that they can comply with the law. It's not enough for legislation to stipulate that this needs to be done, but they actually need a bit of help. I'm not talking of big companies like Meta who have the resources for that, but there are also smaller companies who have obligations to comply with not just Audiovisual Media Services Directive, but also sale of online goods that are inappropriate for children and everything else. Thank you.
Well, that's really a very good point. At least we know, for instance, there are several initiatives out there. You were talking about the Technology Coalition, which is a coalition of platforms to combat child sex abuse online. And so there's also Tech Against Terrorism and GiftTT, which are both organizations where they help the platforms or corporates to combat terrorist content. And certainly for the smaller companies, this legislation is really bad. I mean, so many legislation coming up to them. So I really agree with you. What we do in our organization is to see what other initiatives are out there and help give them guidance where they can find it. So because there already so many has been done, but it needs to be implemented. So yeah, it's a very good point here.
Thank you. I also saw an intervention from the back of the room.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Is this on?
Yes, definitely.
My name's David McCauley, and like Brian, I work for an internet registry named VeriSign. And I just want to answer your question, although I'm not on Menti right now. And a couple of things I think technical companies can do, excuse me, is to reach out to two target groups. One is government regulators, to talk to them, to try and speak with them about what we do, how esoteric it is, all the implications of taking action and what that means, and vice versa. Hear the same concerns from the government on terrorism, especially things like that. The other is to reach out to groups like this. I think participating in a session like this answers your first question. How can we share information and collaborate without regulators losing their independence? And so I would encourage organizations that have sessions like this to do more like this. I took part in one that had to do with DNS abuse about a month ago, and it was an eye-opening session where internet registrars spoke about the implications of taking sweeping actions and the need to be sort of circumspect in what orders might come. Very informative stuff. And so I wanted to thank you for the session, and that's my way of doing it, trying to answer two questions at once. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from the room? If not, what does industry think of the remark that was just made?
I haven't said anything for a minute. So on that last comment, exactly, and in the UK, I've worked in and around games industry for about 20 years, in the UK government, then in the trade association, now for Roblox. Some of the initiatives we've been involved with have been exactly that multi-stakeholder approach, where you've had things like the NCA, the National Crime Agency in the UK, working with Ofcom, but working with the trade bodies and then working with the individual companies in a forum to share best practice, to tackle problems, to look at whether there's a white label solution, particularly in the area of CSAM, excuse me, the CSEA. And it's been incredibly effective. The problem is maintaining that impetus as people come and go in roles. So you will have someone incredibly proactive within, say, a government organisation who is promoted or retires or goes somewhere else. And they kind of take that knowledge and that enthusiasm and that willing to collaborate with them out of the building. It's quite difficult for industry to establish those government relations in a really meaningful way. So I echo the sentiment of the gentleman in the corner there that absolutely this sort of forum and IGF is a great way of doing that and bringing, we've got people from around the world here talking about like shared issues. The other thing I'd say is that they truly are shared issues. I think we've almost got the wrong people in the room if you want to tackle some of these problems, because we do care, right? And if our platform becomes synonymous with problems, people won't be on our platform, it won't be economically viable for us to continue to run it. There are other people who are less concerned about these sort of things, and trying to get at those people is the real challenge.
Arna, go ahead.
I think you do yourself short here. I don't know if that's an English saying, but the fact that you are here and acting up means that they need to comply more. If nobody would be here in the room complying, the job would be much harder. And also for me as a regulator to be able to stipulate, if I would ever have to go to a judge, that there's policies out there which are common within the industry, that means that, that really helps me to fight that battle. So I'm really happy that we're here in this room together. And also I think the discussion on DNS abuse, to me, that's a new sound that we have, because for many years we didn't want to interfere on the infrastructural level. We always said, no, that's content. We cannot touch content, and we cannot mess up with content and infrastructure. So I'm really happy that we're having this discussion now, and that we're looking at the possibilities here, because we need to do more than just looking at platforms too.
I'm sorry, I would just add a little piece of information once more, because what Tim just said, if I understood it well, Tim, you maybe a part of the answer for your question is that we would have more stability in public service staff, something like this.
If not necessarily in the staff, then in the policy approach. So when somebody leaves, they don't take the impetus and the proactive collaborative approach with them. That is kind of handed over to the role as opposed to the individual.
Sure, the culture of the regulator. And part of the answer for that is in the first question, that is independency, because then we don't change if the governments change. So if a regulator is truly independent, the staff will go on, even though the president or prime ministers change, so we can keep on doing our job in a regular way and through time. So part of independency of the regulator is one of part of this answer, and it's really important for us.
But you all mentioned that we do care, and in France, the owner of Telegram was arrested. And is that a way to deal with non-cooperative parties?
No, you don't want to answer.
I actually wanted to come in on the last point, if I may. I do think that there's also a role. I mean, working on the safety team, we work with a lot of safety organizations, and I do think there's a huge role that they play in helping combat a lot of harmful content online. And like Project Lantern, and Project Lantern is run by the Tech Coalition, which is an alliance of tech companies, but we also have equivalent things like stopncii.org and Take It Down, which is run by Revenge Porn Helpline, and by NICMIC, which allows participating companies to receive hashes from them, and we're able to remove that content if it is uploaded. Safety organizations that we work with also help us design certain interventions and communications that may be helpful for users as resources. So I think that they're definitely a very important part of the ecosystem. And for the Telegram enforcement, should I hand it to you?
Just to say something really quick, because that question also carries something that is that clearly cooperation is uneven. So. That's why we need legislation. We need to put everybody in a bar that's the lowest acceptable level of cooperation. We've got very cooperative companies and others that are not. So I believe that is one of the reasons why we really need regulation.
So just to finish on that point, the risk obviously with doing that is that you lower the bar. So by not making it mandatory, you get good actors who go above and beyond and actually create really good work. If you codify it and put it down to the minimum standard, everyone's, well, that's all I need to do, so I'll just tick that box and move on. We don't then get the innovation. I would not happily change places with you, although Brazil's probably a little bit nicer weather, but
exactly. That's why it's not an easy, straight answer. It's a very tricky thing to do. So we have to do it the best way possible. You're right.
Arda, did you want to answer the Telegram question?
The interesting thing is that you said that Telegram is now complying. Well, I mean, they were already complying on terrorist content online regulation. They were very compliant for our organizations and others too in Europe. But they just really don't do enough, because I can still see channels with names Brenton Terrett, Christchurch shooting, or other names which clearly point out the kind type of material will probably be found in those channels. So even if they are arrested, they may take a little step. I don't know if that indeed in the end will solve the problem. And again, here I do think would be nice if the industry themselves could also put more pressure on Telegram to be compliant, because I sometimes feel that there's we have the good actors here on the table and the bad actors are not on the table, and I don't agree. I think you're one group and you should also talk amongst each other and see that if you have bad apples in the room, you could help to get them out.
Roelof, oh sorry.
Thanks, Bouke. Roelof Meijer, SIDN again. SIDN runs the .nl country code top-level domain. My answer is in the bottom right one. I think infrastructure actors can do, technical and infrastructure actors can do a lot, but all those things cost money. So we are a not-for-profit, so for us it's relatively easy, although it's still justifiable cost. But I think for a commercial company, to spend really a significant amount of money on combating crime, online or offline, by the way, it has to be part of the strategy, the culture, the company values, and I think that is very often the problem. It is seen as a cost, and as soon as you arrest the CEO, now suddenly these are justifiable costs, because with spending them, you will prevent the second arrest of the CEO. And I'm ridiculizing it a bit, but I think that's very often the point, that shareholders will complain because these are costs that are, as long as they are not enforced, it's a voluntary choice. So you can also choose not to spend the money on that. So I think our biggest challenge is making sure that in the end, fighting abuse is part of the culture, of the values of also the very large commercial companies.
You want to reject? Yeah, thank you.
I completely agree with all of that. I think the point of arresting the CEO or other senior execs is there have to be meaningful consequences for non-compliance. And increasingly, for some of the big players, the level of fines that are exercised are just not meaningful. Even Apple's fine of $12 billion, a $3 trillion company, that's still not really material. Whereas arresting the CEO focuses minds and does drive action. And then just briefly, the other point, yes, the risk of having legislative action to enforce compliance might then lower the bar for some. That's a fair chance. But of course, the regulation doesn't have to be static. There's no reason why you can't raise the bar every year, so that you do keep pushing companies to do more, try harder. And I'm sure regulators will be entirely up for doing that. I think that's and having a general duty of care, for example, absolutely raises the bar. Because you're wide open then to challenge if you can show that there are widespread abuses, irrespective of whatever measures you've taken.
Thank you. Did I see you, Tim?
I guess just as we could keep trading this all day, Andrew, but I guess that then raises the bar to entrance into the market if you continually do that, which would then stifle innovation and consolidate the position of the big incumbents that are causing the problems. So this is going to go back and forth but I take your point.
The only caution I have is when we talk about arresting CEOs, I think that there are a lot of countries where a lot of political speech is also illegal. And I think that we also have to be cognizant of those concerns, because a lot of companies, including ours, have dealt with pressures from government to remove content which we would not consider illegal, but we would consider fair political criticism.
I see a comment from the room.
Hello again. not speaking personally, not for my organization, but trying to play a little bit of a devil's advocate here. Aren't going back to the point of clear responsibilities? Aren't we putting an oversized responsibility on the platforms to solve an issue we, as a society, we haven't been able to solve in such a long time? Aren't we doing enough as a society to solve the problem at its roots and not necessarily at the television where it's spreading itself on? Maybe we're putting too much on the platforms and not doing enough to help them achieve this shared goal, because just the discourse has been a bit of us versus them, kind of pushing forth, and perhaps not enough of collaboration and multi-stakeholder, everybody sitting at the table and trying to actually find the root causes.
Oh, thank you. And I did see some comments from the room as well on public-private partnerships. But is anyone want to give a comment about that? Arna?
Well, I totally agree with you. I do believe that many times for the problems that we have, people are looking at all the end line. So how can we look into encrypted environments to stop the spreading of child sex abuse material? While maybe we should go back and just address why there's even this kind of material out there, because many of it doesn't even come from abuse, but it's even voluntarily leaked images or AI generated or whatever. It's still a form of abuse, but so I think there should be much more attention in policies for the beginning and see how we can solve this as a society. But I also think that what we really need is more cooperation. Also, I'm looking at the regulators, for instance. My organization itself is part of the Global Online Safety Regulators Network, which now have 8 regulators inside. And it's very interesting to see that some of the platforms, which are not here on the table today, but basically think that we don't talk to each other. So they tell one organization this, and then we found out that they do different. So, that helps. But I think we need to do that more. And also I'm worried about, because you're talking about the height of the fine, so we can alter that, we can just make 10, 20, 30%, whatever. But these are the bigger companies you're talking about, the big tech. But we see a lot of problems with the smaller tech, the smaller platforms, what we're not talking about here. It's a Gap, it's Team, it's, you name them, which are smaller platforms who really don't care that much about regulation. And for us, it's going to be difficult to either collect those fines, if we can impose them. We're going to need to cooperate within the countries to make sure that if I cannot collect a fine, I can go to your country, you can help me collect that one. So the internet is global, so the solution needs to be global. And so the cooperation needs to be global to be able to tackle the problems that we have.
Thank you. And meanwhile, as you want to answer, I've put on a new question on the screen, so please all grab your phones, join menti.com and use the code. And Deepalia, I can give you the
No, I just wanted to agree with the point that you made. I think that that's really important. And when we make it, I don't think it's taken as seriously, but I think that it's really important to have that conversation. And one of the examples that I will give is that as a platform, issuing rape threats is something that we remove as violation of community standards, and I think multiple platforms do that. But we still see rape threats, and people think that it's normal discourse to issue rape threats online. And what can we do, and that's more as a society and less as a platform, what can we do to address that? Is that, the role of schools, educators, parents, as well as platforms. I think that's a conversation that's not always had. The second is that, we report millions of pieces of content to NICMIC that goes to law enforcement authorities. We also don't have visibility into what are the prosecutions that are taking place based on the reports that we are giving. And I think that's also really important, because it's the last part of the chain to understand, are the reports we're giving useful, or are we just roaming in cycles where we're removing the content, but at the end of the day, you're not able to take criminal actions against actual predators. So.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on. In the last 15 minutes, we want to answer the question, how do we prevent legislation that threatens the open and free internet whilst addressing illegal and harmful content? And I do see some people actively typing in the room as well. And I'll just give someone the floor who I see is quite actively typing. Sir, can I give you the floor?
Thank you. In fact, yes, that's my comment. The third one on the top floor. I think we need to preserve privacy and so on, but at the same time, we need clear procedures to be able to reach who put that harmful contents. So we need some kind of legislation and, of course, procedures how to be able to reach this, whether through official, let's say, channels or whatever. So I think this is needed.
Thank you. Oh, gentleman next to you, did you also put down?
No, I didn't.
No? Okay. Did you?
No, same thing.
Oh, same. Any reflections on the comment that was just made? Or on the question?
Well, just to inform also that this last piece of legislation in Brazil, that privacy in anonymous stuff and online, it proposes that people can keep their identity, their real identity, to the public, but the platforms should know who that person is. If necessary for any court order or something, the platform would know who each profile on their platforms really are. So it kind of put the responsibility on the digital platforms. I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but it's one way that's been proposed in Brazil, and we have to discuss it.
Thank you. And I'll walk to someone else I saw actively typing. Roelof.
Okay, Roelof Meijer again. In fact, it's something I feel very strongly about. I have two answers there. One is by realizing that we share a responsibility and act on it. I think that's the summary of it all. Just talking for my industry, I think it's been far too long that the domain name industry has been saying, no, we can't do anything because we will break the internet, we will get financial claims, it will be a slippery slope because now it's illegal, and then it will be unwanted, and then it will be unpleasant, and then it will be apolitical or something like that. So there were all kinds of excuses to do nothing. Just, I think, for the fear of being held responsible for something. And slowly the sector is overcoming that position, and Arda is glad that we now talk about DNS app use. I think that's a first step, because it's still kind of saying we don't do content, we cannot interfere in content, but we can do something if the DNS is being abused. I think it's a kind of artificial distinction in online app use, but anyway. But I think that's the most important thing, that we feel that we share a responsibility, and that, of course, also regulators realize that we are not the responsible party, but we have a responsibility. And again, like in my previous reaction, that responsibility, that feeling should stem from company values.
Thank you. Brian, I saw you actively knocking.
Yeah, I agree 100% with Roelof. I think that I think that there has to be the recognition that while the registries and registrars shouldn't be the natural place to first approach issues relating to website content, there is a role for us to play, particularly when you're talking about not file sharing sites, but sites that are dedicated to a specific purpose, whether that's child sexual abuse material, whether that's stolen credit cards, whether that's you name it. There are instances in which there are clear, just patently illegal issues, and that there are times where it's appropriate for registries and registrars to step in and do something. So I agree with Roelof entirely.
Arda.
Yes, I think the way that DNS abuse took this task up on them is very interesting, because they just established a framework in which they said if it falls under these and these categories, that's something that we should address then at that moment. And of course, this is for us a very important question, as we were assessing terrorist content online. We have regulation, but how do you explain that regulation? So it's always for us a day-to-day job to evaluate the post that we review. But I think, we have universal human rights. And for me, if it hampers one of these universal human rights, then I think that's something that can be illegal and harmful content. And for me, everybody can say whatever they want, be freedom of speech is okay. But as long as you are not interfering with these human rights, then it's fine by me. But once you do, then I think that's something we should act upon. Because if we don't, and that's something we tend to forget, we think we cannot interfere with anything online unless it's really illegal content, because then it will hamper the open free internet and open free speech. But we are now in a world online that especially women, but I think many of us don't even dare to speak or be themselves anymore, because if they do, that might have serious consequences, not only online but also offline, as we have seen. For instance, like I said, women, LGBTQ+, we know women don't go into politics for that reason, rape threats, we all see them. Oh, that's hampering freedom of speech, and that should end. We should have a world online where we can all discuss whatever we want without those threats.
Thank you. I saw a comment or hands raised.
Just a small comment. I put it on the on the screen, which is to sort of turn this sort of question around. Oftentimes, there's pushback to do certain things because it will break the free and open internet. I observe, though, that some companies, I'm not sure if this is true of any in the room, do precisely that in order to get market access into certain countries. So they absolutely change their products, change their approach, adapt things to comply with exactly the rules that they're complaining about, but to get access to certain autocratic countries, but refuse to do that in democracies. So it's almost as though democracies are being punished, but on the other hand, they will happily comply with exactly the same things in autocratic places. So perhaps we ought to just call out where there's hypocrisy like that and say, well, if you can do that in that country, do it here as well, please.
Thank you very much. Anyone who wants to comment on that in the last 5 minutes of this session? I saw you? No? No? Okay. My sound is off. Wrap up. Last.
Thank you. I'll be very quick. The question made me think and took me back to the 1990s when we started talking about how to regulate the internet or not regulate at all. There was this clear school of thought that argued that the internet should be left alone without any laws. But we've actually moved on quite far from that position. There are sufficient laws, and in fact there was a myriad of legislation affecting addressing illegal and harmful content. The solution is not more legislation. What hasn't worked is effective enforcement of the laws in place, and that's where we have actually failed. So essentially what we need is more effective enforcement of the laws by regulators and other mechanisms whereby laws can be enforced, rather than thinking about more legislation. That's my view.
Thank you very much.
No, I don't want to delay you more. In fact, because I'm sorry, it's a very important session. Sorry, I couldn't stay with you from the beginning, start with you from the beginning. But because DNS abuse was mentioned, the next, by the way, workshop is on room 2. If you like to continue at 3:15, it will be about DNS abuse defined and experienced. So if anyone interested to join us there, we'll be happy to do that.
Thank you very much. And as we reached to the pitch part of the next session, I would like to give room to anyone who would like to reject or reflect on the session.
I mean, just quickly, it's not a reflection on any of the substance, but I think it's really important to continue having these conversations, and we're really grateful to be invited because we have regulators in the room, other companies in the room, and I think this is exactly the kind of information sharing, and also the sharing of what our position is, even if we disagree, and I think it's really important. So thank you.
Yes, and I just wanted to add what you said. Indeed, we have had all regulations for legislation for a very long time, but I think it's very hard for law enforcement to enforce that. And I do believe that we regulators can play a very good role, because for us it's also more easy to talk to the companies, the platforms, the infrastructure platforms or companies, and we need to do so to get our regulations right.
Just as a final remark, I would like to say that I'm very pleased about what happened this time, because we started with very technical topics about DNS and stuff like this, CCTLD, etc., and we ended with, I believe, the straightforward answer for this question is the democracy, the democratic values, democratic process happening, protests if you think something is not being doing accordingly. So society is free to participate on all that, and thanks God we are in democratic countries, free that we can talk like this and come to good and meaningful results. So that's what I believe. That's what I think must happen in Brazil, and I'm very glad I participate on that.
I guess to echo sentiments on the panel in terms of from a private sector perspective, talking to regulators, talking to policymakers, and having them talk to us means that we can understand each other better. It doesn't have to be adversarial, and we don't have to have conflicting and competing aims. And I think in many cases, and certainly in my experience in my career, on both sides of the fence, that is rarely the case. But understanding each other and talking to each other is the way in which we can achieve that level of better regulation. So this is to be welcomed and continued.
Brian, do you want to make a final remark?
No, just to one, thank you very much for accommodating me being remote, and two, just to reiterate, I think that there is room for responsible and thoughtful action at the infrastructure level, but again, it has to be carefully tailored to avoid collateral damage.
Thank you very much. Now, I would also like to thank the rapporteur Marjolein. And do you have a final conclusion?
Well, I just want to say to you, there is a simple conclusion. We need the dialogue and share responsibility. And thank you for organizing this session, and thank you all very much.
And with this, I would also like to thank all the panelists, all the audience for your active participation, and the online participants, and the remote moderator, Dorijn. We really would like to continue this discussion, and that's where we are hoping for to continue this discussion locally and also at the next IGF in Norway. So if we do get our session submitted and accepted, hopefully see you there. Thank you very much. Zo, dat was een goede sessie. Ja. Oh, wat leuk. Thank you very much.
Paloma, can you hear us?
All right, perfect. Can we try your microphone also?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
No, oh, that's Paloma. Yes, yes. Now we can hear you, Paloma. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
It's a bit loud.
Hello?
And your microphone?
It's working.
It's working. Perfect. Very gender unbalanced without you here.
Oh yeah, I see. Happy it's the other way around.
Yeah, once in a while. Okay. I think we're ready to get started. Well, welcome everyone to this session organized by the International Chamber of Commerce. Just in case you're wondering, this is workshop number 98, towards a global risk-adaptive AI governance framework. I am very glad that you've decided to spend an hour and a half of your time with us this afternoon. My name is Timur Schütte. I am the Global Digital Policy Lead at the International Chamber of Commerce, and I will be moderating this session today. We have proposed this session for the agenda of the IGF, not because there are not enough conversations on AI, because there clearly are quite a few, but because we wanted to find a way to discuss a little bit, or take stock rather a little bit, of all the various initiatives that are out there on AI governance and governance frameworks, and try and see if we can find some commonalities or perhaps some ideas through which we can look at AI governance from a truly global perspective and push for a more interoperable outcome or some sort of common approach on how we look at artificial intelligence governance. I'm not going to spend too much time introducing the landscape of AI because we all have heard a lot about it, and I'm sure our speakers will talk a lot about it as well. But I will take a moment to just introduce the speakers that are going to be here with us today, trying to uncover some of these questions. In the order in which they will be speaking on the panel, I have Ms. Lucia Russo, who is Artificial Intelligence Policy Analyst at the OECD, Mr. Thomas Schneider, who is Vice Chair of the Council of Europe's Committee on AI, Ms. Sulafa Jabarti, CEO and founder of Clear Vision and Chair of ICC Saudi Arabia's Digital Economy Committee. I also have Ms. Noura Al-Khani, who is Vice Dean at the College of Computer and Information Sciences in King Saudi University. And Ms. Paloma Villa-Mateos, who is joining us online from Spain. Thank you, Paloma, for being with us, who is Head of Digital Public Policy at Telefonica. And Ms. Melinda Claybaugh, who is Director of Privacy Policy at Meta. So to start off the roundtable, I am just going to ask our panelists to share a little bit about their experience in fostering trusted and responsible and inclusive AI, and share a few of the good practices or projects that they're working on that incorporate a risk-based approach to AI governance framework. Why have we chosen to ask our panelists about a risk-based framework? It's because we hear a lot when we look at the governance frameworks around the world that say, yes, our governance framework is risk-based. Approach to AI governance needs to be risk-based. So there seems to be agreement on that, but there's little agreement on what that actually means. So that's what we're trying to figure out together in this session. So to first look at this, I'm going to turn to Lucia And I hope that you can share a little bit of information on how the OECD is looking at facilitating cross-border collaboration on AI governance, and what are some of the key challenges and opportunities that operationalize or look at this risk-based approach.
First of all, let me thank you for organizing this very important session, and welcome all the other speakers and participants here. So I will talk a bit about the way the OECD is promoting interoperability in international AI governance, and I will mention a few examples of how we are putting this risk-based approach into practice. So just to start off, the cornerstone of the work of the OECD is the OECD recommendation on artificial intelligence. That was adopted in 2019 and recently revised to take stock of some technological and policy development, and notably advanced AI advanced systems. And since then, our work has been really focusing on how to move from this high-level principles into practice. And when we talk about risk-based approach here, of course, we mean having a proportionate system of duties and obligations that is tailored to the level of risk that each and every AI system brings. And so already in 2022, the OECD has developed its own AI classification framework in the form of a scoring table that evaluates AI systems according to 5 different dimensions: people and planet, the economic context, data and input, AI model, and task and output. And I don't want to go too much in detail here, but basically under each of these dimensions, then there would be an evaluation of where, for instance, in the data and input, there are considerations related to privacy or copyright. Under the task and output, on the autonomy level of a system, and then in the economic context, the business function of the system, which in turn, it's basically telling us about the impact that this system may have on this business environment. And so this risk-based approach is what then we see also in a regulatory framework such as the EU AI Act, that of course takes this risk-based approach and establishes stricter measures for systems that are deemed to bring to have a highest risk for safety and fundamental rights in the EU. And we see this risk-based approach also emerging in other frameworks. For instance, the G7 Hiroshima process that was launched under the Japanese presidency in 2023 led to the adoption of a voluntary code of conduct for AI developers that also calls to develop and implement and disclose AI governance and risk management policies in line with the risk-based approach. And to build on this code of conduct, what we are currently working on at the OECD is supporting the G7, the Italian presidency, in the development of a monitoring and reporting framework for these commitments, which means moving from this code of conduct that can be, again, high level in a sense, to what it means in practice for companies to adhere and to respect the commitments that are embedded in this code. And this is obviously to respond to the needs of transparency, accountability, but also it is, I think, a good example of how we go at a level up from the national borders to an international cooperation that really is across jurisdictions, because it is developed by the G7, but of course is not limited to companies in G7 member countries, the adherence to this code of conduct. And lastly, I would just perhaps talk about another initiatives that we have at the OECD, the AI Incident Monitor. Because again, when we talk about risks, what we need to take into account is also the evidence on which we build the frameworks, and the objective of this monitoring reporting framework is also to understand where the actual harms materialize, and so to have a better informed decision making when it comes to establish what are the high risk categories and how to regulate these categories. And so this is an online tool already, and is also a reporting framework that is harmonized across different countries. I'll stop here, and happy to engage in the conversation later.
Thank you so much, Lucia. Quite a lot going on at the OECD, but it's not the only forum that does work. You mentioned also how the OECD's work inspires work in the EU AI Act, how it inspires work at the G7. And I also want to ask Tomasz on how you are collaborating from your previous role as chair of the CAI and now as vice chair on some of these risk-based approaches into AI, both as you were negotiating the convention itself and now the risk-based impact measurement mechanism.
Now. Thank you very much. And actually, yeah, it's good that somebody, one of the sessions actually tries to concentrate on the risk-based approach and what that actually means, because this is something that we talk a lot about governance and legal text and so on, and we forget about the operationalization of all of this. So before going into how the Council of Europe's work fits into all of this, let me also again start with the allergy to engines, because there are many similarities. We have engines in machines that produce goods that are more or less big, more or less dangerous for the people. We have engines in cars, in airplanes, in tanks, in many other vehicles. It may be the same engines or similar engines, and they all have, of course, opportunities to produce something, but they also have risks. But we do not have one regulation for the engine. We have thousands of legal norms for the engines, but for the vehicle itself, for the drivers, for the infrastructure, liability rules for parts of a car or parts of an airplane, for the airplane company, for the one selling the tickets and so on. And we have thousands of technical norms, and we have socio-cultural norms. From culture to culture, there are different expectations on how to deal with risks. In some cultures, they expect the king or the president or the state to take care of your risk. In other cultures, you have more an expectation that people are capable of dealing with risks themselves, and you have everything in between. And basically the same logic applies to AI as well, because again, the risks are very much context-based in terms of where you apply a certain algorithm or a set of algorithms. And normally it's not the algorithm itself. Algorithms are part of machines, of tools that we buy, like we have an engine as part of a car or part of an airplane. And I think one is to look at the legal texts and the convergence, and all the legal texts, as you say, they talk about risk-based approach, they talk about impacts. The Council of Europe Convention is built on a graduated and differentiated approach, which I think is slightly more exact, because it's not just vertical risk, high or low, but it's also horizontal. It may be in different areas. The same thing may be different, although it's the same algorithm. Even if it's in the health sector, you may have differences and so on. And for instance, the Convention of the Council of Europe, that is an open convention to all countries in the world, so it's not an instrument for Europe. It just requires states to have mechanisms in place. So it's a very general requirement to have functioning mechanisms in place, and it says what they should be able to deliver, i.e. identify risks with regard to human rights, democracy and rule of law, and that states have remedies in place in case risks become actually impacts, and a mitigation plan and so on. It doesn't go into further detail. This is where the second instrument comes in that the Council of Europe is currently working on, and this is done in cooperation with the technical standards bodies, with the OECD, with the UNESCO, with hundreds of experts from civil society, academia and businesses. it's a non-binding instrument, on the contrary to the convention. It's a non-binding instrument on several levels. It's a methodology for a human rights, democracy, and rule of law risk and impact assessment tool. Also, that the level 2 document is a document of about 20 pages explaining, giving guidance what you should need, which is a context-based risk, initial risk analysis, stakeholder engagement in order to see whether your initial risk analysis goes in the right direction or whether you're missing something. Then it's the actual risk analysis, which is a classical checklist question thing. Then there's a mitigation plan. So if you realize that risks become reality, that how are you going to react? How are you protecting people? And then, of course, some logic about iteration, how you do this with technology that is evolving. And it's building on the work of the technical standard institutions that are also participating, tries to make the link between a legal text, a legal norm, and a technical norm, but also giving the flexibility to take into account social cultural norms and expectations of how to deal risk, which you may not be able to harmonize. You may be able to harmonize technical norms, but not social cultural norms. And I think this is important. And just one final thing, and we see how difficult it is. The EU has given a mandate to Senelec 2 years ago to develop technical norms to operationalize and implement the AI Act. And both sides are still struggling to understand each other and to see whether they actually able to come up with something. So this shows, it's just one example. I don't blame them. It's really a difficult issue. How important it is that there is cooperation, and the OECD is very helpful in bringing people together, the Council of Europe as well, standardization organizations and others. We need to build bridges between these technical bodies and the legal bodies and the cultural bodies in the end, so that we understand how to make this work as a whole and not just on paper as a legal text or any questionnaire for programmers. So this needs to fit together, and there's a huge work ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. That was a great intro to the work of the Council of Europe on this. And I want to keep focusing on this element of regional cultural differences and approaches to context. And as we move out from the OECD setting and the Council of Europe setting into the MENA region. And I want to turn to Sulafa next and ask, what are your insights working in a technology company in this region, and maybe perhaps even further than Saudi Arabia in the entire MENA context? What are some of the views that you see on how AI technology works here, and how are the risk-based approaches on the table here, and also what are some of the elements that we can maybe elevate into a more global approach?
Okay, so I guess we all agree that AI has been reshaping the economy and the society all over the world. And based on such a globalized economy and a globalized area that we're speaking about, which is AI, one of the most advanced technologies in the world. So globalization aspect here is much more wider than regular business and regular digital transformation aspects. And so speaking about what's kind of unique or specific, if we want to go out, zoom out of this globalized space, I think the uniqueness of the MENA region, led by countries like Saudi Arabia that are investing heavily in AI. So one of the very unique pointers in the MENA region is heavy investment and leadership in the digital transformation, supported by government, supported by private sector. As an example, the Alat company that has been launched under the PIF recently with a capital more than $1 billion. And that is a specified company just for investing in AI, deep technologies, manufacturing, and localizing all of that out of here, making the best of the international minds, the international technologies, and the investment environment here. Also, the investment in the sector, whether it's a financial investment or investing the minds, the regulations, the government mindset, has actually gave us a result that we have reached #1 this year in the United Nations indicator of digital government, where we stood 6 years back in number 52. And that just says how much investment is going on and the speed. And speed cannot be based only on financial investment. It is definitely a mandate collaboration between mindsets, government, private sector, academia, all together, based, of course, by a very strong economy. Second uniqueness aspect, in my opinion, is something everyone also, I guess, agrees upon, is such a young, let's say, generation and tech-savvy youth, which makes the biggest amount of our population. So that also adds to the speed of embedding these technologies. I mean, a lot of technologies are just embedded and live before even we know about them. And I guess this is also part why regulations are very important. We need, when we speak about risk-based regulations, the advantage of that is that they are flexible, supposedly, and to meet this kind of different levels of maturity of these applications and these technologies. And that's why flexibility is very much needed in this kind of regulations. Also, the adaptability to the kinds and the ongoing different risks, differentiation between the kinds of applications versus the kind of blanket regulations that are not definitely needed for these kinds of technologies. So if we consider back to the globalized framework, and I guess we all know that the European Union this year has activated their landmark AI law, which is considered the leading global law, and nothing met before this mature, based on the EU Act, AI Act 2021. And considering that kind of effort put in such a law, we speak today about localization. Basically, we're just speaking about, we don't need, in technology, we never believe in starting from scratch. You capitalize on what's there, open source, and other technologies where you can build on. It needs to be the same kind of mindset in terms of regulations. So what we need to do in MENA is that, okay, we take those frameworks and then just fill the gap, taking into consideration the unique, let's say, socio-economics, cultural, technology, differentiation of aspects, which I don't believe are going to be a lot, speaking in this kind of making, which is the AI. And then embedding them. And I guess as we speak, there's a lot that has already been done in Saudi Arabia in terms of, and I speak about Saudi Arabia as leading in the region in this area. We have the Sadaya, which is the authority for data and AI. They have launched a couple of frameworks in different areas, and I believe we can definitely match and fill the gap between what's been done internationally and locally to move this faster. And so, summing that up, I guess what we all agree, MENA and globally, is that this kind of risk-based framework supposedly gives a much wider space of flexibility and adaptation and inclusivity, supposedly, for everyone to make the best of what's going on all around the world, and for us to be able to lead that ongoingly for sustainable framework adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salafan. Lots to learn from. I'm always amazed every time you quote this number, from 68 to #1 in 6 years. I think it's an amazing feat, and I like how you put that into the context of what that requires. Of course, investment, collaboration with the various expert groups, but of course also the energy and the talent of young people, which brings me to Noura and to ask you, what role do you see from your perspective? I'm sorry I messed up your title before, but your work at the university in the information technology department, how do you see the role of universities in building this new generation of developers and tech workers?
Hello. First of all, I'm just pleased to be among. Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm okay. I'm pleased to be among distinguished speakers. As I want to start with, I would like to, as Ms. Sulafa mentioned, Saudi Arabia and the MENA region, is the leading. So according to Vision 2030, AI is actually has a pivotal role in it has a pivotal role at the core of Vision 2030, basically, because they want to diversify the economy, reduce dependency on oil, and establish kingdom as a global leader in technology and innovation. And their Sadaya actually spearheads that effort and aim to develop robust AI and generation AI ecosystem. As Mustalafa mentioned, they published several frameworks. They published a framework in 2023 September, and again published AI adoption framework in September 24. And recently they published in January 2024 generative AI intelligence guidelines. So they are keeping updated with all what's coming within the technology and legalization and in the latest publication, generative AI in artificial intelligence guidelines, Sadaya ensured responsible use of AI, emphasizing data privacy and ethical standards, and tried to balance innovation with societal values, potential risk, and mitigation strategies. They talked about explicitly certification fraud as a risk, since, as you all know, Gen AI now could produce human-like specialized content. You could have essays, even detailed research, undermining all traditional educational and professional standards. Therefore, Sadaya also stated mitigation measures for assessment, education, and training explicitly here in Saudi Arabia. And in terms of AI adoption in higher education institutes, actually, the adoption and management of new technology in higher education institutes can be complex due to their diverse constituents, including faculty, students, staff, each with distinct needs and priorities. But there's a paper that was published in September 2024. It is titled AI Governance in Higher Education, Case Studies of Guidance at Big 10 Universities. It was published in the journal Future Internet. This study examined how the prestigious universities in the United States are approaching the governance of artificial intelligence, particularly in response to the growing influence of generative AI in higher education. They reviewed AI governance policies and strategies in 14 prestigious universities. And what we can see from the study that universities started investing generously in AI governance. For example, you could see Massachusetts Institute of Technology developed a comprehensive framework for ethical AI governance and has invested $1 billion in AI initiatives. University of Utah launched a $100 million responsible AI initiative aimed at using AI to tackle societal issues while protecting civil rights. And Tsinghua University established the Institute for AI International Governance and the Center for AI Governance, focusing on AI ethics, policy development, and international cooperation. And University of Oxford launched the Oxford Martin AI Governance Initiative to understand and mitigate AI risks through research and collaboration. And also University of Birmingham Center for Artificial Intelligence in Government. And lastly, universities also recognize the importance of dialogue and take innovative steps to promote it. For instance, University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign harnessed the power of social media, and they created an online space discussions to discuss issues related to Gen AI within the university community. So these universities are not only investing financially, but developing comprehensive programs, research initiatives, and governance structures to address all these issues. And to go back to the MENA region, again, I'll go back to Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, universities are focused on AI within, obviously, the Vision 2030. In KSU, KSU established KSU Dhaka Center and KSU Dhaka Office. Both are concerned with AI. The KSU Dhaka Center has dedicated its effort to its numerous partnerships to localizing knowledge and technology within the field of AI, while the CAT office is concerned with developing AI research and applied programs that serve different academic and professional disciplines. And again, there's KAUST. Also, they established a Center of Excellence for Generative AI, which is dedicated to placing Saudi Arabia at the forefront of AI research in the region and globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Noura. It's quite a lot that universities are able to do, and I guess also when they're able to do that, when they're supported to do it. So again, I think what you've said fits very nicely in what the panel has said earlier or already, in how we make sure that expert communities that are either based in academic circles, in private sector circles, or government or international organizations manage to come together and build on each other's knowledge to further this work. And that we need the expertise of all of them if we want to get the approach right. So in that vein, I also want to turn to Paloma online and ask, where do you see the role of the private sector's efforts in driving this responsible AI innovation by design, and what are the role of the policies that are necessary around this to help enable the private sector to do its activities in this space? So Paloma, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Can you listen to me well? It's okay? Okay, great. Well, thank you. Well, I do think that the magic word here is AI governance, and this applies for private and public sector. I do think that we need to be humble and have a substantial conversation between us, because otherwise, well, we will not benefit from the AI. I think we have done a great job in the last decades in the different international organizations and also in the companies. And the question for us is, in the end, how to ensure AI that is developed responsibly while fostering innovation. And I do think that the AI governance from the company perspective lies in four interconnected pillars of AI governance, and which are really important. The first one is principles and guidelines, mainly come from international organizations. Regulation is the second pillar, technical standard, and industry self-regulation. Most of them have been already mentioned, but I think it is important trying to get this interconnected proposal, starting from some principles to the more sophisticated, development of AI. No, regarding, for example, the principles and guidelines, I do believe that the OECD, Council of Europe, UNESCO, Hiroshima principles, executive order, all this going around the world is linked, directly connected to what companies are doing. I think the development of what we have been doing in the last 2 decades have been going in parallel, and this is a very good news. The principles are there when we talk about transparency, fairness, privacy, human rights, democracy, rule of law. We have been Telefonica, many other companies, Microsoft, Meta. We have been working with the Council of Europe, with OECD in a daily basis. With UNESCO, we have signed. So these principles are there, and I do think this is my positive insight that we are in the same role. The problem comes when I think Thomas have said that now when we come from the high level principles to the earth, know how to apply all these principles. And now, for example, at the OECD and many other organizations, we are developing in a more sophisticated way things related to the AI, not only high risk. I mean, the high risk approach everywhere, the high risk approach. There is no discussion about that. But we are now discussing on more specific topics, for example, AI and intellectual property. And this is, again, the problem, how we make possible this interoperability of regimes, Europe with other regions where the history of the juridical, the law tradition is completely different. How we can um, find this common interplay. No? So the second pillar is regulation, and I think that here companies, in the case, for example, of Europe, where the AI Act is already in place, and based in the principle we have already discussed, I do think that companies have, are doing a great job. For example, signing the EU Pact, which is really relevant for companies trying to voluntarily implement the ATAC before it's into force. No? And many companies are engaging in core commitment, an AI governance strategy, mapping the AI system, and developing AI literacy in the companies and outside the companies. These three core commitment of companies are relevant for what we are talking now. I mean, this collaboration between the institution, the public sector, and the companies are extremely relevant. The problem here this second pillar in regulation is how we will implement regulation. Again, this is the problem. Maybe the problem is not the regulation itself, but all the standardization, what it implies in high risk a system. And sometimes it is a problem. There is a gray zone. Sometimes when we talk with, companies with EU institutions, the problem is that this discussion is not substantial. I mean, because we are trying to very quickly resolve the standardization process, which is very difficult, and the technical details are really difficult. So when I start talking about being humble and having a substantive conversation between the public and private sector, because sometimes we have a legal instrument from the 20th century, but the technology is from the 21st century. This is a challenge for the institution, but also for the companies, because we have to comply with this regulation when the legal framework is not fit for purpose. For the third pillar, which is the technical standard, I have to say that companies, Telefonica, many others, I'm talking about Telefonica, we are involved in CELS-ENELEC standardization process, participating in all the conversation, also with the AI office, with the standardization of code of practice. But we do have also international standard with the ISO and NIST and so on. In the end, what we are seeing also in the ITU is a complex scenario with many standardization process going around. So here we have a lot of work ahead. But I have to say that this conversation is taking place also with the participation of company. And the fourth pillar had to do with the self-regulation. And here I have to say that the companies in the last decade, especially those who are using AI internally and offering the digital service, we have put in place AI governance strategy with a very substantial model, scaling the process internally with responsible within the companies, and also ways to identify the risk internally that are really in line with all you have already said. I think self-regulation is relevant because the technology goes very fast. We have seen that during the process of the AI Act. We start talking about AI. In the end, the global purpose AI was in the middle because the technology is faster than the legal framework. So I do think that self-regulation and responsible AI is critical here. And I stop here because I think we can go in depth later. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope you can you hear me? Yes. So thank you very much for that, Paloma. And it's quite a complex framework, as you said. I think one commonality out of all of those four pillars is the collaboration between industry and regulators to make sure that we get the balance right, that balance the innovation and the rapid development of technology with some of those commitments and goals that we want to address through risk management. So I want to stay with some of this idea as I turn to Melinda, and we've heard a lot about safety risks of AI. And there's been a number of global summits already on this issue. So I'm just wondering if you might want to draw out a few lessons learned there, and see what we can do to maintain or get this balancing act right between innovation and addressing risks, but also what is it that the private sector is already doing, and what are some of the approaches that the private sector is taking to help that balancing act? So over to you, Melinda.
Great, thank you so much. Just a little bit of context to explain Meta's, to explain my company's context and how we're coming at the AI conversation. So we have two main buckets of AI products. So one is our generative AI products, which are in the app, in any app, in Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp. You may have seen a Meta AI assistant. So it's basically a chatbot powered by a large language model that you can interact with and ask it to do things and answer questions. Also, we have image generation tools, things like that, that help you create content online. The other bucket of our AI products is a large language model called Llama that we have released several generations of, and it's an open source model, which means we make it freely available to anyone to download. So it's essentially giving away, many, many millions of dollars of investments to entrepreneurs and developers who want to build on it for their own applications. I think that's just important context to set for kind of how we come at the conversation as both a model provider and a Gen AI system deployer. So at the model, let me start, at the Gen AI system level, so our Meta AI assistant, we assess risk in the way we would assess privacy risks in general. So we built our AI risk management program on top of our privacy risk management program. So it's to say that anytime a new feature or product or assistant is developed or improved in a certain way, it goes through a risk assessment and review process, and mitigations are identified and applied. And there's kind of a cycle of improvement in the same way as happens on the data privacy side. With respect to our large language model, their risks are assessed and mitigated at different points in the development of the model. So at the stage of the data collection, at the pre-training stage, we're identifying, we're actually going out of our way to not collect personal data, and then we're identifying potential personal data, removing it, identifying, data that may have copyright protections, going through all of those risks at the pre-training stage, training the model. Once it's trained, implementing certain red teaming, other, safety testing and risk assessment and mitigation processes to make sure that the model we're releasing is safe, and then we release it and developers can build on it. I think, so in addition to those and kind of the product development process, we also, if you've mentioned, have signed up to multiple kind of international frameworks. So domestically, to start, in the US, we were an early adopter of the White House commitments, which are kind of high-level commitments to the safe deployment of advanced AI. And then we signed on to the Seoul Frontier AI safety commitments. And so I think what we're seeing is a really positive harmonization at around safety frameworks for advanced or frontier AI. I think that level of, and I think that will be furthered in addition by the development of the various AI safety institutes and how they are going to be working together to understand the science of risk identification, mitigation, evaluations, benchmarks, all of that. And so I think that those are really positive developments. I think where some of the challenges arise is in the more bread and butter AI. So not the kind of frontier AI, safety stuff we're talking about, but how is AI being applied in our everyday lives to maybe make decisions about us or offer us goods or services? And I think that's where some of the stickiness comes up in terms of reaching consensus about what are the risks that we are trying to identify, what are the mitigations that should be applied, and is there a global view on that, or should it be kind of nationally determined, because there's going to be differences in how different societies view different risks. So I think that's a really interesting thing to keep in mind, the difference between kind of the very advanced AI safety concerns and then kind of the day-to-day bread and butter AI concerns. And just a few general thoughts on risk. So I think it's really important to focus on the marginal risk we're talking about, because I think we tend to come to this and think, oh my God, AI is new and it's different and it's terrible. And, in fact, we've been dealing with AI, classic AI, for a really long time. And I think what people get concerned about is this really advanced stuff that maybe we'll lose control of, people are worried about, or maybe it's doing things we don't understand and all of that. And so I just, we have many, many legal frameworks that already govern things like data privacy, that already govern things like kids' safety online. So we have a lot of mature frameworks to draw from. And I think from a company's perspective, what is going to be really important is how these things are rationalized. And so I think there's a risk of imposing, in the lens of AI, imposing a whole new framework and regime on top of all of the ones we already have. And then how do those relate to one another? We're seeing this to some extent in Europe in the AI and privacy conversation, and how data can be used in AI or not, and how does the legal regime on data privacy intersect with AI? And that balance of innovation and privacy protection is really at a tension point, where we all recognize data is needed for AI advances, but of course there's limits around it. And I think the unique nature of large language models means that we may not be able to implement data subject rights or other things that arise in data privacy frameworks the way that we can in other types of data processing. So there's a real life tension there that I think has to be grappled with. And then just two other points I want to make real quick is, I think it's really important to focus on the use cases. So for us as a large language model provider, and particularly as an open source LLM provider, we release our model, we do all of the mitigations that we can, we release it, and we have no idea how it's used. Anyone can build on it for any purpose, and it's up to them to put into place the mitigations that are necessary for their particular use cases. And so I think it's important to, and I know the OECD is looking at the value chain and really breaking down what are the roles and responsibilities of the various actors in the AI value chain, and what is in their control to identify and mitigate. I think that's a really important conversation. And again, the use case conversation, and then particularly looking at what are the laws we already have in place. We already have in place laws about discrimination in employment in most places. We already have in laws discrimination in housing services. So what is net new here that is already not covered, and can we cover those risks in existing frameworks as opposed to new frameworks? Thanks.
Thank you, Melinda, for that. Forget to turn on the microphone. It's been quite a rich first round around this table. We've heard a number of ideas coming out of the speakers here on what is it that we're facing in terms of risk-based approach to AI. What are some of the elements that we can build on? So I want to focus on our second round of questions, and have the same question to all of you. And in addition to reacting to what you've heard from one another, is to just really share a little bit on how you think forums like where we are sitting today and these global conversations at the IGF and other global fora can help bring what you've mentioned in your interventions into fruition for an actual global approach to the governance of AI in a way that as most of you highlighted, it balances the rapid growth and allows the rapid growth of technology and innovation while making sure that some of the harms or the harms that we fear from are actually mitigated. So I don't want to summarize what you've all said because it's going to take too much time, but I hope we can take this one question and do a round robin around the table and react to one another and bring out those elements that can actually help in global conversations. So Lucia, you spoke first. I'll hand the microphone over to you.
Thank you, Time, and it's truly fascinating to hear from such a diverse group of speakers. And I think for me, what resonates the most with what we heard is, on one hand, this need for multi-stakeholder conversation and collaboration. The need also to have a contextual and cultural approach to this type of regulation, and also the need to think in practical terms of what it means to translate these principles into concrete requirements and along this risk spectrum that we have evocated. And so what I want to get at is that we see some sort of regulatory fragmentation, and this is no news to anyone, and we perhaps shouldn't seek to have full harmonization because that's maybe not achievable, not even perhaps desirable, because we have heard there are some cultural considerations to be made at the local values or technological developments, but even cultural and institutional history. So I think the way we are approaching this issue at the OECD is really to have these multi-stakeholder groups coming together and discussing. So we have these expert groups. Overall, we have a network of 600 experts that work with us, and they are divided into expert groups that focus on specific topics. And for instance, one of them is working on a group which is called Risks and Accountability. So it's a group that's the name that speaks for itself, and it really is taking this approach of looking at the different risk management frameworks that have emerged so far and try and see where they share commonalities and where they differ. And so the idea is to develop responsible business conduct for enterprises, which is not yet another framework they have to comply with, but more of a framework that would indicate to companies, especially those operating trans-border, when they comply with a given requirement, what it means, for instance, in the EU, what it means in terms of complying in the US or in another jurisdiction. So the idea is to really put this interoperability in practice, meaning having a level of alignment or a level of understanding for operators of where these different requirements intersect. And so this is the project that we are currently carrying out, and we should have the due diligence guidance ready next year. And perhaps the last point that I would like to add, and Melinda hinted at that, is that it's a risk management framework that is not only looking at one specific actor in the chain, but it looks at AI development and deployment across the value chain, because of course it's not only one part of the chain that is responsible, but there are upstream and downstreams operators that also have due diligence requirements to abide with, and so that would go down to data. To the very first to investment and data labeling. So it's really a more holistic approach. So yes, I would say that the value of these conversations is really to bring together these perspectives, and it's the way to go. There is no other alternative.
Thank you, Lucia. Same question to you, Thomas. What is the role of the global community here?
Yes, thank you. It's actually interesting to see to what extent, and I think the value of fora like this is to hear from each other where we are, and to what extent we are on the same page or going in the same direction, to what extent processes are converging, legal processes, standardization processes, and also to what extent they may be not converging or they don't have to converge. And a fundamental question that hasn't been raised here is actually who defines what a risk is and who defines what a high or a too high risk is. And that largely diverges from country to country, and not just with AI. Just to give you one example, in England, in Liverpool, you have the River Mersey, and nobody would ever think of going in the river to swim. On the contrary, you have a metal fence that is from 1920 that tells you forbidden, water, danger, oh, beware. You have a second fence 1 meter ahead of it from the 1930s that says, oh, danger, water, don't go in, there may be ships. And there's even a third fence added in the 50s. In Switzerland, in Basel, for instance, you have a river with cargo ships, but thousands of people go swimming in the water. They go beneath bridges, they navigate between cargo ships and the ships between them, because this is one of the greatest things to do in summer if you live in Basel and have no access to the sea. So if the government would decide to forbid swimming in the river because there are cargo ships and it may be dangerous, the people would just say no. And this is just, and the UK and Switzerland is not like 5,000 or 10,000 or 20,000 kilometers apart, but just to say that while in an airline business where people are okay to trust experts because it exceeds their personal knowledge also, in the airline business, people are willing to agree on internationally harmonized risk management because they want to be sure that the airplane lands safely because they can't run it themselves. But the closer it gets to your own capabilities, to your life where you want to take a decision, and that will also be the same with AI on a heart surgery operation. You may be happy that it's clear what the red lines are, what the doctor can do, what the tools, what safety tests the tools need to pass. But when it's about AI-generated content, where your freedom of expression, expressing your cultural, political views, you may not want some expert or I don't know, the government to tell you what is right or wrong, but you may want to decide it yourself. So I think this is something, there will be harmonization, which is fine for people. People will want to have harmonization so that they don't have to care, they can trust experts. But there will be areas where people want to be the master and use AI the way they want and discuss it with their neighbors what is right or wrong, and not with with the government or people from far away. So I think we will have to live with some kind of diversity in this field.
Thank you, Thomas. Sulafa, how do you see this?
Well, capitalizing on what they just said, which is, I guess, I can see how we're all coming closer to the same area, which is, I really liked what you said in terms of what we need to develop or not develop. Because this area is actually re-qualifying the whole drive. Because it's just, okay, we need to regulate this sector, so let's go and drive and do regulations every day and question everything. And as she said, this is a scary new thing. And the idea is actually we really need to be very objective, but also very connected to the technology itself and to the society itself. So I think Pamela, or if I'm not mentioning the name right or wrong, but yeah, she's Paloma. She said something about that the speed of technology sometimes exceeds the speed of regulations. And it's not fair to ask the businesses to slow down and just wait for regulations, what does happen sometimes. On the other side, in a business world, as an example for the cybersecurity area, which is a very, very highly regulated area and still part of this whole, as they say, crowd, a very small example, in some of the applications we provide to some very highly regulated entities, we every now need to adjust the applications we provide with the regulations of cybersecurity, which are very highly adjusted in our country. And so we ended up realizing that some entities, because they're just giving us the regulations and the updates just like they are, and they want us to just, adjust the application to it without actually having an eye for the business itself or the business owners themselves in the organization, we end up to a place where the authorized users can't enter to the application. And then we have to, drive some concept into it, and we actually bring our business culture, our business understanding to them. And this brings us back to why we need a multi-stakeholder governed frameworks, because we need to bring the society in, academics in, technology people, business people, all together. And I guess if I want to sum that, I think we need flexibility, coordination, and awareness. Awareness is a very important part, because to give people the right establishment and the right ground to be able to think with us on the same harmonized approach, we need to enable them first to know what they need to know. And that also brings us back to exactly being very clever and actually inviting the right entities and the right stakeholders to participate in this. Some people are very closed in boxes of regulations, law, or academia, despite the other side, which is the business itself. So no one should work on this in a closed box. They need to be very much attached with live, embedded data, informatics, and this is what it's all about. So we sometimes, I'm sure we all sometimes find people who are working on this who are very isolated from the core of itself and the spirit of this technology, AI, which is based on very live data and information flows. So I think what we need at the end, we all aim to reach a very robust, trusted, and adaptive framework that everyone can use all over the world. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lafa. Noura, how do you see this from your angle?
Hello, hi. Actually, I see the Global Forum as a very good place to get everyone thinking together. I would like to know, I was noticing that like now AI is actually getting everyone is afraid of what AI will do, how AI will develop. And I could see that because when I started studying, it was just I'm doing an AI algorithm or machine learning algorithm in one specific area, and it will, for example, find a tumor or find. Now it's a different thing. It's a generalized model, and what happens that creators of the AI really don't know how the AI will respond because they teach the AI the learning model, and then the AI will respond the way it responds. So regulating it, I see it's important to regulate it from the beginning, from entering the data, from the early steps, because whenever the data is in, or whenever anything is in, is very difficult. As for example, a cake, when you bake it, if you take the ingredient before mixing the ingredients, you could do that. But I would ask you to take this ingredient or whatever data after baking the cake, it's kind of impossible. And that's what happened. Whenever the risk comes, it will come. And so I do see where there is a great concern. And I see it's a positive thing to have a great concern, just to regulate it. But I see that it's coming, and it's coming strongly, because it is very beneficial, and we could see the benefits of it day after day with healthcare, with every aspect. We could see that's very beneficial. Like there's a surgery that happened that there's a blind girl that managed to be seeing now because of an AI surgery. So there is huge benefits. The fear is we could understand, but I think and other than this also, the governance should be very specific for each sector. It should be very different. We can't have a just one framework that govern everything. Every sector is completely different, and it has its own characteristics that we need to, other than society, other than region. So I think everyone is on the right track. We're working, and it's a work in progress, and let's hope for the best.
Thank you, Noura. Step by step, and no one size fits all. I think that's a good takeaway. Paloma, You've been listening to us.
Yeah, thank you. So, well, Thomas and also Sulafa have said something which is for me really relevant. I mean, the definition of high risk, no? I mean, if we think on Europe, on an A Act, in the end, what we have here is a regulation on high risk application, no? Mostly, I mean. And here we are developing this standardization process, and the problem is how to come from the theory to the real world. And this is something more difficult that some of the policymakers thought it is. Last week, for example, we were in Brussels having some conversation with the AI office, and so they have a mandate that in the next 7 months they have to come with this code of practice, and they have thousands of people participating in this code of practice. And at the same time, we have responded to a public consultation again on the definition of some of the application on high risk and so on. So it's more difficult than it is. And in the end, it is true that we as company, we have to protect people's rights, safety, and so on. But we have also to protect in Europe innovation, and also how to compete with our in the global economy. So this balance is really difficult, and I do think that engaging with companies is really relevant, because having this theoretical approach sometimes is against what we are trying to do. And in parallel, I have to say that companies, we are also learning how to provide or how to work with a responsible AI. And GSMA, for example, this you know GSMA, we are now working on a responsible AI maturity roadmap. So trying to provide a framework for companies to work in an AI governance strategy that from the beginning to the end, we are able to provide ethical AI system. So this is going hand by hand, and I think it is important, as I said, to combine and to balance people's right and innovation. This is something that it is relevant and more relevant in the next year, where in Europe, for example, we will see this new code of practice, standardization and Sensenelec. So it's critical now to in Europe to balance that, because it could be a regulation that in other parts of the world are looking to. So it is important that we do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Paloma. Melinda?
Can you hear me? Yeah. I mostly echo what other people said, but just on the point about the EU AI Act, I think that it's an interesting reflection of how unsettled things are. So with the code of practice in particular, there's still live conversation and no consensus on what even is a prohibited practice or what is a high-risk practice. And so you would think the prohibited practices would be fairly understood generally, but it's not. And so I think just as we, I guess my recommendation for kind of convenings and global convenings is to take some time to do it right, and not because I think what's happening is that the UAI Act was finalized in a frenzy around Gen AI development and advanced Gen AI development, and now they're kind of having to figure out, oh, actually, what is prohibited and high risk. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking on compliance for all the companies, and so it's really a difficult situation to be managing. So I think building more consensus around some of the risks and some of the high risks and what's inbounds and out of bounds, recognizing, of course, there will be cultural differences, but taking some time to set that step right rather than rushing ahead as the technology is still advancing as well.
Thank you so much, Melinda. So a lot to take away from the panel. We've discussed the importance of multi-stakeholder approach and a cross-cultural approach, the importance of bridging fragmentation in regulatory spaces, and trying to build towards common principles, but not a one-size-fits-all approach. To try and work together to define what high risk and low risk is, and also the value of conversations and the acknowledgement that it might not be the same across regions, to make sure that we are looking and are connected at the technology when we're trying to pass regulations, and again the value of multi-stakeholder approach here, so that we don't pass regulations that are actually restrictive to the benefits of the technology that we're trying to regulate. To go step by step and make sure that we place the regulatory burden at the right moment, not necessarily taking an approach that covers everything from one go. The role of standards and balancing innovation and regulation with an approach to standards and industry initiatives. And then, of course, taking the time to do it right and allow time to tell us where actually the risks are, and to look at that from also the user perspective, the way that the technology is being used in the field, in opposed to where we think risks might be coming. So a lot coming out from the panel. We have about maybe 20 minutes, a little bit to turn to the audience, a little less than that, both online and here in the room. I understand Paloma will have to leave. So if there's anything last second that you want to share before you have to move to your next meeting, please go ahead. Otherwise, we thank you very much for being here. But if there are questions here in the room to the rest of the speakers or online, please, we'll get you a microphone, and then we'll try to get you an answer as well. Okay, you and then there.
Thank you very much. My name is Amal Ahmed. I'm currently working in DGA. I'm not asking a question, I'm just having an emphasis. First of all, welcome here in Saudi Arabia. It's a great honor to have you all here. And my experience is a total of 3 years. 2 I've spent in the private sector and 1 in the governmental sector in DGA. And I want to say that it's really exciting working here. And I've seen how the government sector is working very closely with the citizens to be human-centric. And I've realized a challenge that we are facing to enhance the practices of creating new products, which is the first one is how to actually adhere to the best practices that are available to doing what humans really need. Because the more we contact through the workshops the different stakeholders, we realize that some of the processes we're doing, they're not very fit. And on a product level, when it comes to, let's say, creating one sort of a feature, going through the right process sometimes is not the very best option to it. So this is one of the things that I've seen, and it's kind of like a balancing between the frameworks and the reality itself. Thank you.
My name is Jacques Beglinger. I'm from Switzerland. I'm here with the Eurodic, the European IGF, and with the Swiss IGF process, but also in the business ICC team. My question is following on what Thomas was saying on different perception means different aversion to risk or embracing risks. And wouldn't that call for governments and for business to engage much more in education and explaining to as much as possible so that the users can make a free choice?
Thomas, the question was addressed to you, I think, but all of you around the table, if you'd like to elaborate a little bit on how we educate around AI.
Well, do not necessarily think that it's addressed to me. But of course, what I said before about people swimming in the river in Switzerland, they don't want the government to forbid swimming in the river. They want the government to make sure that the water quality is okay, so there's no damage. They want the government to make sure that everyone properly learns how to swim at school, and society teaches also foreigners and immigrants how to deal with water. And they also want the drivers of the cargo ships to know that, okay, I go on the left and the people are on the right, so I will not kill them. So education is key to freedom of choice in the end, and to also make people adaptive to be able to assess the risks in a situation that may not be foreseen, because you may set up rules, but reality may be not foreseen by the rules, and then what do you do? And the more people are able, or the system or the society is able to deal with risks also in unforeseen moments, and we will have them probably also with AI, then of course the easier for people to react.
Thank you, Thomas. Anybody else want to react to what we've heard from the audience? Not, are there any other questions? Gentleman in the back there. Can't hear.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Wouter Kobus. I'm with the Dutch government and standardization advisor. I'm seeing a difference between the internet, which we discussed at the IGF, and AI, where the internet is confounded by standards, really based on standards. And in AI, we are now trying to develop new standards. And I can imagine that difference makes also has also implications to how we govern it. So, what are your opinions about this? How this difference affects the governance model that we have to choose for AI compared to the internet?
Okay, so question there about the role of standards and whether standards need to come before development or development needs to come before standards, if I understood the question correctly. Any other questions that we could maybe walk together? No? It's quite unfortunate that Paloma had to leave because she always has a lot to say on standards, but perhaps others. Melinda, do you want to take that up?
Actually, I'm not that close to the standards development work. In the US, I can say that the quote-unquote standards, I mean, not the ISO things, but the NIST is the primary soft standard body in the US. They've been focused primarily on risk management frameworks for Gen AI. I think there's a place for that because that is kind of a standardization of a process of how to assess and mitigate risks that you want to make standard across anyone developing and deploying AI. As for the technical standards, which I know are so important to the internet, I don't have a view on. I mean, I defer to you if you're saying it's more challenging in the AI space.
Yeah. Thomas?
Maybe just a quick reaction. The question is, what do you mean by standards on the internet? I mean, of course, the TCP/IP is there for a few decades, but the IETF is continuing to develop norms and standards. And also there, basically, it's probably not fundamentally different because somebody proposes a standard, you test it, and like running code and so on. And if nobody has a problem with the standard, then it may get the standard, although you may have competing standards or a variety of standards, and you had this with television and previous. So you may have competing standards, and over time, maybe one of the standards or two will succeed in just being the most attractive, not necessarily the best, but the most attractive for businesses or whatever. So I don't see a fundamental difference. But of course, it's a difference between a standard for an infrastructure, if you take the internet as an infrastructure, or service using an infrastructure. So of course, it's also their standards are case sensitive, but I don't see a fundamental difference in logic, because also there you just try and see what happens, and then you standardize as you go, more or less.
Thank you, Thomas. Yes, just one thing, if I can add from my role as the moderator, we also need to make sure that as we develop standards, we are mindful of not fragmenting the space further. Right, so that standard is the interoperability approach that we want to take to regulation, to the actual use of technology. Also, that standards do not add to creating pockets of technology, that this technology works on this standard and the other one works on that standard, and the two don't talk to one another, because then we are actually fragmenting the opportunities that we can get out of the technology. So there's 2 cents from me. But we have a question there. Can't hear you.
But when we talk about standards, we also need to bear in mind that standards are not carved in stone. So for me, and also from my experience in business, it's okay to have standards, but they shouldn't be too rigid to start with. But then there must be a serious review process, or at least the expectation that it's going to be reviewed once that flaws are expected. So in that sense, what has been done at the Council of Europe, principle-based, is fine. Whether the AI Act went a little bit too far in this respect and not enough expectation to be revised pretty soon, as we saw it with the GDPR, which was not revised so quickly, the EU might learn from it. But I think it's really essential that there is a perspective and certain knowledge, know-how and certainty that there will be a revision.
Thank you for that addition. I think we seem to have exhausted the questions from the audience. I hope not the audience itself. We have, yes, about 5 minutes to end our session. So I just want to turn back to the panelists here on the podium and ask, what is your main takeaway from the session? If it still had the character limitations that we have on social platforms to express our opinions, what would be your one sentence takeaway from this that we can put in a report about what we discussed today? And I'm going to skip the speaking order, and I'm going to start with Sulafa and just go around the table here.
I think mostly it's to make this sustainable, it's actually the harmonization of the global framework that like we've heard bits and pieces from different backgrounds, and we all, I guess, agree that as much as the process is flexible, inclusive, and as they say, connected to multi-stakeholders as well, and listening out everyone, giving everyone the space to embed their process in. I think that's the way to actually make it faster and more convenient and more sustainable, let's say, because at the end, this is an ongoing process. So as much as it's the flow is connected to multiple entities, as much as it's sustainable and objective, if we may say, and considering all of the aspects together.
Yeah, I echo that, and I agree that finding the balance between what we agree on and then allowing for variability. So setting a floor, and then you can add to it as needed for the use case, for the country, for the context that something is being deployed in. And so firming up the foundation, and then whether looking to kind of sector-specific assessments beyond that, however that differential should be implemented is unclear yet, but
I like that. Set the floor and then allow space to move around. Lucia?
Yeah, I think for of future-proofing legislation or regulation in a way that is not set in stone, or that you have processes to update your requirements, and also I think this really the need of what we call a risk-based, tailored approach to the use cases, but to the sectors as well. And I think Melinda expressed it very well. This notion that we have advanced AI systems, and then we have what we may call everyday AI, or and also Noura was mentioning that transition from the narrow AI to the now the large foundation model that can do much more. And so I think that is at the core of what we call risk-based approach, and I mean to tailor the requirements that are imposed to really a careful consideration of what the impacts will be. So these are my takeaways.
Hello. Yes, I do agree with Lucia that it should be adaptive, and especially since it's a global, as also Melinda said, we should have a basic and then different differences. And I think all that could be done through dialogue and again dialogue and reiterative process of setting the standards on and it should be like regularly and continuously because things change. Our beliefs or our point of view changed with the changing world. So I think as I will actually emphasize whatever they said and that's how I see it.
Thank you, Thomas.
Yes, thank you. I also think what a surprise that adaptive is the key word, I think, of this afternoon. And I think it is important that the framework is adaptive, but not necessarily. The goal should always be the same to make sure that people are free, but people use their freedom with responsibilities, that there is protection for human rights, for democracy, for rule of law, things, and also like clear rules for the industry that they know what can they do, what can they not do, at least when a certain level of risk is reached. So the principles should be stable and reliable, but the way they are implemented, the way it's made sure that people continue to be free but safe to the extent that they want to be safe, need to be adaptive. And I think also my country is not a member of the EU, but we are grateful to the EU that they dared to do something of which we can all learn. And of course, the colleague from Telefonica is right, it's not easy. But not doing anything and just letting everything go may not be the right thing too. So we watch closely what the EU is doing, what difficulties the member states have in implementing this in their local level and so on. And of course, they are the front runner. They have some advantages, but they also pay a price. But as long as we stay engaged and can learn from each other, I think it's a mutual benefit. In my small country, we will try to achieve the same goals with something different, something more agile, something smaller, because also we don't have the resources that the EU as a big let's say group of countries have. So as long as we can learn from each other, I think we will go in the right direction if we share the basic fundamental principles of freedom and respect and autonomy and human rights and solidarity and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. So we started from one word or one hyphenated word, risk-based, and then we added quite a couple to this. But I think Thomas is right that the end word that we seem to converge around is adaptability. An adaptive framework that moves with the times, that moves with the technology, that moves with the changes of our views and perspectives and the way that our culture develops with the technology together, while making sure that we keep our eyes on the prize, keep our eyes on the right goals that we've set for ourselves in the beginning. To all the words that we've said today, I will just add two more, which is thank you. Thank you to all of you who have come and share your knowledge and expertise with us for the past hour and a half. Thank you to all who came to listen and contribute to the conversation. Thank you to those who joined us online. I know Paloma had to go, but the audience that is there still. I hope this was as useful for you as it was edifying for me. And hope to see you next year at the next IGF and see how we progress from adaptive to who knows what the next word be. Thank you, everyone.
It's 35 kilometers from here. So we might just go to the city and enjoy the skyscraper, maybe some of the boulevards. This is almost like a ladies' club. Except for Thomas. Who are they from, if I may ask? No, the other participants. Well, Thomas I know. Here, in Saudi Arabia. Right there. Meta is almost in each and every session.
you have presentation? Hello. Good, good. You gonna be there for this session? Oh, okay. How many online speakers gonna be? You don't know? No, we have to know. I think we're gonna cancel this session.
You do not have that authority.
No, I have it.
You have to cancel the session.
I have it.
The session begins at 5. No, it's just 4:42.
No, 4:45.
4:45?
4:45 to 5:45. المايك.
The people that are moderating the session, they don't know me because I'm in the room.
بسم الله ممكن راسها.
Me too, I don't know.
What is it?
I think it's that one.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Am I audible now? Oh, good. What is? Yeah. Can you hear us online?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Great. Yona, are you able to hear
Yes.
us?
Yes.
Cool. So, welcome everybody. We are just about to start our session on ensuring human rights and inclusion from the perspective of algorithmic strategy. We have two of the speakers on site
not
and two
hearing
of our
anything.
panelists
I'm not
online.
hearing anything.
I'd like to welcome you all. To start with, we will be to give you just a. We'll be starting with the opening remarks, and then we'll go for the second round of questions.
hear me.
So I'd like to request Monica to start with her opening remarks along with her introduction, and then we'll go for the second round of questions.
Okay, yes. So can you hear me okay? Yes? All right. First of all, thank you for the forum organizers for continuing to put together this summit on really such critical issues related to digital governance. I'm really excited to be here, at least online. And I also want to thank Paola Galvez for really bringing all of us from across the world together, whether virtually or in person. So as a brief introduction, I'm Dr. Monica Lopez, and I come from a technical background. So I'm trained in the cognitive and brain sciences, and I've been in the intersecting fields of human intelligence, machine intelligence, human factors, and system safety now for 20 years. I'm an entrepreneur and the CEO and co-founder of Cognitive Insights for Artificial Intelligence, and I essentially work with product developers and organizational leadership at large to develop robust risk management framework from a human-centered perspective. I'm also an AI expert on scaling responsible AI for the Global Partnership on AI, so I certainly do recognize many individuals. So as for my contribution, I really do hope to complement the group here. I'm coming from the private sector perspective. So certainly, as we all know, today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, we know that algorithms have essentially become the invisible architects, perhaps we can call that, of our social, economic, and political experiences. And so what we have are very complex mathematical models designed to process information and make decisions, many times fully automated, that now essentially underpin every aspect of our lives. And as we all well know at this point, from job recruitment to financial services, to criminal justice and social media interactions. And so this promise of technological neutrality essentially masks a reality, one where algorithmic systems are not objective, but instead they are essentially reflections of the biases, the historical inequities, and the systemic prejudices that are across our societies. And so they are essentially embedded in the design and training of data. And so this, as we all know as well, this has direct human rights implications of algorithmic bias that are profound at this point and really far-reaching. And these systems essentially perpetuate and amplify these existing inequalities and are creating digital mechanisms of exclusion that are systematically disadvantaging marginalized communities. And so just very quick, before I enter into why we need a human-centered perspective on this, but I'm sure very clear examples that you may be familiar with already are with facial recognition technology, or FRT, and that they have demonstrated significantly higher error rates for women and people of color. We continue to see that problem. AI-driven hiring algorithms that have shown to discriminate against candidates based on gender, on race, and other protected characteristics. And AI-enabled criminal justice risk assessment tools, and we've certainly seen this. I'm based in the United States, and so we've shown that it has continued to perpetuate racial biases, leading to more severe sentencing recommendations for Black defendants compared to white defendants with similar backgrounds. So essentially, why do we have this? And the root of these challenges really lies in the fundamental nature of algorithmic development. And we know that machine learning models are trained on historical data that inherently reflect, as I mentioned earlier, these societal biases, power structures, and systemic inequalities. And I want you to take a moment right now to consider what a data point even means. How a single data point has limits. As those of you know, for those who work closely with data on a daily basis, and by that I mean whether you're collecting it, whether you're cleaning it, analyzing it, making conclusions from it, you know that the basic methodology of data is such that it systematically leaves out all kinds of information. And why? Because data collection techniques, they have to be repeatable across vast scales, and they require standardized categories. And while repeatability and standardization make data-based methods powerful, we have to acknowledge that they have power as a price. So it limits the kind of information we can collect. So when these models are then deployed without any sort of critical examination, they don't just reproduce existing inequities, they actually normalize and scale them. And so here is where I would argue, and I know the rest of the panel will continue to discuss this, but why a human-centered approach to algorithmic development offers essentially a critical, at this point, pathway to addressing these systemic challenges. And essentially what this means is that we need to reimagine technology as a tool for empowerment and well-being instead of a tool for exclusion. And so in this regard, prioritizing human rights, equity, and meaningful inclusion in every single step of technological design through implementation. And by that, I mean across the entire AI lifecycle becomes essential. And so I work with a lot of clients, as I mentioned earlier, I am in the private sector, and there are key strategies right now that are very clear that we know that we can advance this human-centered approach. And I'll just briefly mention 5 of them just real quick. So first is we need comprehensive diversity across algorithmic development. I'm sure you've been hearing that a lot, but the problem is that the transformative change has not really begun. And we know that if we diversify teams, we do get more responsible development of algorithmic systems. We do get new perspectives at the table. And so I would say that's absolutely essential no matter what moving forward. The second element is rigorous algorithmic auditing and transparency. Again, that is another element that we have seen. It is now a part, in fact, in part related to the European Union's AI Act and a requirement. But what we need is we need to see this across the 3 perspectives of equality, equity, and justice. And this is not just for big tech companies to be engaging in. This is truly for everyone. And we know that irrespective of emerging legal requirements in some jurisdictions and some where there isn't much work happening on the legal side, all organizations must implement mandatory algorithmic impact assessment that thoroughly examine the potential discriminatory outcomes before deployment. And then, not just that, but continuously monitor those outcomes as more data are collected and models drift. And I have noticed that when companies do that, whether they're small or medium-sized or large, we do see better outcomes. A third element is the establishment of proactive bias mitigation techniques. Now, there are all sorts of technical strategies for that. Some of them are based essentially on what I was mentioning in regards to you really need to think about what data means. So careful curation of the training data. We need to make sure it truly is representative and balanced across the data sets. It does matter and it does change outcomes. Implementation of fairness constraints. Also, the development of testing protocols that actually specifically examine the potential for discriminatory outcomes. We know that when you identify that beforehand and you actually look for that, you will see it and you can actually mitigate change and actually improve on the issue. The fourth element is, of course, the classic need for legal and regulatory frameworks. And so here, I can't stress enough at this point that governments and international bodies, we have to truly come up with comprehensive regulatory frameworks that treat algorithmic discrimination as a fundamental human rights issue. And from a business perspective, what this means is that there needs to be clear legal standards for algorithmic accountability. There also need to be very clear mechanisms for individuals to be able to challenge algorithmic decisions. There certainly are not enough. And even in some cases where we have the requirement for companies to actually put on their website their auditing results, that is still not enough. And then, of course, we need significant penalties for those systems. And then the last issue, which is the fifth, is that we need ongoing community engagement. I also cannot stress that inclusion does matter, and it requires continuous dialogue with communities most likely to be impacted by algorithmic systems. And this is not an easy task. It's a lot to ask for, but we know, and I've seen it with companies that actually make concerted efforts to create participatory design processes across the AI lifecycle. And that essentially means you're establishing relevant feedback mechanisms of communications as you create and design these systems, you pilot them, and you work with those individuals. And then you essentially end up empowering marginalized communities to actually want to actively provide their input because it is of value. So what I'm calling for here, essentially to conclude, is that we need this fundamental reimagining of technological innovation. And we know at this point that algorithms are not neutral tools, but they're very powerful social mechanisms that either perpetuate or challenge existing power structures. So if we change now our methods, and every single one of us in the design and deployment choices of today, then I think we will very profoundly actually shape the future of human rights in the digital age in a very positive way. And so I look forward to your questions, and I know we're going to discuss this more in detail. So thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Monica, for all your thoughts. And I think you have also covered the second part of the questions already. My apologies, I should have mentioned the time before. So I'll go to Paula to give a short introduction. And for the first round, let's wrap within 5 minutes. And then we go for a second round of question. For Monica, I think we'll be going a bit short and second round. You have covered almost most of the things. So Paula, over to you.
Thank you, Ananda. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us to this very, very critical conversation. I'd like to start by posing a question. What does it take to make society more inclusive? My interest in social impact began early, inspired in part by my grandfather, who is a judge in the Central Highlands of Peru, who often spoke about societal disparities he witnessed. I went to law school, believing it would really equip me with the tools to drive meaningful change in a country with high levels of inequalities and social disparities, like is Peru, where I'm from. But my first year lacked inspiration at all. I think my courses were disconnected from real world problems. But my perspective really changed in 2013 when I began an internship in Microsoft. I was looking at the demonstration video of Seeing AI prototype. It was 10 years ago, but it was this project that used artificial intelligence and helped the visually impaired perceive their surroundings. That opened my eyes, that really showed me the profound potential that this technology can be as a catalyst for social good. So I said, I can really help as a lawyer to help leverage this technology as a force for inclusion, and I can use public policy and help drive human-centric and evidence-based policy. And that's when my commitment started to transform Peru into a more inclusive and digital society. And I think that's the path that led me to what I'm doing now, and I hope beyond. So I worked in the private sector for a long time. I was in the position that Dr. Monica Lopez was mentioning how private sector does. Then I received a proposition from the government to work there to help them with the national AI strategy and the digital skills strategy. And most of my friends told me, you're going to be so frustrated. The bureaucracy is going to kill you. Come on, you're used to Microsoft, big techs. But I said, no, I can actually bring and shed a light on disruptive ways to govern. So I decided to do it. I'm a firm believer on participatory bottom-up processes. So first thing I did was form a multi-stakeholder committee to do this policy. And well, we're here at IGF, a global forum. We're talking about AI and data at a global level. And I have seen firsthand a local experience bringing civil society, academia, private sector together to find solution on challenges. And one of the most challenges things that is AI policy. And I do believe that protecting democracy, human rights, the rule of law, and establishing clear guardrails on AI is a shared responsibility that a government alone cannot do, not a private sector company nor academia. It is an endeavor that must be taken in a multi-stakeholder approach. But I do think that one stakeholder is crucial in this pursuit, and that is youth civil society. The youth must be included, and youth engagement is a critical area that we need to protect now. That's what I believe. In these first remarks, Ananda, I wanted to mention, because I do see generative AI producing fake and biased synthetic content, large language models reinforcing polarization, poorly designed AI-powered applications that are not compatible with assisting technologies, leading to discrimination against youth with disabilities. And I have the expert here, Yona will mention more about that. But apart from that, I sincerely believe that AI holds immense potential as a technology if we use it wisely. AI systems can break down language barriers. I mean, if IGF is as powerful as it is, and the youth IGF and youth SIG of Internet Society is powerful if we are a community of more than 2,000 youth connected, and sometimes we use translation that is powered by AI, so that's powerful. Or, of course, making resources more accessible to diverse youth populations. Sadly, AI has yet to live up to its potential. Dr. Monica Lopez mentioned most of its challenges, who I absolutely agree with. AI is reproducing the society's bias. It is deepening inequalities. Someone heard, I heard someone saying, but that's just the way the world is. The world is biased, Paola. What do you think? That's what AI is going to do. And yes, that's true, but I agree at one point that it depends on us how we want to develop this technology. It depends on us, the results that this technology is going to provide as an output, because data is the oxygen of AI, and transparency should be at its core. So it's up to us to shape the future of AI now, to talk about the data that should be more representative. And the focus on IGF of bringing youth to the discussion, I think it's a great tool to really congratulate, because we have a big youth community in this IGF. So I'm really looking forward to this discussion, and up to you, Ananda.
Thank you so much, Paula, for touching a bit of how powerful it can be, and the work of your government bringing a multi-stakeholder committee was really commendable. I'd like to go with Yona Wecker to give. I'll also give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce you and touch upon the base that Dr. Monica and Paula has set up. Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to go back to Riyadh. 3 years ago, I had the opportunity to curate the Global AI Summit of AI for the good of humanity, and we continued this movement. I'm a visiting lecturer for Massachusetts Institute of Technology, but also I'm envoy and ambassador of EU projects to MENA region, and my goal is to bring all of these voices and ideas to actual policies, let's say EU AI Act or Code of Practice. And today I specifically would love to address how it may affect the most vulnerable groups. And as Paula mentioned, individuals with disabilities. And that's why I would love to quickly share my screen. Hopefully you can see it. So 28 countries signed the agreement about AI safety, including not only Western countries, but the countries of the Global South, Nigeria, Kenya, countries of the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. And the big question, how these actual frameworks can address designated and vulnerable groups. For instance, currently there is 1 billion people, it's 15% of the world, live with disabilities, according to the World Health Organization. And it's important to understand that sometimes these disabilities are invisible. Let's say neurodisabilities, at least 1 in 6 people living with 1 or more neurological conditions. And it's actually a very complex task to bring all of these things to the frameworks. And let's say why for EU we have a whole combination of laws and frameworks. We address classifications and taxonomies in Accessibility Act and Standardization Directive. We are trying to address manipulation and addictive design at the level of AI Act, Digital Services Act, GDPR. We're trying to understand and identify high risks for systems related to certain critical infrastructure, transparency risks, prohibiting particular use of affective computing. But still, it's not enough because we need to understand how many systems we actually have, how many cases we have. And for instance, for assistive technologies, we have over 120 technologies for the recent OECD report, and I had opportunity to contribute to this report. We use AI to augment smart wheelchairs, walking sticks, geolocation and city tools. We use AI to support hearing impairment using computer vision to turn sign language into text. We support cognitive accessibility, including ADHD, dyslexia, autism. But we also should understand all the challenges which are coming with the AI, including recognition errors, then individuals with facial differences or asymmetry, craniofacial syndrome, just not properly identified by facial recognition system, as was mentioned by my colleague, or cues identification errors, then individuals can understand AI interface. They can hear or see the signal, or when they deal with excluding patterns and errors or exclusion by generative AI and language-based models. Also, we have all the complexity driven by different machine learning techniques, supervised learning, which are connected to errors induced by humans, unsupervised learning, which brings all the errors and social disparities from the history, or reinforcement learning, which is limited by training environments, including robotics and assistive technologies. And finally, we should understand that AI is not limited by software, it's also about hardware. It's about human centricity of the physical devices. It's about safety, motion and sensing component safety, power components and environmental safety, production and training cycle. So overall, working on disability-centered AI is not just about words. It's extremely complex process of building environments where we have a multimodal and multisensory approach. When we deal with the families, caregivers, patients, and different type of users, then they try to understand and identify scenarios of misuse, actions and non-actions, so-called omission, potential manipulation, or addictive design. So it's why the next level of AI Safety Institute's offices and oversight will include all of these comprehensive parameters. When we talk not only about a risk-based approach, but understanding different scenarios, workplaces, education, law enforcement, immigration. We think about taxonomies, frameworks, and accidents repositories, working with UN, World Health Organization, UNESCO, OECD, and finally, we try to understand the intersectionality of disabilities, thinking about children and minors, women and girls, and all the complexity of history behind these systems and context. Thank you.
Thank you, Yona, for your wonderful things, how AI could be used in assistive technologies, but there are challenges like very minor issue might also be a hinder. We cannot accept minimal level of error in the use of like AI in healthcare system. We'll come back to you on these questions. So I'll ask Avir to talk about herself, and I'll give you 5 minutes as well. Please introduce yourself and with the opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's a privilege to be part of this discussion, and I would like also to thank Paula for initiating this and kickstarting it. I'd like to thank the rest of the panel and the moderators as well, and the event organizers.
Just to introduce myself briefly, this is Abir Sumait. I'm a public policy expert with a little over a decade of experience in cybersecurity, ICT regulation, and data governance in the Saudi government. I hold a master's degree in public policy from Oxford University and a Bachelor of Science in Computer and Information Sciences. My interest lies in shaping inclusive and sustainable digital policies that drive innovation and advance the digital economy. I would like to briefly just start the conversation of this session by mentioning examples that show while algorithms and AI promise efficiency and innovation, they have the power to replicate and amplify societal inequalities when not governed responsibly. The first example I would like to mention is from France. In France, the welfare agency used an algorithm to detect fraud and welfare and errors in payments. And this algorithm, while in text was a wonderful idea, in practice it ended up impacting specific segments of its population and marginalized groups, specifically single parents and individuals with disabilities, far more than any others. It ended up flagging them more as high risk more frequently than the rest of the beneficiaries of the system. So this impact was profound on those individuals. It led to more investigations, a lot of more stress, and in some cases even suspension of benefits. So in October of this year, a coalition of human rights organizations launched legal actions against the French government for this algorithm used by the welfare agencies, arguing that this algorithm actually violates the privacy laws and anti-discrimination regulations. So this case shows us the reminder of how risks can be inherent in some opaque systems and maybe poorly governed AI tools. Another example I would like to quickly highlight in the healthcare sector, where a study in 2019 from Pennsylvania University highlighted an AI-driven healthcare system that was used to allocate medical resources for a little over 200 million patients. And that system relied on historical healthcare expenditure as a proxy for healthcare need. So this algorithm was not considering the systematic disparity in healthcare access and spending in society at that time, and it ended up resulting in black patients being less likely to be flagged for need of enhanced care to a percent that reached 50% than their white counterparts. So even though this algorithm and this system was intended to streamline healthcare delivery, it ended up perpetuating inequality and deepening distrust in AI systems and in technology overall. So this example will underscore one undeniable truth, that algorithms are not neutral when built on biased data or flawed assumptions. And it might lead to amplified existing injustices and exacerbate exclusion, often impacting the most vulnerable population. These challenges and these issues generated actions from governments on an international level and national level, one of which, as mentioned by Dr. Lopez, the EU AI Act that entered force this year. And it classifies AI systems based on risk, classifying things such as welfare, employment, and healthcare as areas of high risk, where a very high standards of transparency, quality, and human intervention is required. A lot of nations and governments followed suit, I believe. One example for that is here in my country, in Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority, established a few years ago, started or adopted recently the AI ethics principles that emphasizes transparency, fairness, and accountability. Therefore, I believe governments play a very important role, while every actor and every player is really important in these discussions and conversations. Governments have critical roles in regulating and establishing responsibility and advancing the way forward for AI adoption in an equitable and fair way. Thank you.
Thank you, Abir. So I'll come back to Dr. Monica. You have touched over the how algorithm bias are there and what could be the role of private sector. I'll like to touch you upon what are the measures that private sector could take to overcome those biases, along with the role of other stakeholders. And if there are any best practices that could be shared, kindly share. And I'll ask you to wrap very sooner. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for that question. And I know I briefly mentioned some of them, but I think I'll right now highlight some that, in fact, many of our fellow colleagues have been already, in fact, mentioning. So the first one, and one that is starting to happen, but not to the extent that I believe should happen more, is the whole question of diversity in teams. Again, we hear this a lot. We hear that we need to bring in different perspectives to the table. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, and I have seen even, startups, so small and medium-sized enterprises who make the argument, we don't have enough resources, we can't. And they actually do. And sometimes it's as simple as bringing the very customers, the very clients that they intend to be, that they intend for their product or their service to be for, to the discussion. So I would say that that is one very key element, and we just need to make that a requirement at this point. It needs to essentially be something, a best practice, frankly, at this point. And the other one is the bias audits. We are seeing, certainly across legislation, the need for the requirement for, so one needs to comply now with providing audits for these systems. Particularly on the topic of bias, so to ensure that they are non-discriminatory, non-biased. So that is a good thing. However, what ends up being the problem is that we haven't yet standardized the type of documentation, the type of metrics, and the benchmarks. So that is right now the conversation, at least in not just in the private sector, but certainly also in academia, as to what should we, and at the I also I am in communication and work with individuals from IEEE, from ISO, who set the industry standards, and so this is a very big topic right now of debate as to how do we standardize what these audits should look like, and how do we make sure that not only we standardize that, but we actually have the right committees in place, experts who can then review this documentation. So I would say that that, in a way, while extremely important, sometimes does become a barrier of sorts, precisely because individuals, or organizations rather, companies don't know exactly what needs to be put into these audits. So that's the second element. And the third and final point here is the whole issue of transparency and explainability of these systems. We've heard many, many times about the black box nature of these systems, but to be quite honest, we know much more about these systems. Developers do know the data that is involved. We do make mathematical assumptions. So there's a lot of information at the very pre-beginning stage of data collection, of system creation, for which we have a lot of information about. And we're not necessarily being very transparent about that in the first place. So I would say that that in and of itself is extremely important, but also is becoming a type of best practice, because if you can establish that from the beginning, it does have downstream effect across the entire AI life cycle, which then becomes extremely important when you start integrating the system. And let's say you have a problem, you have a negative outcome, as is, someone ends up being harmed, and then you can essentially reverse engineer back, again, if you had that initial very clear transparency put out in the beginning. We are starting to see some good practices around that, particularly around model cards, nutrition-like labels that have all been, especially in healthcare. There's examples given in healthcare. I do a lot of work with the healthcare industry. And so there's a very big push right now to essentially standardize and normalize nutrition-like labels around AI model transparency that I think then should be utilized across all systems, frankly, at this point, all contexts and domains.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Monica. So I'll go to Paula. I think after you guys complete, we can go to. So I'll go to Paula. That you have already worked on the AI readiness assessment for the country, and how countries and regions are making declarations, how it can be transitioned into the action, like based on your experience. Can you share, please?
Sure, and what you say, it's key, right? How to pass from declarations to actions. We've seen so many commitments already. So great call. Thank you for the question. I'd say first of all, we need to start by going into the international frameworks of AI. If there are countries that have not adopted, they will be left out. So that way we ensure alignment with global standards, best practices, and that also helps with local business to join and be easy to go out the borders. This is first. But second, when you start formulating the national AI policies, governments need to develop a structured and meaningful public participation process. This means receiving comments from all stakeholders, but it's not only that, because that happens a lot in my country, I can tell you. By law, they need to publish 30 days any regulation. Actually, it just happened. The second draft of the AI Act regulation was published. But what we need for a meaningful participation is government saying how they took this comment, and if they are not considering, why. I believe that the citizens and all the civil society organizations, the private sector that commented, need to know what happened after they commented at any bill. Third, enhance transparency and accessibility. Any AI policy material must be readily accessible, complete, and accurate to the public. Then independent oversight, I think is a must. Ananda, creating or designating an independent agency. Here Abir mentioned the Saudi Data and AI Agency. I think that is a very good example. Sometimes governments have a challenge with this because they say, it's huge amount of effort, people, resources, right? But if it's not possible having a new one, then let's think. Maybe the Data Protection Authority can take over AI capacities, right? Also, and I think this cannot be left behind, investment in AI policy, AI skills development. That's a must. We can have the best AI law, but if we don't help our people understand what is AI, how to read and know that the AI can hallucinate, we would be lost. So AI skills for the people is a must. And just to finish, always what I've said with a gender lens, because gender equity and diversity in AI is a must, something that is not being looked as it should be. You mentioned I conducted the AI readiness assessment methodology of UNESCO, and I'm proud to say that the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI is the only document at the moment that has a chapter on gender. And it must be reviewed because it's very comprehensive and it has practical policies that should be taken into consideration and into practice. And of course, environmental sustainability in AI policy should be considered. It is often overlooked. What is the impact on AI and the energy? Should we promote an energy efficient AI solution? Definitely. Minimize carbon footprint, of course, and fostering sustainable practices. Because I will finish with this data, but when you send a question to a large language model, as we all know, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, etc., it's the same consumption that an airplane has in a year from Tokyo to New York. So we should be thoughtful on what are we sending to AI, or maybe Google can do it for us too. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula, for your strong thoughts. I'll come back to Yona. You have mentioned about the AI in assistive technologies. So now I'll come back to how legal frameworks can complement on the assistive technologies while protecting the vulnerable population that are using those technologies. We have briefly underlined that minor error might be a major in case of assistive technologies. Over to you, Yona.
Yes. So first of all, we have a few main elements of these frameworks. The first one is related to taxonomies and repositories in cases. And here I would love to echo my colleagues, Dr. Monica and Paula. We actually need to involve all of the stakeholders. And for instance, cooperating with the OECD, we involve over 80 organizations to understand existing barriers of access to these technologies. It's affordability, it's accessibility, it's energy consumption, it's safety, it's adoption technique is the first thing. Second thing is the accuracy in original solutions. So one of the lessons we learned both working in EU and MENA region, we can't localize OpenAI. We can't localize Microsoft solutions, but we can build our own solutions, sometimes not large language models, but small language models, not with the 400 billion parameters, maybe with 5, 10, 15 billion parameters, but for more specific purposes or languages. For instance, when we've made the research for Hungarian language, we have 1,000 times less sources of training for ChatGPT in comparison to English. So we have a similar situation for many other non-English languages. It just doesn't work, not only from the regional perspective, but from scientific research and development perspective. Another thing is the dedicated safety models. Sometimes we can't fix all of the issues within the model, but we can build dedicated agents or additional solutions which track or improve existing systems. For instance, currently for the Commission, I evaluate a few companies and technologies which will address the privacy concerns, compliance with the GDPR, with the data leakages, breaches, and also online harassment, hate speech, and other parameters. It's also complemented with the safety environments and oversights. So it's the job of the government create so-called test beds and regulatory sandboxes. Is a kind of a specialized centers where startups can come to in order to test their AI model to make sure they're on one hand compliant and also they build actually safe systems. It specifically relates to areas of a so-called critical infrastructure, is the areas of health, education, smart cities, and for instance, Saudi Arabia is known for so-called cognitive cities. All these areas are a part of our work when we're trying to build efficient, resilient, and sustainable solutions. And finally is a cooperation with intergovernmental organizations. So for instance, we work on frameworks called digital solutions for girls with disabilities with UNICEF. We work with UNESCO on AI for children. So we're trying to reflect more specific scenarios, cases, and adoption techniques related to specific ages, let's say from 8 to 12 years old, or specific regions, or specific gender, including both specific of adoption, but also safety considerations, and even unique conditions or illnesses which are very specific to particular region. For instance, we have a very different statistic related to diabetes, craniofacial syndrome, different type of cognitive and sensory disabilities if we compare the MENA region in EU. So it's a very complex process. And as I've mentioned, now our policies becoming overlap. So even for privacy, for manipulation, for addictive design, we have an overlap not only in AI Act, but also for other frameworks, Digital Services Act, for data regulation. So some essential pieces of our vision exist in different frameworks. So all, even governmental employees are aware of it. And the final thing is AI literacy adoption. So we're working to improve the literacy of governmental workers and governors who will employ these policies and bring to the life.
Thank you, Yona, so much. So I'll come back to Avir. So we have been talking about complexity of making AI responsible, and when it comes to making responsible AI, it demands for ensuring accountability and transparency. while we are seeing many automated AI systems. Who will be responsible if automated car kills a man in the street? This has been kind of serious question, and there are other consequences. So in this context, how governments can ensure the responsible AI while ensuring the accountability and transparency? Kindly go through it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. So I think this question actually relates to what Dr. Lopez mentioned. Uh, the keywords here are transparency and explainability. Of course, for sure, regulations and law establish responsibilities and make it sure every actor involved in any event knows their role and knows when to be responsible, but also the fact that they can explain and they can be transparent at how they work and how they operate and how they might impact others and individuals, specifically vulnerable populations, is really key. And as Dr. Lopez mentioned, private sector knows more than maybe we understand, but we're not very clear on how we want the transparency and explainability to work. And maybe my thought on that is government should work hand in hand, should push for standardization to happen as soon as possible, should be clear in establishing the responsibility and be clear about what it means to have a requirement for transparency for AI and algorithms. One extra thing that I think government should also focus on is to establish a way for individuals to challenge such systems and impactful algorithms on their lives. So my idea is that there should be continuous evaluation and risk assessment of how it is actually working in the real life. In case any incident of bias or discrimination happens, there should be a clear way, clear procedure for individuals and for government to start auditing, reviewing any system that's in work and impacting lives of individuals.
Thank you, Abir. Maybe we'll come back to you going to the Q&A session. There is one contributor in our audience. I'll ask her to provide her, and then like Matilda will bring what we have in the discussions in the chat, and if there are any questions online, and we'll go to the question answer. Over to you, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Mizna Al-Tureki, and I'm representing the Saudi Green Building Forum, which is a non-governmental and non-profit organization that supports and promotes green practices as well as decreasing carbon emissions and decreasing energy consumption. Of course, it contributes to the digital transformation that the world now is witnessing. And for that, I would like to just participate and give an idea that we're going through a critical perspective, which means that we're having, as algorithms offers an immense potential to enhance our daily lives, yet we face fundamental challenges relating to biases and exclusion. Now, many of these systems function as an opaque, as Dr. Monica said, lacking transparency, which of course perpetuates social disparities and exacerbates discrimination against marginalized communities. Now, in the absence of the proper scrutiny and accountability, algorithms sometimes contribute to human rights violation instead of addressing them. So what we should do about that as a civil society? We need to take an action, and we need to call for a greater transparency and accountability to ensure algorithms are open to scrutiny and include clear mechanisms for identifying and addressing biases. Of course, we need to integrate human rights into algorithm design, which means we need to focus on developing human-centered algorithms that prioritize the needs for marginalized groups. Of course, finally, we need to foster a multilateral collaboration to engage all stakeholders, as you all mentioned, to ensure algorithms are fair and inclusive, considering diverse cultural and social dimensions. Now, we recommend the following. First, we need to launch a global algorithmic transparency initiative that establishes an international platform to set standards for evaluating the impact for algorithms on human rights and promoting transparency. Second, design inclusive-oriented algorithms, which develops algorithmic tools that prioritize accessibility, improve service delivery for people with disabilities, and ensure greater inclusivity. And last but not least, implement training programs that builds capacity of developers and design makers to understand the risks of algorithms, bias, and address them effectively. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. So, if we have any kind of question on site, there are no any online question, I believe. So, while asking question, please also mention whom you are asking to, so that it is easier to answer. Or if it is common, let it know as well.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, my name is Aaron Promise Mba, and I worked on this with Paola and all of you here. So I'm very excited because of the insights we've been sharing. So I have a question, and I would like Dr. Monica to help me address it. I understand where you talked about algorithms, helping for marketing and some other business, right? And then the kind of divide that comes with it, the risk that comes with it, that it can actually, amplify the digital divide, especially with persons with disabilities, right? And then I've worked with some persons with disabilities using social media and all of that. And then there's a particular case where I think Abe also mentioned something about depression, suicide, right? Suicide, right? So now you have someone click on Spotify to listen to a music. Maybe he's feeling down, and then after that you see Spotify recommending music, suicidal music, right? That kind of music. So how do we address this, right? And Paola also mentioned something about sorry, let me get it. Standardization, right? Having a policy, and then countries are making declarations, right? So how to take action is how to take action on this. Then she talked about ownership, right? Public participation. Now, when you were talking, you talked about a particular policy that Nigeria. I'm from Nigeria, right? A particular policy that Nigeria had adopted. So I wanted to know, Nigeria has a lot of policies, even AI policy, right? We are always at the forefront of adopting when we look at other countries doing a lot of things, and then we start doing our own. And then we have a lot of those documents, but then there's no implementation and enforcement, right? So now how do we ensure that it's not just paperwork, right? We don't just do all of these policies and it's just decorate our shelves, that it's actually being enforced and then it's followed through until an implementation and all of that. So if you can share some of your insight about that, thank you very much.
Thank you for that question. Very complex. I mean, you really touched upon many, many aspects. But I think something that actually really stands out, and perhaps Paula, I think, had also mentioned this at one point, is that there really needs to be, I think, at this point, what makes. So let me backtrack a second. So yes, everybody's talking about regulation. Everybody's talking about standards, normalization. Everybody's talking about we need implementation. How do we do this enforcement? But I think part of the problem lies in we simply do not have enough public awareness and understanding. Because I think if we actually did have more of that, there would be more of a demand. And I see this in terms of, I mean, yes, we hear some even very tragic examples. So you did mention about, someone who has depression and may use Spotify and then get recommended different new types of music to apparently, quote unquote, improve or to fix, or one has to be careful with the words one uses here. Deal with that situation. And we've seen two recent even suicides as a result of chatbot use, because of an anthropomorphization of these systems. And I think it really goes back to this question of many times, many users, unfortunately, maybe most users, do not understand these systems fundamentally. That's an education issue. That's an education question, because if you know and understand, then you can critically evaluate these systems. You can be more proactive because you know what's wrong, or you see the gap, you see what needs to be improved. And so, and I say that as I'm also I didn't mention this, but I'm also in academia, and I do teach in the School of Engineering at Johns Hopkins University in the Washington, D.C., Maryland region in the United States. And I teach the courses on AI ethics and policy and governance to computer scientists and engineers. And I love when they come to the beginning of class with no awareness, and at the end, they're absolutely more engaged, and they all say, we want to go and be those engineers who can talk to policymakers. And so to me, that is very clear evidence, whether they're high schoolers, undergraduate students, professionals, working professionals go back to school, graduate students, whatever it is, I see this change. And it's changed because of the power of knowledge. So my main, really, my call here is we need far more incentivization to make much more educated users in everyone, all ages. Then we're going to see the need for, and I really think that because there's going to be that demand from companies that we want to ensure that our data is private. We want to ensure that we're not being harmed. We want to ensure that we actually have benefits from these technologies. I'll stop there. I think, yeah, others can add to it, I'm sure.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Monica, for your wonderful response. We have only 5 minutes left. I have been already one. So, Matilda, is there any online discussion or question or any contribution? No? If there is any question, please feel free, and contributions are also welcome. We have 5 minutes. Please keep the time in mind, both speakers and
Thank you. I'll be quick. It's been a great discussion. We do get this. The point on education is very well made, and we've realized, in our work, I work in New Delhi in India, and we've realized even with very specialized sectors of the population like judges and lawyers, it takes a lot of conversation, a lot of detailing to get to a point where something like bias that judges work with daily, for them to start to understand what bias in an AI system might look like. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, when something requires such specialized and detailed understanding, then clearly the problem isn't with people not being able to understand. Maybe it's with the technology not being at a stage where it's readily explainable, where it's easily explainable for societal use. So is there any merit to, frequently we keep getting these discussions on maybe there's a need to pause, especially with technologies like deepfakes, which everyone who does research in this area knows are primarily going to be used for harm, not primarily, but massively going to be used for harmful ends. So is there any credence, or is there any currency to, pushing for a pause at certain levels, or are we way past that point already and we just have to mitigate now? That's a small question. Sorry if it's a little depressing, and yeah.
Thank you so much for the question. If there are any questions, let's take it, and I'll give each speaker with 1 minute and then wrap it up. Any question, contribution from the floor? No, none from online. So each speaker can have 1 minute and respond. If not, they can proceed. Yeah. Okay. Like a just one-liner that you want to give for the wrap-up. Thank you. Yeah, you can start with Abir, maybe.
What an interesting question to end at. I think we'll just ponder about it. I don't think there is a real answer. Are we beyond that point? I don't think so. But should we pause? I also don't think so, to be honest. I think we can put on more effort into making technology more explainable and just bridging the gap little by little. And that's, I think, what everyone, every actor and every player should work towards. That's my thought on that.
Totally agree. Absolutely, we cannot pause. Because if some group decide to do it, then some others will continue. And it is like just put a blanket in your eyes. So we cannot do it, but we can use what we have. And if our countries do not have a data protection law or an AI national strategy, we need to push for it to happen. Because if a country does not have the idea of how they want this technology to develop, what is the future of us as citizens? So I just leave this question for us, and let's reflect on how we can contribute to the future of AI.
Thank you, Paula. Now, Monica and Yona, please.
Yeah, I would agree absolutely with the both comments. We can't pause, we can't ban. That's not going to work. Absolutely. We're moving far too fast anyway at this point. But I would say that where there's a will, there's a way. So if we all come to the agreement and acknowledgement that we need, and I mean all of us, not just those of us right now here and our colleagues, everyone, that we need to do this, then I think it's possible, and we need to act.
Yona, please.
Yes, I'm always on the positive side because finally we have all of the stakeholders together, and it includes also the European Commission. I would love to quickly respond to the question of Aaron about the keywords in suicide, because it's actually about awareness. Yes, because if you know that recommendation engines use so-called stop words, if you know how the history of these engines works, you can easily fix it through regulatory sandboxes. And emerging companies and startups just come into the centers, and you can provide the oversight to fix these issues. The same as a bias. Then you know that bias is not abstract category, but just the problem of under or over representation. Just bigger error for smaller groups is a purely data and mathematical things coming through society. You can clearly identify the issue. It can be technical issue, it can be social issue, and then you see it, you can fix it. And that's why now we have these tools, test beds, regulatory sandboxes, policy frameworks, and all the stakeholders working together to come up with the real life terms, understanding, and finally we can fix it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Yona. Thank you, all of our panelists, and thank you, Paula, for organizing this, to all of our on-site audience and audiences online. And this is not the end of the conversation. We have just begun it. You can just connect with our speakers in the LinkedIn or wherever you are. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you all.
Can you just stay, our panelist? We can take a picture with you on the screen. Thank you.